Chapter 51 Illusion. 22 hours have passed since Horus started traversing the extremely long corridor that was originally a green jade hall. In the midst of his journey to the end of the corridor, he decided to grind all of the skills he could possibly grind while making sure that he was using Gale, Hover and Tempest Burst at the exact time they were off cooldown. Spirit Spear, bargaining, bang, bang, bang. In an instant, a few spirit spears were shot in front of Horus' field of vision as he could finally see the end of the corridor, which was a wall of green jade. Oh God! Finally! The end. I'm glad this spell is off cooldown. Gale Hover. Consuming 100 points of his SP bar, Horus gradually hovered off the ground and zoomed towards the end as the sides of his field of vision were cluttered with multiple notification screens. Of course, since he was using Gale Hover and Tempest Burst once they were cooled down, then it wouldn't be weird for Horus to use his skills at the instant they were off cooldown too, right? Nonetheless, with the amount of notification screens on the sides of his field of vision, Horus was bound to have his strength go up even though he was still in the same grade. Whoosh! Landing on the ground and touching the green jade wall, Horus couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he emanated a cheery aura. He was finally done with this monotonous trial. Not long after touching the wall, the disembodied voice that usually announced important things to Horus resounded throughout the long corridor. The second trial, Speed, has been completed. Time taken to complete the trial, 21 hours 45 minutes. Score grade, A. With an above average score on this trial, the inheritor shall now receive a special reward from the inheritance. Reward is being rolled by the inheritance. Please wait. Reward has been rolled. The active skill flash has been obtained. Ding! After the consecutive statements from the disembodied voice, it was followed up by the notification sound from Horus' system, opening up a screen in front of his field of vision. Flash has been obtained. Surprisingly, the details of this skill were shown beside the notification screen, making Horus looked at the skill screen with surprise. Wait. Isn't this the other evolution for my movement skill? How could Horus possibly forget the flash skill, one of the two choices of skill evolution for the grade roll skill? It exchanged the constant rate of movement for a long distance being traversed in a short time, but with a long cooldown. This is definitely a good reward. If I can't fight against the enemy I'm up against with, then I can just use Flash to escape. Horus thought up of the possibilities of Flash in his fights. But as he was in the midst of his thinking extravaganza, an notification sound resounded once more, prompting Horus to snap back to reality. Ding! The skill Flash is not compatible with the user's current form. The skill Flash has been changed to the skill Spirit Flash. The skill Spirit Flash has great compatibility with the skills Tempestuous Spiritus Glide and High Wind Affinity. The skill Spirit Flash has been transformed Spirit Gale Flash thanks to the help of the compatibility of the skills. Horus was speechless. In an instant, the simple Flash skill was turned into a skill that had an extremely cool sounding name. And you know what they say, skills with cool names have great effects. What? Horus instantly snapped himself back to reality through force and looked at the happenings before Flash transformed into the latter. So first, it adjusted the skill to fit my current form, which is understandable. Then, it had great compatibility with my first movement skill and my elemental affinity skill. Is it because they all tackle the element of wind or something? Horus thought that this hypothesis was plausible, but he had no evidence to consider if it was true or not. Whatever, I'll just accept the gift for what it is, Horus said to himself. After the inheritance gave Horus a special reward, the long corridor, which Horus traversed within 22 hours, shortened at an extremely fast pace until it became a place that Horus was extremely familiar with. Pong! With a sound that did not fit the current situation, the extremely long corridor returned to its hall shape in the first trial, making Horus gasp in awe at the powers of the one who made the inheritance. Of course, inheritances don't just pop up out of nowhere. These inheritances were made by beings that had accomplished a lot of things in life and wanted to pass it on to the next generation. Not long after returning back to normal, The disembodied voice resounded throughout the hall once more, shocking Horus at the speed of the next trial. The third trial, the illusion trial, shall begin in the next 30 seconds. This trial needs the inheritor to escape 5 illusion worlds, with each consecutive illusion world increasing in difficulty, suggesting the inheritor to think that everything in their surroundings is fake, no matter what. With the announcement and the warning given by the disembodied voice lasting 20 out of the 30 seconds of rest given to Horus, Horus was basically left with 10 seconds of reveling in shock. What? Horus was being slapped with shocking things one after the other, rendering him speechless most of the time. He couldn't even do what he wanted to do. Accepting fate, Horus just sighed and waited for the third trial to start. If I have enough time to rest before the last trial, then I'll surely evolve the skills I can evolve. For now, I better focus on escaping the worlds. Whoosh! As if the 10 seconds of rest Horus had left was equivalent to 1 second in reality, Horus disappeared within the green jade hall as if he wasn't there in the first place. Not long after, the disembodied voice resounded throughout the hall, announcing the start of the third trial. The third trial, illusion, has now begun. The first illusion world, void, has been casted. In another green jade hall, while Horus was currently tackling his third trial, Herelia, on the other hand, was still on her second trial. As to what this trial was, it was akin to the first trial that Horus cleared, the endurance trial. But since the difficulty of Herelia's trial was S grade, even though the difficulty of this trial was reduced thanks to Herelia getting a score grade of S on the first trial, it was still harder compared to Horus' endurance trial. Now you may ask, why? This is because Herelia is inside another world. Whoosh! Within this world created by the inheritance, an extremely vast and empty plain served as the stage of Herelia's second trial. On the plains was Herelia that was quite injured when compared to the time she was last seen with Horus. Her body was filled with holes of various sizes here and there. The red engravings on her body were flickering every so often, rather than staying luminescent, and since she was a branch of the blood bell hazard class, that meant that the water within her xylem was somewhat viscous and crimson red in color. Since she was riddled with holes, this viscous fluid poured out of the holes, making for an eerie-looking branch. Damn. I fell for their trap. To think that their bombardment of multiple splinters would actually work. Nonetheless, Herelia was a branch at heart. How could she feel any pain? Trudging on through the plains, she muttered, "This endurance trial is definitely harder than the first one," even though the voice said its difficulty was lowered. As she was hovering through the plains, the disembodied voice from the hall still lingered in her mind, reminding her of the trial she was currently taking. The second trial, the endurance trial, shall begin in a few minutes. The trial shall put the inheritor inside a world created by the inheritance, wherein multiple enemies of various grades and abilities shall incessantly hunt down and leave you no time to relax. The goal for completing this trial is to survive 5 days within this world. As for the ratio of time within the world and reality, 1 day within the conjured world is equal to 1 hour in reality. I wish the inheritor the best of luck. Sighing as she noticed a few dozen branches and sapling coming at her, she activated her red engravings as she muttered, "It has only been 2 days since I've started this trial. If only I had a healing skill with me, that would be nice. For now, I have to rely on my innate recovery and endure as much as possible." Blood art. Dilation. Chapter 52 Helplessness in the Void. Whoosh! A few seconds after disappearing from the green jade hall he was used to traversing on, Horus was brought into a world where the floor was black, the surroundings are black, and what he perceived was all black. Horus felt lightheaded after being transported to this world without him taking any precautions. It took Horus a few minutes before he could barely think straight as he looked at his surroundings. Why is this world devoid of anything? Horus couldn't help but mutter to himself as he used his soul perception eye skill to look at everything. He could sense items here and there, but they were the same color of black as the vast expanse behind it. making it seem that they were not there. The only thing that wasn't black or devoid of color was Horus himself. Rolling bit by bit as he used soul perception eye to look at his surroundings, Horus felt that it would take a while for him to leave this world. At that moment, the disembodied voice that usually resounded throughout the green jade hall where previously resided, resounded throughout the world where Horus was currently in. The third trial, illusion, has now begun. The first illusion world, void, has been casted. Oh, so that's why this world seemed like it was devoid of anything. The world's name is Void. Horus now felt that the world he was currently in made more sense. Nonetheless, he was at a loss as to what to do next since he had no idea on how to escape a world like this. Continuing to roll forward with the help of his soul perception eye skill, Horus started to hypothesize methods that would allow him to leave this first world. So far, only 3 ways come to mind, Horus muttered to himself. The first thing I could do is traverse this vast expanse to its end and escape from its boundary. Of course, being an illusion world, it has its limits on distance. The second thing I could do is heed the disembodied voice's words and forcefully escape the illusion by utilizing the methods I used when I fought with illusionists back then. At these moments, memories of him fighting against illusionists surfaced in his mind, letting him recall the ways he escaped their illusions. Since he was in an illusion world, then it makes sense that he could escape it like escaping from the illusions of the illusionists, right? As for the third method ... I don't know if it'll work though. Horus had some doubts on this last method. Rather than heeding the disembodied voice's words, I disregard this and accept everything as reality while finding faults within the illusion world. It does sound absurd. Horus felt that the words that came out of his mouth were sarcastic. I guess he'll just use the second method for now. If that doesn't work, then the third method. If that doesn't work, then the first one. Cutting off his senses towards the outside world, Horus continued to roll as every once in a while, he would turn to the left, or perhaps turn to the right, or even turn 180 degrees. As to why he was doing this, he was just following his gut feeling as he did this. And so, with this method, around 10 minutes have passed since Horus entered this world. At these moments, Horus activated his soul perception eye skill once more, seeing that everything was black around him. I guess the second method doesn't work then. Horus then steeled his decision to start using the third method since it didn't work. Spirit detection wind variant. Whoosh. At the instant Horus casted one of his 2 support spells. A green circle hastily expanded to a radius of 10 meters before dissipating, letting Horus perceive everything that was 10 meters around him with a greater sense of detail. Horus absorbed every single bit of information regarding the surroundings 10 meters around him. After a few seconds, he had a rough sketch of the place he was currently in. A few objects within the 10-meter radius were rock-like in shape, while the ground was covered in small stalks of what seems to be grass. As for trees, there is none. Hence, Horus easily got to a conclusion. This is a plains. The question left is ... how vast is it? At the next instant, Horus had an impulse to traverse the whole terrain of the illusion world he was currently in and gauge how large the area was. But this was instantly suppressed by his rationality, since he knew that it would span 5 kilometers on each side at least. Letting out a soft sigh of relief, Horus conjured a floating anima that was transformed into a spirit spear not long after. Horus then recalled the location of one of the rock-like objects and shot the spirit spear towards it, which instantly multiplied in number not long after, turning into a barrage of spirit spears. Bang, bang, bang. At the next instant the massive amount of spirit spears collided with the rock-like object. A small glint of light appeared near the rock-like object, making Horus' non-existent eyes light up as he knew he was getting somewhere. Seeing that he found a possible way to get out, Horus did not hesitate to get closer to the rock-like object which was being bombarded by the multiple spirit spears. It took a few minutes for Horus to come closer to the rock-like object, only to be gobsmacked at what was happening. The spirit spears weren't colliding with the rock-like object at all. With the help of his spirit detection wind variant skill, Horus could see that there was a strong yet invisible barrier a few millimeters apart from the rock-like object. As it deflected, the tips of the spirit spear to hit each other instead, resulting in the sparks Horus could see from afar. At the place Horus was a while ago, it would look like the light was the result of the collision of the rock-like object and the spirit spears, but it was only a farce, causing Horus to gradually lose motivation on the third method. He tried using the third offensive spirit spells he had, in consecutive order of power, but alas to no fruition as well. Letting out a soft sigh, Horus couldn't help but use the first method instead. I don't know if this will work ... but it's worth a shot. If I don't escape this world, then how would I evolve to Scrade? Horus casted Gale Hover as he gradually hovered off of the seamless black ground and started to head towards the boundary of the illusion world he was in. A few minutes in, he felt that he was in for a long ride, considering that the only experiences he had with illusions and illusion worlds spanned for kilometers beyond end. But this was going to be broken by the illusion world itself. Poof! At the 4-minute mark of his Gale Hover spell, Horus felt a vortex sucking him in as his surroundings was gradually being filled with light until, whoosh, with a gust of wind, Horus appeared back within the Green Jade Hall as he continued to hover over the Green Jade Hall's ground. Horus looked at his surroundings and casted Spirit Detection Wind variant a few times to see if he was hallucinating. He also went closer to the walls and shot a few spirit spears, determining its authenticity. After doing all of that, Horus landed on the center of the Green Jade Hall and only muttered one word. How? Chapter 53 Entering the Mirage. How? Horus couldn't believe it. The first method, and the only method that felt stupid to Horus, was actually the method on getting out of the first world. Obviously, Horus was still at a loss for words, only for him to realize that he was just using a more direct way of the second method. If I think about it, the first method and the second method aren't different at all. If you know the boundaries of the illusion, then you can escape the illusion once you got past it. Maybe I'm just too used to illusionists using mazes as their illusions, hence I close my sense of vision a lot. Horus couldn't help but laugh at himself as he forgot such a basic rule. Without caring for Horus' well-being as usual, the disembodied voice resounded throughout the hall after Horus escaped the first world. The first world, Void, has been escaped from in the time of 24 minutes and 32 seconds. Score grade, A. The passive skill Illusion Resistance has been given as a reward. Ding. Hearing the words that came from the disembodied voice, it was quite weird for the inheritance to give the one doing the trials a resistance to the trial that the one was currently doing. The passive skill Illusion Resistance has been obtained. Meh. Horus didn't even bother looking at the details of the skill since someone with quick thinking would easily deduce the effects of the skill, which was of course, reducing the chances of the user falling into an illusion. Or perhaps, rather than reducing the chances of the user falling into an illusion, it would instead make the user's escape out of the illusion easier. Anyways, I wonder how this will be leveled up, Horus said to himself. At this moment in time, another skill flashed in his mind, which he had since he was a measly grade inanimate. Identify Soul Perception I. Horus commanded the system, noticing the fact that the disembodied voice didn't say anything about the second world just yet. Ding. Underscore. Soul Perception I level 15, experience, 910. A skill obtained by those who are gifted in the soul. This skill allows the user to sense everything in their surroundings within a set radius. Current radius, 5 meters. Underscore. At first glance, everything seemed normal, except for the fact that the experience needed to level the skill up was only a measly 1 experience point. How did I gain experience on this skill? Horus had a feeling that it might due to having his sense of vision activated at all times, but if that was the case, wouldn't his soul perception I be maxed out already or perhaps evolved to a higher grade? Still wondering on how to level his soul perception I skill, the disembodied voice that resounded throughout the hall disrupted his thoughts. The second world, Mirage, has been casted, transferring the inheritor to the illusion world. Whoosh! Without even a single moment of respite to prepare, Horus disappeared from the hall in an instant, transported to an illusion world just like the first one, which who knows where it was. XXXX Continent, Seraph Kingdom, Arcana Tower. A few hours after calling Jihan about a piece of high-quality wood that was inclined to the wood element, it was already night time in the Seraph Kingdom. Nonetheless, the mages and magic-related classes within the Arcana Tower did not mind this all, continuing onwards with their day-to-day duties, whether it be created new magic spells, or enhancing their abilities in order to rank up to a higher class. Everything went on as usual. At these moments, Dane was still engrossed in his thoughts after steeling his mind to craft a new wind elemental spell to infuse into the piece of wood before it becomes a weapon. At most, I can only make a wind elemental spell of the fourth circle. Any higher than that and I won't be able to control it anymore, Dane muttered to himself as a rough idea of the parts of the magic incantation appeared in his mind. As a rank 4 high mage of the Arcana Tower, Dane had lots of experience modifying multiple magic spells into enhanced versions, not to mention creating a few original spells himself. While he was polishing the magic incantation in his mind, a voice resounded inside his mind, interrupting his focus. "Sir Dane, the thing you want has been delivered." The voice that resounded inside his mind had a bit of an Eastern accent, letting Dane know who it was at the first syllable. Not minding the fact that he was interrupted while he was crafting the spell, Dane stood up and went towards the entrance of the 40th floor, where everyone who didn't get a permission from a rank 4 high mage or higher would stay at. Casting a movement boosting spell on his feet to reduce the time needed to traverse the large floor, it took Dane only a couple of minutes to arrive at the doorway, coming face to face with a slightly scrawny man that had an effeminate face, making a lot of men mistake him as a girl. Of course, only Dane was able to see this. For others, this face was covered by a black hood. "Hello, Sir Dane. I have the thing you requested." The man looked at Dane for a bit before handing a small box to him. This man was Jihan, the one Dane called about the replacement for the Spiritus. "Thanks. How much does it cost?" Dane asked. He knew about Jihan accidentally back then when he was just rank 1 lesser acolyte, trying to find a cheap place to buy magic items. After this, he knew that Jihan sold legitimate items at a cheaper price, hence being the first person he would contact. 3,000 gold coins, Jihan replied without hesitation. Looking at Dane's face that had a neutral expression, he continued, "This wood is known as the Gale Dragon Wood. This type of wood is only found on the outskirts of the eastern part of the continent, showing great affinity with wind and wind magic. I also appraised this piece of wood before I came here, and it also showed faint signs of a soul forming." With his interest piqued by the last sentence, Dane didn't hesitate to use his mana to control a small satchel filled with gold coins under the desk in his room towards where he was, giving it to Jihan afterwards after counting the coins within it. "There you go. 3,000 gold coins. I know you only give legitimate items, so I won't doubt this piece of wood. Oh, and also if you find any hints regarding a magic crystal, please let me know. I'll buy the information from you at a good price, since we have a good relationship." Weighing the satchel filled with gold coins with a smile on his face, Jihan nodded and replied, "Thanks for a good trade. Also, don't worry. I have a large network of connections around the continent, so once any sign of it comes out, you'll be the first one I inform." After that, Jihan slightly bowed in front of Dane before turning around and leaving the tower. As for Dane, he went back to the room on the current floor and sat down on a nearby chair before opening the box he received on a desk. Looking at the wood that was slightly tinted green, Dane let out a soft smile and muttered, "Let's focus on making that spell then." Whoosh. Since he wasn't prepared to be teleported once more, Horus had a splitting headache again. Or should it be called a splitting soul ache? Either way, thanks to his newly obtained illusion resistance, he was able to regain his rationality and logicality at a faster time when compared to before. Looking around with his soul perception eye skill, he was currently in the middle of a slightly large village, with the basic necessities of a village being met with a farm, a well, and a few huts being seen round him. What was weird though was that there were no people inside this village, as if they left all of a sudden. The huts and the buildings weren't damaged in any way, which gave the current sight another layer of the creeps. Nonetheless, Horus did not mind this and decided to use the first method once more, activating Gale Hover and heading towards the boundary of the illusion. Whoosh! Within 10 minutes or so, Horus arrived at the boundary of the illusion, only for the escape to not be there, instead bouncing Horus back to the boundary of the illusion rather than letting him escape. Seeing that the first method did not work this time, it meant that the second method would not work as well, unless he was insanely lucky. Guess he'll have to think out of the box this time. Horus felt that the difficulty of the second world increased not just by a notch, but by multiple notches. He decided to head back to the village where he first appeared and activated Gale Hover once more, seeing that the spell was now off cooldown. Relying on his sense of vision, Horus could see that the village was gradually getting bigger and bigger as he got nearer until, poof, just like magic, it disappeared without a trace, only leaving a plot of empty grassland in its place. Landing on the ground, Horus was perplexed at the current situation. With one of his leads gone, he had no idea on what to do next. Wait. Horus felt that he realized something was wrong. What was the name of this world again? Recalling the name after a bit, Horus finally remembered the name. Mirage. I must probably be incredibly stupid to believe that with a world name like that, everything I see would be real. I think I have an idea on what to do next thanks to this. Chapter 54. Perceiving the truth. Looking at the surroundings around him, he started to conjure a crude magic circle within his spell core, consuming only a small part of his SP due to the upgrades to his SP storage and energy core. Spirit Detection Wind Variant. Whoosh! This was the first idea that came into Horus' mind after fully understanding the current illusion world he was in. Other than soul perception eye that allowed him to see, hear, and sense everything around him, Spirit Detection Wind Variant was the only other skill or rather, spell that allowed him to sense anomalies within his surroundings. To be honest, the radius of detection for this spell exceeded the range of his soul perception eye skill. But when compared to the other spells he might learn in the future that could also detect anything within a set radius, it was incomparably small. Nonetheless, it was the only other spell he had to detect. Closing his sense of vision and rely on the effect of the spell, he noticed that there was no anomaly at all on the ground he was currently standing on. Well, lying on. Opening his sense of vision, he couldn't help but frown inwardly. Well, that's weird. There was a mirage of a large village here a while ago. How could I not sense any anomaly here? Thinking about it further, Horus couldn't help but feel that he was thinking about it the wrong way. He decided to not rely on the memories he had about the game, but instead, relied on the memories he had on what he learned in school. Although he was only 16 years old before he died, the lessons he learned throughout school also tackled mirages. Hence he tried to recall the meaning of a mirage. A mirage is an illusion in itself according to science. It is something that appears to be the while not being the due to light rays being refracted at a weird angle, displacing the view towards a farther distance. Horus thought about the definition of mirage a bit more and got to a conclusion. To probably escape this illusion world, I must find the origin of this mirage. Realizing this, he couldn't help but feel despondent at his hopes of escaping this world at a fast speed. Mirages appear extremely far from the origin of their view, which means that this world is extremely large. I've traversed towards the boundary before, but it might be because the distance between me and the boundary I went to is extremely short when compared to the other boundaries, hence taking less time. If only I had a way to see where the light particles that make up the mirage come from. Horus couldn't help but sigh in despair. He tried using Spirit Detection Wind Variant a few more times, but only resulting to naught. He still saw no anomaly around him at all, which couldn't help but let him feel that he was going to take an extremely long time to escape this world. Slightly going crazy at his current situation, Horus couldn't help but shout out at the loudest voice he could muster from his soul, "If only I can see everything!" Bang! Screaming at the loudest he could made him feel lightheaded, but it sparked a bit of inspiration into Aurus' mind, an idea that instantly blossomed after remembering the description of a certain skill he had. Although he was uncertain that the description he remembered was true, he had to give it a shot, or else he would truly take a long time to escape. Identify soul perception I, Aurus commanded, his voice slightly stuttering at the fear of his hopes being crushed. Ding! The ever-familiar sound he would hear when the system followed his orders. It felt like a judge's gavel passing out judgment to him at this current moment. Slowly raising his field of vision to look at the screen that appeared in front of him, he read all of the words written on it one by one. Yes, Aurus couldn't help but shout out in joy that his hopes might not be crushed after all. Soul Perception I Level 15, Experience 910. A skill obtained by those who are gifted in the soul. This skill allows the user to sense everything in their surroundings within a set radius. Current radius, 5 meters. The word that he wanted to see became emphasized once he read through the contents of the screen. He knew that the descriptions of the skills would always be true, hence he knew that his idea would be feasible. Looking at the surroundings around him, he shouted out loud in his mind, Soul Perception I. Whoosh! Although he shouted the name of the skill out in his mind, thus activating this passive skill, there was no difference to his surroundings at all. After seeing that there was no difference, Aurus then calmly changed his mindset towards the surroundings, thinking that he could see the direction of every light particle that went towards his way. And then there came the difference. In an instant after changing his mindset, if his previous view was compared to looking at the surroundings like a normal person, then the current view he could see was comparable to the sight of a cultivator from those Eastern fantasy novels. Although the radius of what he could see was now limited by the limits of his passive skill, it was nonetheless extremely useful as he could see the faint traces of the trajectories of the various light particles that made up the mirage that he saw a while ago. Ding! Unexpectedly, a notification screen appeared in front of his field of vision, to which Aurus prompted looking at before he followed the trajectories of the light particles. After reading the content of the notification screen, he couldn't help but feel happy as he said to himself, Success. A secret function of the passive skill Soul Perception I has been discovered. The description of Soul Perception I has been changed to accommodate this secret function. Soul Perception I has leveled up. In an instant, the radius of what he could see in his current mode of vision was increased, making him feel that this skill was going to be extremely useful after he maxed its level and evolved it into a higher form. Looking at the specific trajectories of the light particles that made up the mirage he previously saw, he then casted Gale Hover, making him gradually float off the ground, and then following the trajectory of the light particles towards its origin. Whoosh! Whoosh! With his movement speed being boosted by 150%. It took around half an hour to find the origin of the mirage, which was definitely surprising to say the least. With the gap between the origin of the mirage and his body being only a few meters apart, he could clearly see the origin of the mirage, which was a miniature village. To be exact, it was more of a village model rather than a village made for dwarf people. Nonetheless, he shrugged off this idea after seeing that it was the origin and came closer to this miniature village. Whoosh! In an instant, the miniature village gradually gave off a bright light that covered his body, making him laugh loudly at the current view. Finally, I can get out. Afterwards, Aurus disappeared into thin air within the illusion world, who was now definitely prepared to be teleported to another space. Whoosh! Just like magic, Aurus appeared in the center of the green jade hall that now felt nostalgic in front of him since he was now used to its current sight. While he was basking in his happiness of getting out of the illusion world, the disembodied voice that always gave an announcement didn't care about Aurus' current feelings as it resounded throughout the hall. The second world, Mirage, has been escaped from in a time of 32 minutes and 43 seconds. Score grade A. As a reward, the experience needed to level up illusion resistance has been filled, thus leveling up illusion resistance. Chapter 55 Weaving Through Distortion. The second world, Mirage, has been escaped from in a time of 32 minutes and 43 seconds. Score grade A. As a reward, the experience needed to level up illusion resistance has been filled, thus leveling up illusion resistance. Ding. After the disembodied voice was finished announcing what it had to announce, it was then followed up by the notification sound of Aura's system as a notification screen popped up in front of his field of vision. Illusion resistance has leveled up. Horus couldn't help but feel that the inheritance is quite generous in its rewards. If the next world he escaped from would give him another level up on illusion resistance, then he might be able to evolve it before he enters the next world, assuming that it's a skill of that grade mortal. You know what? I won't cut losses. Of course, Horus knew that the illusion resistance skill did what was written on the title, which was give to a resistance to illusions to Horus. But sometimes, being nonchalant on the effects of his skills would possibly lead him to a downfall in the future, not knowing how to synergize skills or something. Identify illusion resistance. Ding. Underscore. Illusion resistance level 23. Grade C mortal. Illusion, a reality created by a person's imagination. It exists and it doesn't exist at the same time, with some able to create a connection with reality and illusion. This skill reduces the chances of you falling into an illusion, and if you do get into an illusion, your chances of escaping is boosted. Underscore. Well, that description seems pretty vague. Horus couldn't help but say after reading the description of the skill. It reduces my chances of falling into an illusion, and if I do get sucked into one, my chances of escaping are far greater than those who don't have this skill. Horus then started to think of the possible evolutions of this skill, ranging from nullifying his chances of entering an illusion, to possibly reflecting the illusion back to the caster while being unharmed. I think it's a good thing that it's only grade since it has plenty of room to grow. His non-existent eyes then lit up as he could still vividly remember the discovery he made in the previous illusion world. Who knew that soul perception eye could actually be used like that? Identify soul perception eye. Ding. Underscore. Soul perception eye level 25. Grade C mortal. Special. A skill given to those that have extremely strong souls when compared to their peers. This skill allows them to see everything within a set radius. The sight that the user sees will depend on what the user wants to see. Using this skill passively will allow the user to see 10 times beyond the current radius. Using this skill actively by wanting to selectively see something would limit the user's vision to the current radius. Current radius, 10 meters. Underscore. Oh, Horus now understood the special function of the skill. So if I wanted to see everything around me as the individual particles that make up my view, I can do that. Of course, as he said this, Horus changed his mindset to perceive everything as tiny particles that are connected together through bonds, even going so far as to seeing like this whenever he looked at his body. Whoosh, as if it were a virus, the view around him instantly shrunk to the skill's current radius, which was 10 meters, and allowed Horus to see each particle that made up his surroundings. Seeing that anything was possible, he deactivated this view and went back to using the skill passively, allowing him to see the entirety of the green jade hall once more. Whoosh. I now know how to level this skill up, Horus couldn't help but say as his non-existent eyes gleamed. Although it was still useful in its current state, he wanted everything to become better. He'll also ask the system about the special word after the mortal grade after I finish this next illusion world. Just as he was going to wonder why the disembodied voice was taking so long to let him enter the third world, coincidentally, the disembodied voice resounded throughout the hall all of a sudden as Horus felt a sucking force enveloping his whole body. Ha ha. I was prepared for you, bitch. Horus couldn't help but laugh as the words of the disembodied voice entered his sense of hearing as he instantly disappeared from the center of the green jade hall. The third world, distortion, has been casted, transporting the inheritor to the world. In another green jade hall, whoosh, a branch that had cuts and scars all over its body as it was covered in some sort of viscous crimson red fluid, suddenly appeared in the center of this specific green jade hall. Looking around its surroundings, it couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief inwardly as it knew that its second trial was over. This branch was Herelia, who was trapped inside a world filled with incessant enemies that came to attack her at any given time. I succeeded, Herelia said to herself inwardly as she tried to recover whatever was recoverable. As she was doing this, the disembodied voice, that always came either at a coincidental time or at a bad time, resounded throughout the hall. The second trial, the endurance trial, has been completed. The inheritor has survived for 5 days within that world and killed a total of 941 enemies. Score grade S. Since the inheritor has achieved such an exemplary score, the next trial's difficulty shall be reduced. Also, the inheritor shall receive a random reward from the inheritance. Reward is being randomly picked by the inheritance. Reward has been picked. The active skill stick regeneration has been rewarded to the inheritor. Ding. Of course, with Herelia having a system just like Horus thanks to the blessings of the god that gave her the system, the goddess of kinship, Herelia was able to hear this notification sound as a screen appeared in front of her vision. The active skill stick regeneration has been obtained. Herelia read the words of the skill and felt that it was familiar to her. Closing her sense of vision and recalling the thought, a spark appeared in her mind and made her let out an extremely cheerful aura. Herelia couldn't believe that the inheritance would give the skill so easily. This is the healing skill Horus was talking about. Whoosh! Horus was instantly teleported into another illusion world. This illusion world was extremely befitting of the name Distortion. The sights everywhere were extremely skewed or deformed, maybe trees, plants, the sky, the sun, or even the buildings around where Horus appeared. That's right, just like in the Mirage illusion world, Horus was in the middle of a village once more, with huts and the basic necessities easily visible, albeit skewed and twisted in a way that you wouldn't recognize it as a village. Horus opened his eyes and instantly felt cool-headed and rational since he was prepared for the teleport, not needing to take time to regain his rationality and logicality. Looking around his surroundings, Horus couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow!" If this was some sort of interactive abstract art in an art gallery, then I'd get rich if I sold this. Too bad that this is all just an illusion. Plus, it's definitely confusing, Horus continued before closing his sense of vision. Since he remembered that the name of the world was Distortion, all of his surroundings were distorted to a great degree. Even his body was not spared from this, making him extremely dizzy. Thus, he changed his mindset to view everything in a way that didn't let light refract any of the things he saw. Indeed, just like the Mirage, this distortion was not a physical distortion, but rather an optical one. Horus passed through one of the distorted buildings as if it wasn't there, getting to this conclusion. Whoosh! As Horus opened his eyes, the view around him was as if nothing unusual was happening at all. Everything seemed normal at all. But of course, Horus knew that he had to find the cause of this distortion, just like how he had to find the origin of the Mirage in the previous illusion world. Casting Gale Hover on his body, he gradually hovered off the ground as he relied on his active soul perception eye skill to try and find the origin of the distortion. I hope I find the cause for this distortion in a short amount of time. Ding. Oh hey, soul perception eye leveled up. Sweet. Chapter 56 Deception and Limit within the celestial plane where multiple higher beings reside. As of the moment, Kurohane was zooming her way towards Familia's plane in order to silence Familia on the whereabouts and purpose of her world before she spreads it to other gods. Kurohane knew that her reputation as a renowned craftsman would be tarnished if the other gods knew about it. Whoosh! With this thought in her mind, she strived to fly faster through the celestial plane. At the moment, she was already flying at a speed of 50 light-years per second, which is already an extremely fast speed when compared to the other gods, who at the minimum could fly at a speed of 5 light-years per second. Nonetheless, Kurohane knew that her speed was just a joke to the gods that mastered either the laws of wind or the laws of space. With those laws being mastered by the gods, they could traverse the celestial plane at a speed of at least 5,000 light-years per second. even going up to speeds of over 50,000 light-years per second. Then again, I'm the goddess of reincarnation. I don't specialize in this area, but rather specialize in deception and illusions. Kurohana comforted herself with this thought as she continued to fly through the celestial plane. As she said this to herself, she then thought that her current appearance was unsightly, although many gods have seen this appearance already. And so, being the goddess of reincarnation that allows living beings to live through different vessels, she manipulated her body to become taller as her body became accentuated at the right places, as her face became a bit more mature. At this moment, if Horus were to look at Kurohana, he wouldn't feel a vibe of her being some sort of little sister, but rather, a mature woman that had a radiant and perfect beauty, which were like the Roman and Greek goddesses of Horus' previous life. "Alright," Kurohana said to herself as her voice, which was light and cheery before, became slightly lower as there was a tinge of seductiveness mixed within. This transformation only happened within the span of 1/10 of a second, since Kurohana mastered the law of reincarnation, which had the lesser law of appearance added into it. After that, she tried to boost her speed once more, but was only able to reach a speed of 55 light-years per second. In the end, she couldn't help but sigh and be contented with her current speed, although she knew that every second counted when it comes to these problems. Familiar, if you spread my secret, going to die without a fucking corpse. Within the illusion world named Distortion. Whoosh, whoosh. With Horus activating his soul perception eye skill to look at his surroundings without all of the light refracting his view, for the most part, everything around him seemed normal. He also tried to roll through the village huts that were many sizes bigger than him, and expectedly failed when he did this, unlike just passing through the distortions a while ago. Of course, after traversing the whole village where he first appeared, he confirmed that there was nothing at all with the village. He then decided to head out of the village since he confirmed that there was nothing weird within the village. First, he activated his Gale Hover spell and headed towards the boundary of the illusion world and tried to escape through this method, only to fail with his expectations not being lowered at all. He knew that this method of escape would only work when the caster of the illusion was not great at hiding the illusion's escape route. Nonetheless, there was another purpose for this journey, and that was to gauge the size of the illusion world. From the time it took me to get from where I was to right now, I would say that this illusion world is around 50% bigger than the previous illusion world I entered. With this, he knew that he was going to take a longer while to escape this world, hence he used a shortcut at this moment of time, just like how he did in the previous illusion world. Think that everything around me is undistorted, and the light particles that are distorted by the cause will have their trajectories that trace back to the cause seen clearly by me, while not disrupting the clearness of the previous thing I just said, Horus said to himself as his mindset was changed in an instant. To be honest, Horus said this to himself in quite a roundabout way, although the soul perception eye skill understood it extremely well. As he looked at the surroundings around him, a huge influx of information entered his soul and gave him a piercing pain that made him want to howl. Gritting his non-existent teeth, he couldn't help but say, "I guess there are limits to the everything on what I can see through soul perception eye." Ding. While trying to endure torturous pain brought by his changed view, a notification screen appeared in front of Horus' field of vision as the pressure the new view gave him was slightly decreased, while the radius of what he could clearly see was increased. Soul perception eye has leveled up. Instantly feeling the effect of the level up, Horus couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as the aura he exuded a while ago, which was filled with pain, was now changed to an aura filled with slight calmness within the pain. I shouldn't waste my time gritting my teeth and enduring the pain since the skill level's up anyway, Horus said to himself as he knew that he could possibly see more once he maxes out soul perception eye and evolves it. Casting Gale Hover once more, he followed the trajectories of the light particles that traced back to the cause of the distortion and was surprised at what he saw when he did find it. What the ... A glass prism. Horus was at a loss for words. Indeed, what was in front of him was a glass prism, But it was no ordinary glass prism. This glass prism was half the size of one of the huts a while ago. An item used by Isaac Newton multiple times to show light, was actually used as a tool to distort reality. Getting closer to this inexplicably large glass prism, he felt that the rays that were refracted through the glass prism were now enveloping his body. Unlike the previous illusion world where the cause of the anomaly within the illusion world gave off the light that allowed him to escape. A few seconds later, a myriad of colors fully covered Aura's body as this light gradually became smaller and smaller until Aurus was gone. Within the green jade hall, whoosh, Aurus returned his view back to its passive state, allowing him to see the ever-familiar walls of the green jade hall that surrounded him. He couldn't help but look at the soul perception eye skill in a new light. If it wasn't for him discovering the true purpose of this skill, he wouldn't be able to escape the past two illusion worlds that quickly. But if he never had that skill in the first place, he wouldn't even have the ability to see the world in those views, even going so far as to clearing this inheritance to its end. Of course, after Aurus escaped from the illusion world, the disembodied voice resounded throughout the hall as it announced Aurus rewards. The third world, distortion, has been escaped from within a time of 29 minutes and 37 seconds. Score grade A. As a reward, the experience needed to level up illusion resistance has been filled. Ding. Not to mention, for every announcement the disembodied voice gave, the notification sound that came from his system would sound off after the announcement as a screen appeared in front of his field of vision. Illusion resistance has leveled up. Soul perception eye has leveled up. Illusion resistance and soul perception eye have both reached the max level. Illusion resistance and soul perception eye have met the necessary requirements and are ready to evolve. Of course, he expected illusion resistance to reach its max level after clearing this illusion world, but he wasn't expecting soul perception eye to reach the max level as well. But he was not angry at all with this outcome, because he knew that he would be relying more on the evolved form of soul perception eye in the future. With a cheery aura surrounding him, he commanded, "Evolve illusion resistance. Evolve soul perception eye." Chapter 57 Fourth World. Power ding. Without skipping a heartbeat. Well, a non-existent heartbeat, a screen appeared in front of Aurus' field of vision which showed Aurus the possible evolutions for the skills he wanted to evolve. Of course, with him commanding the system to evolve illusion resistance first, the first screen he got showed the choices for the illusion resistance skills evolution. Please choose the skill that illusion resistance will evolve into. Greater illusion resistance. Illusion reflection. Man, it has been a while since I've seen this screen, Aurus could not help but say as he looked at the two paths for illusion resistance. Ever since he became an grade inanimate, he decided to just leave it up to the system to evolve as most of the skills he evolved nowadays didn't really have a branching path. Hence, he was slightly startled after seeing a screen appear in front of his field of vision after commanding his system to evolve both skills. Identify the two possible choices, Aurus commanded after inferring the effects of the two skills. If my guesses are correct, one gets me closer to becoming impervious to illusions, while the other one doesn't make me impervious yet, but allows me to retaliate back to the one that casted the illusion. Ding. Not long after commanding the system, two screens that showed details on the two choices appeared in front of the choice screen, allowing Aurus to see both of them at the same time. Greater illusion resistance. Grade B mortal. You are now resistant to lower leveled illusions. While higher leveled illusions seem easy to escape, there is an extremely small chance for you to nullify the casted illusion. Illusion reflection. Grade B mortal. In exchange for having the same resistance to illusions at the level of the grade version of this skill, you now have a slight chance to reflect the illusion casted on you, back to the caster. After reading through both of the skills descriptions, which was thankfully short due to the option of short evolution and skill info being enabled by the system, One of the skills caught his eye and basically made Horus adamant on choosing that skill. Evolve illusion resistance to greater illusion resistance. Horus did not hesitate to shout out as he was the only one within the green jade hall. That's if you consider the disembodied voice as a non-living being anyway. Ding! Illusion resistance has been evolved to greater illusion resistance. Alright, now I won't be affected by low-level illusions. Only extremely intricate illusions can affect my sense of reality right now. Horus let out a sigh of tense relief as he knew that it would be helpful for the current him who was currently trying to escape from the illusion worlds of the inheritance, which were definitely high-level illusions. Nonetheless, after that, it would be rare for him to fall under illusions. Unless he became inanimate, then it would be extremely useful for him. As for the extremely small chance of nullifying an illusion, I just help Pluck smiles upon me and activates it. Horus sarcastically chuckled as another screen appeared in front of his field of vision. Ding! Underscore. Please choose the skill that Soul Perception I will evolve into. Soul Perception 2. Sight Perception I. Underscore. After coming across the two choices, Horus did not hesitate to choose the former skill as a spark of realization came to his mind. Soul Perception is not only limited to sight, but the other senses as well. Ding! Soul Perception I has been evolved to Soul Perception 2. At this moment, Horus could not help but smile at the new evolution of his Soul Perception skill. Whenever he tried to change his normal view into something else, the radius at which he could effectively see has been expanded by a lot. Not only that, he felt that the pressure the changed view brought to his soul was drastically diminished. He was now looking forward to the next evolution of this skill. Coincidentally, at the instant Horus was finished evolving both of these skills, the disembodied voice resounded throughout the hall as Horus disappeared from the surface of this hall in an instant. The fourth world, power, has been casted, transporting the inheritor into the world. Within the celestial plane, after a time that seemed to be at around half an hour, Kurohana, who was pushing her speed to the limits of 55 light-years per second, finally saw a plane come into her view. This plane was unlike her own plane, which was like a massive white cube. Oh no, that was just her own tastes. The plane that was in front of her was quite open, as the plane was an island floating along the celestial plane. On this island were multiple flora that radiated a myriad of colors. On its center was a pagoda that took a quarter of the island's surface area as it was 99 meters in height. Hovering a few hundred meters away from this plane, Kurohana released her killing intent that was suppressed for a while now after recognizing the stick, with Horus being the stick blessed by the goddess of kinship. In an instant, a corporeal red aura enveloped the whole island, dyeing everything in a shade of red. Although Kurohana was a master in the law of reincarnation that affected part of the law of appearance, the killing intent she showed at the moment was in fact all of the killing intent she had accumulated from even before she became a goddess. Familiar, you bitch. Come out at this instant. As Kurohana shouted these words, her voice could be heard throughout the plane in front of her, alerting the god. Or rather, the goddess in charge of the plane. Whoosh! In an instant, multiple crimson-red tendrils that looked like vines that oozed blood suddenly appeared on the top of the pagoda as it extended towards where Kurohana was, only stopping a few meters before her. After that, the blood-red tendrils condensed into a giant cocoon, before revealing a stunning woman who wore a flamboyant red dress. This dress complemented her red irises and her ruby red lips. This woman was the goddess of kinship. Familiar. What are you doing here, Kurohana? Shouldn't you be in your plane controlling the reincarnation paths of the lower living beings? Familia looked at Kurohana from head to toe before asking this question. She ignored the fact that Kurohana called her a bitch. Seeing that Familia acted oblivious, acting as if she did not know what she did in Kurohana's special world, Kurohana could not help but let out a sigh as she condensed the killing intent she radiated throughout the plane a while ago onto Familia. At this moment, Kurohana's irises turned crimson red, showing the other side of her bipolar personality. her cruel and tyrannical personality. Oh, you act as if you know nothing about what you did. The fact that you had the audacity to nurture a material in my special world. Kurohana flew closer towards Familia, which made the pressure Familia feel become stronger with every passing second. That was your world? In an instant, Familia's eyes widened as she let out a confused and surprised expression before asking. I thought it was just some lesser god or goddess world, so I didn't hesitate to procure a material there. Of course, being one of the goddesses that held one of the important laws, they wanted to get closer to the limit of strength and power, which was basically at the level of the Almighty Creator, the one that gave birth to them and everything around them. Although crafting a weapon did not really improve the power they wield with their bodies, it still boosted their combat power. Noticing that Familia gave off a feeling that she did not really know that she intruded into Kurohana's world, Kurohana felt confused as well before attracting her killing intent. Not long after, her irises turned black, which completed the previous look she had that radiated unparalleled beauty. Letting out a sigh, Kurohana then said and placed her hand on Familia's shoulder. Since it seems like it's an honest mistake, I'll allow your material nurturing just this once. Don't let the other gods know about my world, okay? Familia heard Kurohana's statement and instantly became focused and nodded her head with a smile. Don't you worry, I promise that I won't spread it. Ever. After hearing Familia promise to not divulge her secrets, Kurohana let out a light smile and reverted back to her previous appearance. She showed Ores. Alright. I'll be off then. Facing her back towards Familia not long after that, she zoomed back to her place at a speed of 50 light years per second as her mind was now at ease. Familia looked at the fleeting silhouette of Kurohana with a smile before letting out a light chuckle. Within this chuckle were extremely grim thoughts which were thoroughly hidden from Kurohana. Heading back to her pagoda, Familia said to herself, to think that that bitch became aware of my material's existence. I wonder how shocked and infuriated she would be if she knew how many gods know the existence of her special procurement world. Conjuring a chair out of blood-red tendrils before manipulating an orb to come close to her, she could not help but smile as she looked at the image within the orb, showing an image of a stick with red engravings all over its body, currently dashing through a corridor. With this stick as my catalyst, I think I can surpass the limit of power a law can wield. Would it perhaps reach the level of an immortal verdict? Chapter 58. A new form. Whoosh. A few seconds after disappearing from the Green Jade Hall, Horus appeared within the fourth illusion world that he had to escape. Surprisingly, Horus did not feel any headaches at all, even though he was not prepared to be teleported at that instant. Is it probably because of soul perception I being evolved? After a bit of thinking, Horus thought that this was the most possible reason for him not having any stinging pain in his mind, as his tolerance to pressure on his soul was greatly increased after evolving. He then tried to look around his surroundings and felt that something was off. Horus tried to look behind him, but he could not do it at all, as if he was being limited. Continuing to feel that something was off, he looked at his body as he knew that his powers came from his body. In an instant, he was shocked since his body was not the spiritus body he knew and grew accustomed with. At the exact moment he entered the fourth illusion world, his body was changed from a spiritus made up of animas into the body of a dog. And no, it wasn't even the body of a wolf, which is known as the ancestor of all dogs, but instead a pure, domesticated dog one would find in a person's home. Holy shit, how the heck did I get this body? Of course, Horus was confused since the past three illusion worlds did not affect his body at all, but only up to his view. In this fourth illusion world, not only was his view, but his body and senses were changed as well. It was basically an extreme ramp up in difficulty. Okay Horus, breathe and calm down. Don't panic. Horus did not panic after realizing that he had a body of a domesticated dog that was only a me too long. Instead, he tried to connect this new situation he got into with the end goal of this fourth illusion world. Recalling the name of the illusion world he was currently in, Horus started to walk forward on his four legs, albeit in a clumsy manner due to the fact that he was used to rolling or hovering. The fourth world is named Power. How is this related to my current dog body? After mulling over the world's name for a bit, Horus realized what he needed to do to escape this world. I need to grow extremely strong. I need to become the strongest within this world, Horus said to himself. But how? The only way he knew how to grow stronger was to kill enemies and gain experience to level up and evolve. But considering the experience he had in the past 3 illusion worlds, there were no beings whatsoever, until now. Russell. Russell. As of this moment, Horus was slowly walking through a slightly sparse forest where possible enemies could be seen. All of a sudden, he heard a rustling sound come from behind him, which prompted him to turn around and look at the direction of where the sound come from, only to gasp in shock. What the ... This is definitely a huge bump in difficulty. The origin of the sound that he heard actually came from a dog that exactly looked just like him. The dog in front of him noticed Horus and instantly went into a battle stance as it charged towards Horus with its jaws wide open. Oh Shay, Horus, not expecting that the dog in front of him would attack him all of a sudden, relied on his survival instincts and scurried away from the vicinity, escaping from the clutches of the other dog's jaw. Whoosh, whoosh. Although the speed of his running was extremely slow, it was still manifolds faster than his movement speed as a spiritus, even with all of the movement speed buffs added. Taking a glance behind him every few seconds or so, he could still sense that the dog that found him was still chasing him with its jaw wide open. Why do you have to chase me? I just want to finish this world. Horus could not help but complain. To think that the first living being he found in this illusion world would be the first one to try and kill him. As he continued to run, he tried moving in a zigzag manner, or looped around trees, but to no avail. The dog behind him was still chasing him in hot pursuit. A few minutes passed by and an idea popped into Horus' mind as he muttered to himself, I wonder if I can use the skills I obtained as a spiritus. Can I even open the system? Subconsciously continuing to run while the dog behind him was still chasing him, he then commanded in his mind, open status screen. Ding. Ah! Horus could not help but exclaim in surprise. To think that it would work. Then again, Horus remembered that he could use the skills he had in the previous 3 illusion worlds, hence it would not be weird for the system to work in this world as well. As a translucent screen appeared in front of Horus' face, Horus could not help but gasp at his current information. Horus level 1, experience 01, species, domesticated dog, HP, 55, stats, vitality, 5, attack, 5, defense, 5, agility, 5, skills, bite, scratch, It took Horus a few seconds to fully adapt to his current information, seeing that the illusion world also tampered with his system. Nonetheless, with him having access to his current stats, he now knew what to do. To think that the answer to becoming stronger was actually something him very familiar of. Horus could not help but laugh as he abruptly stopped in his tracks and hastily turned around. The dog that was chasing him abruptly stopped in shock as he did not expect Horus to stop running. Not long after, the dog felt a killing intent that was aimed at itself, subconsciously taking a few steps backward in fear. On the other hand, Horus looked at the dog in front of him as if he was a pile of experience. With a grin that a dog could do, he dashed towards the dog with one of his front paws up in the air as he shouted, "I'll be taking your life then." Within the celestial plane, Kurohana took around 45 minutes to head back into her own plane as she let out a sigh of relief as she smiled while gazing off into the distance, which was a white wall. An honest mistake. Oh, familiar. You thought you could fool me with your innocent looks. Being the goddess of kinship, you have control over the law of blood, which doesn't let me detect the changes in your face easily. She then snapped her fingers as the chair that was in front of the orb where she watched Horus hastily went up to her. After sitting down, she then manipulated the chair to come back to the front of the orb. Nonetheless, "You're a bad liar. An extremely innocent facade is something I'm used to already." Calming her emotions down, she looked at the image within the orb and instantly gasped in shock. The image within the orb was still the stick who had red engravings, who was currently passing through a long corridor with ease. "Oh fuck, I forgot to switch it back." Kurohana could not help but curse. Hastily changing the image within the orb to Horus again, did she finally let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the image of Horus for a bit, who was currently fighting against a dog while being a dog. Damn. Kurohana knew that Horus' improvement would slightly slow down thanks to this blunder of hers. Why did I forget to change the focus of the luck orb back to Horus? After complaining for a bit that she was incredibly stupid and such, she let out a soft sigh before saying to herself, whatever. So be it. His luck will balance out anyway. Chapter 59. Wolf within the illusion world named Power. "I'll be taking your life then." Horus dashed towards the dog in front of him as he raised one of his front paws up as a precursor to one of the skills his dog body has, Scratch. Although the dog in front of Horus was shocked that he would retaliate against its chase all of a sudden, it was still part of the illusion world that was extremely difficult. Hence Horus would not be able to harm or kill the dog in front of him that easily. As if the dog was blessed with the luck of the world, the dog sidestepped to its left from its perspective just as Horus' paw was going to land on its head. Whoosh! At that instant, the dog could not help but let out a sigh of relief, as it knew that if that paw landed on its head, it would end up with it being severely injured, becoming a feast for Horus that was in front of it. But sadly, it was going to become a feast for Horus either way. All of a sudden, as the dog was engrossed in its thoughts, Horus used the momentum of his descending paw to swerve his head to the right to bite down on the dog's head. Feeling the dog's snout inside his own jaw, Horus knew that he was successful. The dog tried to escape from Horus' clutches, yet Horus did not even give the dog a chance to escape, as he did not feel any mercy for the dog in front of him. It was just part of the illusion world anyway, so why should he feel mercy? Chomp! Biting down with all of his jaw's strength, the snout of the dog was crushed into bits, making it wail loudly in pain as the crushed snout dissipated into small fragments rather than blood. Seeing the dog in front of him lying down on the floor, he raised his front paw once more and pressed down on the dog's head. "Any last words?" Horus asked, because it was the first dog he would kill in this world in order to become strongest. Woof! Although the dog's snout was crushed into bits, the throat and vocal cords of the dog was not affected at all, thus letting out a bark filled with sadness and acceptance. Feeling the dog's emotions pass through his body, Horus remained silent before steeling himself to put more pressure onto the paw that was above the dog's head. Little by little, the dog's head gradually deformed under the pressure of Horus' paw until crack. The sound of a skull breaking was heard before the dog gradually turned into little fragments that dissipated off into thin air. Ding! Not long after, Horus was covered in a white fog as he felt his body gradually changing in structure as he felt more power course through his body. A few seconds later, a screen appeared in front of Horus' field of vision. Horus has leveled up. Horus has evolved from domesticated dog to rabid dog. The skill Rage has been obtained. As the fog gradually dissipated into thin air, Horus was left standing where he was as he looked at his surroundings from a new perspective. The size of his body was slightly bigger than his previous one, being 1.5 meters long and 1 meter tall now. He then felt compelled to open his current status screen since he did level up. Ding! Underscore. Horus level 2. Experience, 02. Race, Rabid Dog. HP, 1010. Stats, Vitality, 10. Strength, 10. Defense, 10. Agility, 10. Skills, Strong Bite, Strong Scratch, Rage, underscore. My power has basically been doubled just by looking at the stats. Horus was somewhat shocked, although he knew that he evolved just by gaining a level. Looking a bit further, he noticed that the experience points required to level up was considerably lower than leveling up in reality, which he then thought was understandable since he was racing against time. "Let's try out my newfound power," Horus said to himself before running at a speed that was extremely faster compared to his previous speed. Within a few minutes, he spotted a dog that exactly looked like his previous body. Leaping up in the air as a way to ambush his prey, he howled loudly to grab the attention of the dog, which was successful. Hearing Horus howl, the dog was petrified as it knew that a bigger dog was eyeing itself. It didn't even dare as it knew that its death was inevitable. Swoosh! A gust of air could be heard through the surroundings as Horus' front paw swiped horizontally, aiming for the dog's head. With Horus' boosted agility, the dog was sent flying to a nearby tree headfirst. Not long after, the dog that Horus attacked turned into little fragments before dissipating into thin air. After seeing the dog disappear, Horus opened his status screen and noticed that his experience was now filled halfway, which meant that he only needed to kill one more domesticated dog before leveling up once more. And so, he continued to run through the sparse forest. Whoosh, whoosh. "I'm glad they didn't emulate blood. I know I won't be able to handle it if they did do that," Horus said to himself as he noticed that not far away from him was a dog that was the same size as him. Hastily calculating the distance between them to be around tens of meters, Horus then slowed his steps as he went through a detour, trying to not alert the dog that was the same size as him. As he was trying to move in a roundabout way towards the dog's blind spot, a feeling that killing a dog of the same level would be better than a dog of a lower level filled Horus' body. A few seconds later, thanks to his careful footwork and high agility, Horus was able to sneak up behind the dog without alerting it of his presence. Rage! Horus silently commanded in his mind as foam started to drip out of his mouth while his eyes turned bloodshot. Not only that, the fur all over his body started to stand up, making him look like a bigger dog. Feeling an intrepid sense of strength coursing throughout his dog body, Horus took a few steps before leaping up into air. Whoosh! At this instant, the dog was alerted of Horus' presence as it bent its knees, maintaining its vigilance while looking at its surroundings for any sign of life. Sadly, the being it was trying to find was up in the air. Horus opened his jaw widely before clamping down on the dog's neck. The dog wailed loudly as it was caught by Horus in surprise. It tried to move its body side to side as it wanted to shake Horus off, yet Horus was like a parasite that was sucking its blood, not letting go. A few seconds later, the intensity of the dog's shaking gradually became lesser and lesser until the dog stood still in its place before dissipating into thin air as it turned into little fragments. After this, Horus stood up on his four paws before feeling a fog covering his body once more. This time, the color of this fog was a faint red, as if the fog was mixed in with hints of blood. Nonetheless, Horus did not care about this, as he just wanted to get out of this world. He felt the structure of his body changing within seconds as a greater power coursed through his veins. He felt that he was significantly bigger than before, and his guesses were confirmed to be true after the fog dissipated. Whoosh! Horus looked at his new body after leveling up to level 3 and could not help but say, "Well, this is a big leap." The current size of his body was incomparable to his previous body, being 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. If it was any other world, Horus would already be considered as a monster. Ding! And not long after checking his body out, a screen appeared in front of his vision. Horus instantly moved the screen to the side as it updated before continuing to traverse the forest with his higher agility. Horus has leveled up. Horus has evolved from rabid dog to wolf. The skill Survival Instinct has been obtained. Chapter 60 Freedom. While continuing to traverse the forest in search for other dogs to kill, he took a short glance at the screen. He moved to the side before opening up his status screen to see that his stats shot up by a great margin. Ding! Horus level 3. Experience, 03. Race, Wolf. HP, 2020. Stats, Vitality, 20. Strength, 20. Defense, 20. Agility, 20. Skills, Wolf Bite, Wolf Claw, Wolf Rage, Survival Instinct. So my stats double for every level up and evolution I go through. Horus felt that his stats at the later levels would be extremely crazy, considering that his stats have doubled twice already since he has gone through 2 level ups. I wonder what's the limit for this illusion world? Whoosh, whoosh. Thanks to his newly obtained survival instinct skill, he was able to sense the dogs nearby that would be considered a threat at his current level. From his senses, there were only a few of those roaming around throughout the forest, hence he could just rest easy as he continued to search for dogs to kill. A few minutes passed by and Horus finally found a dog of the same level as his, having the race of a wolf already. Looking at his body and the wolf in front of him, both of them looked alike. Is it because the illusion world is lazy? Horus asked himself inwardly. In the end, Horus just shrugged his shoulders as he noticed the wolf taking a few steps closer to him. Who cares? I'm not an illusionist anyways. As the wolf in front of him was taking its sweet time to get closer to Horus, thinking that Horus was some easy prey it could eat even though it's the same level, Horus could not help but chuckle inwardly. Wolf rage. Whoosh. In an instant, his eyes turned bloodshot as foam dripped out of his mouth while his fur stood up on all ends. If one looked closely, one could see a faint red aura covering Horus' fur. So for every evolution, the skill gets stronger as well. Horus could see the effects of the skill on his body. It was basically an upgraded version of the rage skill in his previous body. The same went for the strong scratch he used to kill a rabid dog, which was the upgraded version of Scratch. The wolf in front of Horus noticed his transformation and knew that it wouldn't stand a chance against him if it didn't transform as well. So it did, showing the same appearance as Horus. It was now impossible to tell who was which. The wolf growled at Horus, gesturing that it would not hesitate to kill him if he attacked. Horus laughed this threat off and dashed forward, raising his front paw as he dashed before swiping downwards to hit the wolf's spine. Sadly, the wolf predicted where Horus' paw would hit, heading towards Horus' blind spot before opening its jaw to crunch. Take a bite at one of Horus' hind legs. With the strength the wolf could fully muster, Horus' hind leg was instantly crushed into 2. Debilitating him of his capabilities to maneuver quickly. Surprisingly, Horus did not feel any pain at all. Instead he just felt a surreal feeling that the affected hind leg was burning. The wolf that bit Horus' hind leg now looked at Horus as if he was easy prey and proceeded to open its jaw to crush Horus' other hind leg. Sadly, Horus wasn't going to let that happen. Using his other hind leg as a pivot point, with the help of his high agility, Horus raised his front paw and swiped at a speed that incomparable to before, colliding with the unguarded wolf's neck. Bang! Although both of them had 20 points in strength and defense respectively, Horus was able to use the momentum he gained from rotation and added it into his paw, resulting in the wolf flying while it was shocked. It crashed through 1 tree, 2 trees, 3 trees, 4 trees in total before stopping to a halt, embedded within the 4th tree's trunk. Whimpering in pain afterwards as Horus felt the wolf's vitality gradually weakening, the wolf turned into little fragments not long after before a yellow fog appeared in front of Horus as it enveloped his whole body. So that's why there was that nagging feeling in my head that it's better to kill a being of the same level. Horus finally understood. The yellow fog made quick work of Horus as it hastily changed his figure to become bigger and sturdier as greater strength coursed through his veins. Not only that, he could also feel a foreign energy enter through his brain for a short instant before the yellow fog dissipated. Whoosh! If anyone looked at Horus right now, they would think that Horus was a beast blessed by the heavens, with his fur being silver in color as a yellow crown made out of hardened fur stuck out of the top of his head. Ding! And with another level up, the screen notified Horus of the changes in his body. Horus has leveled up. Horus has evolved from wolf to spirit wolf. The skill Spirit Manipulation has been obtained. The skill Spirit Bolt has been obtained. Wait a minute. Spirit Bolt, Spirit Manipulation? Horus felt that these skills were different from the other skills. He then opened his status screen and was exhilarated to know that he could level up faster. Ding! Underscore. Horus level 4. Experience, 04. Race, Spirit Wolf. HP, 4040. MP, 4040. Stats: Vitality, 40. Strength, 40. Defense, 40. Agility, 40. Intelligence, 40. Skills: Spirit Devour, Spirit Claw, Spirit Wolf's Rage, Spirit Instinct, Spirit Manipulation, Spirit Bolt _ I knew it. I now have access to SP. Well, MP. Horus could not help but be happy. Since he was still trying to escape at the fastest time possible, he then dashed towards a certain direction with his doubled agility as he activated Spirit Instinct, noticing that not only could he sense dangers, but also sense the lower beings as well. After a few seconds, he turned his body to face another direction as he said to himself, "You shall be the first one." Whoosh! After half a minute, Horus was around 50 meters away from a lone wolf who was currently hunting for prey. Of course, Horus did not mind the current situation of the wolf and conjured a bolt of energy through the Spirit Bolt skill. Fire! Whoosh! Under the control of Horus, the energy bolt cleanly passed through the wolf's throat, rendering it dead in an instant. Ding! Horus noticed that a screen appeared in front of his field of vision which showed that he gained 1 experience point, rather than 3 points like what he got in the previous evolution. Is it because my stats are way higher than the previous level, thus my experience gain is being diminished if I kill a being of a lower level? Horus thought about this for a bit before deciding to kill a being of the same level once more. I hope the next level is the last level before I can escape. Casting Spirit Instinct again, Horus was lucky to find a spirit wolf only 200 meters away from him. Within 20 seconds or so, the gap between the two was reduced to 70 meters. Taking into consideration the Spirit Wolf's sensitivity to living beings. He then activated Spirit Wolf's Rage as a backup plan if he ever got into a close combat fight. After that, he conjured an energy bolt once more before aiming at the Spirit Wolf's brain. Whoosh! In an instant, the distance of 70 meters was easily traveled by the energy bolt and almost hit the Spirit Wolf's brain, hitting the eye instead. Why? It was because the Spirit Wolf's sense of danger was activated as it sensed the energy bolt coming at it. It decided to take a step backwards in order to protect its most precious part, a woo-oo. It then let out a soft howl as it grimaced in pain, trying to look for the culprit that shot a bolt at it. Sadly, the culprit was out of its passive sensing range. Spirit Bolt, Spirit Bolt, Spirit Bolt. Not long after the first energy bolt, rather than 1 energy bolt following up after that, Horus threw out 3 energy bolts in succession, aiming to kill the Spirit Wolf with one of these 3 shots. The Spirit Wolf's sense of time was slowed down as it felt the 3 energy bolts aiming for his brain, his throat, and his heart. Thinking of the best possible plan, it kneeled down as close to the ground, easily dodging the 3 bolts. But alas, it was going to die here. Spirit Bolt. PSH. The sound of a projectile passing through skin was heard. The eyes of Spirit Wolf was filled with shock as it did not know where the energy bolt came from as it passed through its throat. Having feelings of regret, it gradually lost its vitality before dissipating into thin air as tiny little fragments. As for Horus, he looked at the dissipating body of the Spirit Wolf for a bit before letting out a soft smile. Not long after, his body started to glow an eye-blinding white light. He felt that his soul was being sucked away from this world and was going to be teleported to another world. Of course, Horus was ecstatic to feel this as he knew that he had finally escaped the illusion world. Whoosh! At that instant, the Spirit Wolf body of Horus in this illusion world turned limp and gradually transformed into little fragments as it dissipated into thin air. Chapter 61 Double Surprise. Whoosh! A few seconds later, after being teleported out of the 4th illusion world, Horus appeared inside the Green Jade Hall, still in the same place he appeared whenever he finished an illusion world. The center. I'm finally back. Horus had the urge to kiss the floor of the hall as he felt safe within the confines of this hall as nothing unexpected would happen to him. After suppressing this urge, he then pondered on the happenings within the 4th illusion world. To think that animates can also evolve, Or is it just the machinations of the illusion world? Ever since he heard from Herelia that one of the strongest powers within the Tempest Cliff was a rock that evolved into a beast at the animate existence level, he had his assumptions as to whether everything around had the possibility to evolve and grow stronger. So far, he has only seen sticks evolve, hence he could not answer that question at the moment, although he wanted to know answer real bad. Of course, in the midst of his contemplation, the disembodied voice resounded throughout hall as it snapped Horus back to reality. The fourth world, power, has been escaped from in the time of 18 minutes and 48 seconds. Score grade, S. A score grade of S. It seems that I'm quite lucky. Horus could not help but exclaim in disbelief as the score grades he got from the previous 3 illusion worlds were straight as. If only he knew that Kurohano accidentally focused on Herelia with her luck orb for a bit, resulting in his luck being diminished for a short while, then Horus could not decide whether to laugh or cry. Nonetheless, Horus did not know about this and was nonchalant to all of the happenings in the celestial plane. Hence he decided to listen to the disembodied voice attentively as he wanted to know what rewards a score grade of S could give. As the inheritor has done an exemplary job in escaping the illusion world with a fast time, the reward given shall be extremely helpful to the inheritor, and it is also related to the illusion world that has been escaped from. The disembodied voice continued to speak. After careful consideration to the inheritor's characteristics, an ally has been given to you. Ding. All of a sudden, a screen appeared in front of his field of vision as tiny little fragments that came from thin air coalesced into a figure that resembled a smaller Horus. Whoosh. Not long after the tiny fragments coalesced to form this figure, it then transformed into a stick that was extremely corporeal as 2 protruding spikes appeared on the top of its body, seemingly looking like the 2 ears of an animal that he saw in the illusion world he escaped from. Dog. This was the first word that came into Horus' mind after seeing this small stick manifest beside him. Surprisingly, it rotated its body along its axis as it faced Horus face-to-face, considering that the side that had the 2 protrusions was its front. Not long after, a bark could be heard within Horus' mind as he could feel the emotions hidden with that single bark. Am your master? Horus was flabbergasted for a bit before deciding to look at the screen that he ignored all this time. The ally Fenrir has been added to your party. The quality of the ally Fenrir is S grade. Horus was shocked once more as he read through the information written on the screen. To think that the first ally I would get is an S grade ally. Just like the grades that separated the species within the same existence level, allies within the ally system could be split into 7 grades, which dictates its maximum potential in terms of evolution and speed of leveling up, from lowest to highest. These grades are D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS respectively. Of course, Horus did not expect much from his allies as they would only serve to boost his power, hence he didn't care about their grades. But since this ally came from the inheritance, Horus of course thought that there was something different with this Fenrir in front of him, hence he identified it. Ding. Underscore. Fenrir level 110. Potential grade, S. Experience, 05 can be filled with unused experience points. Species, wolf stick rare. Existence level, inanimate. Grade, C. HP, 11. SP, 00. Stats, toughness, 1. Thickness, 1. Density, 1. Skills, Wolf-LV.5, Wolf Howl LV. 3. Keen Senses LV. 4. Ally Skill, Blessing of the Wolf, underscore. Horus could not help but click his non-existent tongue inwardly. There was a great difference between an ally obtained from an inheritance and an ally obtained from the Gaku. Alright. Just its species alone is already rare, which is the same grade as me. Horus could not help but feel injustice at the fact that he had toiled away in order to get to his species grade to rare, while this ally beside him Fenrir, already had a rare species at the grade inanimate level. From this alone, He might become a legendary species or even a myth-grade species. Oh, I can infuse my unused experience points into this Fenrir. Continuing to look at Fenrir's status screen that had all of its characteristics shown to Horus as he was his ally, he decided to use some of his unused experience points to max out Fenrir's level as he had over 8,000 points of it anyway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After deciding to infuse around 300 experience points or so into Fenrir, its level instantly shot up to 10, which was its max, and a great transformation happened to Fenrir's body. What was once a small stick that was only about 15 of Horus' size swelled up to the size of being half the size of Horus' body, which definitely intensified the faint aura Horus felt from Fenrir a while ago. Ding! Fenrir has reached the max level. Fenrir has met the necessary requirements and is ready to evolve. Looking at Fenrir for a bit, he noticed that the way Fenrir looked at him was more caring and close, since he fed him a ton of experience points in one go that allowed it to grow strong easily. Smiling inwardly, he then said, "Let's go check your ally skill first before I evolve you." Horus did not want to check out Fenrir's skills right now since he would eventually find out once he finished the inheritance. Not long after, with a command from his mind, the information on Fenrir's ally skill was revealed to Horus. Ding! Underscore. Blessing of the Wolf. Grade, C mortal. A wolf, commonly known as the ruler of the forest. With its acute senses and quick movements, they are known as strong predators of the forest and will not hesitate to retaliate once you go over its limits. Perception range plus 10%. Movement speed plus 10%. Attack and vitality stat plus 10%. Underscore. From this skill alone, he knew that he would nurture Fenrir up to its limit as the skill was just too good for his current circumstances. With an increased perception range, he could sense enemies that give life and will points to him easier. With an increased movement speed, he could traverse the lands easier, and with an increased attack and vitality stat, which referred to his spirit and vitality stat respectively, he could kill branches and saplings of a higher grade easily. Just as he was about to evolve Fenrir to the B-grade inanimate level, the disembodied voice resounded throughout the hall, "Not caring Horus' feelings. The fifth and final world, second reality, has been casted, transporting the inheritor to the world." Oh come on. Horus was infuriated as he was just going to evolve the first ally he has ever gotten. Letting out a sigh of annoyance, he commanded the system to hide Fenrir. Whoosh! In an instant, Fenrir disappeared from the green jade hall, but was still connected to Horus as its spark resounded throughout Horus' mind, with curiosity hidden in its spark. "We're going into an illusion world, buddy," Horus said to Fenrir in his mind as he slowly floated up in the air while his body started to gradually disappear from the vicinities of the green jade hall. A few seconds later, Horus' body was already in a semi-corporeal state while he still hovered over the floor of the hall. "That's weird. Why haven't I been teleported yet?" And there it happened. Crash! As if the sound of multiple wine glasses being broken could be heard, Horus turned corporeal once more as he landed on the floor of the hall, his aura exuding extreme confusion. What the? Did the teleport fail? This was the first idea that came into Horus' mind as the inheritance was already old. Then, the disembodied voice resounded throughout the hall. "The fifth world, second reality, has been escaped from in the time of 8 seconds. Score grade, X. A. Chapter 62. An unusable skill. The fifth world, second reality, has been escaped from in the time of 8 seconds. Score grade, X. A. Horus could not help but scream out loud at the fact that he cleared the fifth illusion world within 8 seconds. What the fuck? I didn't even enter the world yet. Of course, other than feeling intense shock from the fact that he cleared the final illusion world within 8 seconds and did not even have to enter the world, he felt elated within, wondering about the reward he might get from a score grade of X. Gradually calming himself down, he then tried to recall what happened before the disembodied voice announced him clearing the fifth illusion world. "So I first hid Fenrir, then started to hover off the ground, then turned semi-corporeal for a few seconds, before turning corporeal again and landing on the ground. Could this be because of Fenrir? Horus thought that Fenrir might have some hidden skill within its status screen, which just cannot be seen by him. After thinking about for a bit, Fenrir would not be able to do just that, not just because it has a low grade in terms of existence level, but instead, its essence. It was a wolf through and through, albeit a stick that showed some properties of a wolf. How would it have enough intelligence to nullify an illusion at its current existence level? Hence, there was only one answer left in mind: greater illusion resistance. Horus could not help but click his tongue at his current luck. To think that an effect that only had an extremely small chance of happening activated at the instant he was about to enter the final trial. The reason why the skill nullified the illusion in the first place was because of Kurohana's negligence at focusing the luck orb back to Horus before she left her own plane. From that, Horus' luck within the luck orb was accumulated to a point until the orb was focused back to Horus, gradually affecting Horus' score in the fourth illusion world and extremely affecting his score in the final illusion world. After mulling over it for a bit longer, Horus decided to place this at the back of his head and just think of it as his good luck. Surprisingly, the disembodied voice allowed Horus to contemplate for a bit this time before continuing with its announcements. With the inheritor clearing the final illusion world at an unprecedented speed, the inheritor shall gain an extremely great reward from the inheritance. After careful consideration, the inheritor shall receive the skill Spirit Clone as a reward. Horus was now at a loss for words. In the previous round, he got Fenrir as an ally that basically had unlimited potential, and now he had access to a skill that would allow him to basically live another life, or even possibly become a backup. Ding! As he heard the notification sound resound throughout the hall, he realized that he was not dreaming at all. The skill he received from the inheritance was real. He then looked at the screen that appeared in front of his field of vision. It was only one line, but it made him feel like he was on cloud 9. The skill Spirit Clone has been obtained. Without hesitation, Horus opened up the skill details of newly obtained skill he got and read through each and every word of it, only to be dumbfounded and left speechless at the requirement needed to cast it. Ding! Spirit Clone Level 12, Experience, 01000, Grade, S Transcendent. A clone, another copy of yourself where your memories, personality, body structure, everything, is copied onto another being. Although it looks like it is not you, it is still you either way. This skill allows the user to create a clone that they could control with their mind, effectively making it a backup body. Its form can be changed depending on the user's wishes. Maximum amount of clones, 1 SP cost, 10,000 SP. Note: the powers of the clone are dependent on the user's current power and the user's wishes of the clone's form. All clones start at level 1 and at the lowest grade of their existence level. 10,000 SP. Horus could not help but feel despair as if he fell from heaven in one go. 10,000 SP was an amount of energy that he could not possibly amass as an inanimate of the A grade, hence he had to get stronger. Horus looked at his current screen and check on his current maximum SP amount that numbered beyond 700 or so. He was only around 720th of the way there, but that would all change once he evolved all of the skills he could evolve. That's right. After the second trial of speed, he had grinded all of the skills he could grind for a time span of 24 hours, so it was not unusual for it to bear fruit. And now, since the third trial was pretty much done with him clearing the fifth illusion world, only one trial barred his way from leaving the inheritance and growing stronger in one go as if he was soaring to the heavens in one leap. Of course, he would not evolve his skills at this instant since he knew that the skills he would be evolving would have choices, and he had to choose well. Seeing that the disembodied voice was now finished announcing what it had to announce, Horus released Fenrir once more as it looked at Horus with a caring aura surrounding it as it barked happily within Horus' mind. Indeed, it knew that it could now evolve with nothing distracting them from doing so. Even Horus felt this as he commanded the system, "Evolve Fenrir." Ding! In an instant, A white light radiated from Fenrir's body as its body started to swell size while more features of a wolf started to appear on its body. Not long after, the white light dimmed down, revealing a branch that was larger than Horus by around 20%, had two protrusions on the top of one end of its body, another protrusion at the edge of the same end of its body, acting as a snout, while a long and thin piece of wood is seen at the other end of the body. If one came across this kind of branch, they would think that someone carved a crude wolf out of a piece of wood. Unexpectedly, it was a natural evolution. At the instant Fenrir was finished evolving, it positioned its body to look at Horus once more, making it look like a wooden dog that had a long body rather than a wolf. Not long after, a young but confident voice resounded through his mind. Instead of a bark, master. Fenrir looked at Horus not only as an ally, but as its master as well. Alright. Horus was satisfied with Fenrir's evolution, noticing how it was larger than him said that it could become a good tanker. Not only that, the aura surrounding Fenrir was only slightly inferior to Horus' aura, who was already at the maximum level of the grade inanimate level. He then looked at the screen that appeared in front of his field of vision when he evolved Fenrir to grade inanimate. As he closed it not long after, Fenrir has evolved from Wolf Stick Rare to Wind Wolf Branch Rare Plus Wind Wolf Branch. Horus pondered it for a bit before understanding why this was the next evolution for Fenrir. Fenrir is part of an inheritance that focused on the wind element, so it's not weird for this to happen. Not long after, he checked on Fenrir's new stats after evolving to a Wind Wolf Branch. Ding, _ Fenrir level 130. Potential grade, S. Experience, 010 can be filled with unused experience points. Species, Wind Wolf Branch Rare Plus. Existence level, inanimate. Grade, B. HP, 1515, SP, 55. Stats: toughness, 15, thickness, 15, density, 20. Skills: Wolf Dash plus LV.3, Wolf Empowerment LV.2, Keen Senses LV. 9, SP Storage LV. Max, Wind Affinity LV. 1. Wind Shot LV.1. Ally Skill, Blessing of the Wind Wolf, _ After looking at the new and improved stats of Fenrir, Horus knew that it would exceed his own stats once it reached the A-grade inanimate level. Of course, Horus did not miss the fact that he had to level Fenrir up for 20 more levels after evolving it into a B-grade inanimate. He recalled the fact that with each evolution to the grade, an additional 20 levels would be added to maximum level of the ally. Then again, they can hunt on their own, with the user's commands or without. They can also use the user's unused experience points to level up quickly. He also did not miss the fact that Fenrir's species was of a rare plus grade, which meant that it was still rare, but slightly better than rare. Just as when he was going to infuse Fenrir with a bit more of his experience points, the disembodied voice resounded throughout the hall once again. Horus could not help but frown as he felt that he was being stopped by the disembodied voice accidentally, but after hearing the disembodied voice's words, he fell silent. The third trial, the illusion trial, has been cleared. Total time needed to clear the trial, 1 hour, 45 minutes, and 40 seconds. Score grade, S. As the inheritor has done an exemplary job in clearing the trial at a fast time, the inheritance shall now give a reward befitting of their score grade. Rewards are being decided. The rewards have been decided on. The inheritor shall get 5,000 experience points and its movement skill shall be boosted by 5 levels. Chapter 63 Will of the Inheritance Ding. After the disembodied voice announced Horus' rewards after clearing the third trial, Horus was greeted with 2 lines of text on a screen that popped up in front of his field of vision. Tempestuous Spiritus Glide has leveled up 5 times. Experience plus 5,000. After reading through the information written on the screen, he looked at his status screen and noticed that he had over 12,000 unused experience points at the moment. He had a feeling that when he evolves to an S-grade inanimate, he would have no need to kill branches and saplings for experience. but relying on his unused experience points to raise his level to its max instead. As for his movement skills being upgraded 5 times, Horus was of course happy, considering the fact that he had the Gale Hover spell that boosted his movement speed by 150% and the Tempest Burst that doubled his movement speed on top of that. Not to mention, he also had Fenrir's ally skill. Now that I think about it, what's the effects of Fenrir's ally skill right now? Horus commanded the system to reveal information on Fenrir's ally skill, where a screen appeared in front of his field of vision not long after. Ding, _ Blessing of the Wind Wolf. Grade, B Mortal. A Wind Wolf, a variant of the common wolf that specializes in speed. Nonetheless, it is still stronger than a normal wolf, with its senses and speed boosted further by the fact that they are blessed by the wind. Perception range plus 20%, movement speed plus 50%, attack and vitality stat plus 20%, _ Holy. Horus did not expect such a big jump in terms of effects from evolving Fenrir to grade inanimate. Just because the wind part of Fenrir was awakened, his movement speed that was previously boosted by 10% with Fenrir's ally skill ... was now being boosted by 50%. He could not help but shudder inwardly at his movement speed in the future when Fenrir evolves into a higher grade, boosting the effects of the ally skill even more. Or even when he evolves his movement skill to X-grade mortal or even transcendent grade. With the thought of his movement speed being boosted drastically thanks to Fenrir's ally skill, Horus took a glimpse at his current movement speed and started to calculate in his mind. With Tempestuous Spiritus Glide at level 11, I can currently move at a speed of 350 meters per hour. With Fenrir's ally skill in effect, that's boosted to 525 meters per hour. And with Gale Hover and Tempest Burst activated, I can move at a speed of, after calculating his movement speed that took all of those buffs into consideration, Horus was at a loss for words. From his speed in the second trial that only went as far as 1.55 kilometers per hour, this was now boosted to a maximum speed of 2.62 kilometers per hour. More or less, it was already double his previous maximum speed after activating all of the buffs. After calculating all of that, he placed it in the back of his mind as he said, I can already move at a speed of over 500 meters per hour with Fenrir's ally skill always in effect. That was the advantage of having an ally. Even with the ally being hidden from others, their ally skills would still be in effect. Surprisingly, the disembodied voice resounded throughout the hall after Horus was finished with his calculation, as if it was now respecting Horus' time. The fourth and final trial, Will of the Inheritance, shall begin in 30 seconds. The inheritor shall pass through the entrance that would appear inside the green jade hall not long after, and the inheritance shall deem whether the inheritor is truly worthy of the inheritance or not. Horus was quite confused. A rent inheritance is supposed to be not picky towards the inheritors. This was the first thought that came to Horus' mind as he listened to the disembodied voice's words. Thinking that he was worthy of the inheritance, he decided that nothing bad would happen to him in the final trial in this inheritance. This was also the only trial left barring his way from getting Blessing of the Tempest, which would boost his movement speed even further, and Stick Regeneration, a healing skill he really needed if he were going to fight branches and trees of the higher grade more often. Seconds passed by without Horus noticing. Once the 30 seconds were up, the disembodied voice resounded throughout the green jade hall once more as a doorway appeared on one side of the green jade hall, leading to a long corridor. The fourth and final trial, Will of the Inheritance, has now begun. May I ask the inheritor to pass through the entrance that appeared inside the green jade hall? After hearing the disembodied voice's announcement, Horus hid Fenrir through the system and activated his Gale Hover spell before heading towards the doorway and passing through the long corridor that followed after. The long corridor only took Horus around 3 minutes or so to traverse to the end thanks to Horus' newly boosted movement speed, greeting him to a wonderful sight afterwards. After exiting the long corridor, Horus saw what was basically a miniature ecosystem within a large hall. From what he could see, The hall he was currently in had a radius that was around 3 to 5 times bigger than the green jade hall, with a large river running through the center of it. At the far end of the hall, a large statue of an old human made out of green jade could be seen, as if it was governing over this large hall. When Horus looked at this jade statue, he had a feeling that he was compelled to come closer to the statue, as if that was the mechanics of the fourth trial. And the mechanics it was. Please head towards the jade statue in order to start the final trial. The disembodied voice resounded throughout the large hall, breaking Horus' awe and admiration for the hall. Then again, it would serve him no purpose to delay his journey towards the jade statue if the fourth trial also counted time into consideration. Just like the third illusion world, with the Gale Hover spell lasting only for 2 minutes, Horus' journey slowed down halfway, relying on his current movement speed that was boosted by Fenrir's ally skill. Nonetheless, it was still fast when compared to other sticks, taking Horus around 8 minutes or so to traverse around 200 meters of distance. It was also the distance from the long corridor he exited from to the jade statue that was currently in front of him. From afar, it looked like the jade statue was only around 10 meters tall, but when one was now close to the jade statue, one would realize that the statue was actually 3 times bigger than that, imposing a slightly suffocating aura on Horus. Horus stood around 10 meters away from the jade statue as he tried to see the features of the jade statue's face. The statue was of an old human that had wrinkles all over his face, but his eyes exuded magnanimity, wisdom, intelligence, and the power to peer into the near future. Of course, that was what Horus felt. For others, it might be different. But one thing was for sure. For a statue of this man to be erected in this inheritance, it meant that he was the one who created the inheritance that Horus and Heralia were taking. While Horus was engrossed in his examination of the statue's facial features, a green glow started to emanate from his body, snapping him back to reality from shock. Horus was dumbfounded by the current situation. His body was unconsciously glowing a faint green light, which then extended towards the jade statue, as if the green light finally found its father or something. From then, Horus' logical and rational regions in his mind kicked off and decided that he would stay in place and wait for bizarre things to happen. If else, how would the inheritance harm him? A few seconds later, the green light emanated by Horus' body finally connected with the jade statue, instantly teleporting Horus into a remote world. What the F? Before he could curse his heart out, his traces were gone from the hall, as if nothing happened. Whoosh! Horus instantly observed his surroundings and let out a sigh of relief, seeing that there was no twist to this world. His sense of vision was not tampered at all, with the ground being a flat green color and the walls and the ceiling being a flat white color. Why am I here? This was the first question that came to Horus' mind. Is this also part of the final trial? Whoosh! While Horus was engrossed in his thoughts, a silhouette appeared a few meters away from him, shocking him a bit when he finally came back to reality. Hello Horus. An old yet energetic voice could be heard coming from the silhouette, which put Horus on guard. He took a look at the silhouette and was instantly shocked as he said to himself, isn't he? At that instant, a memory that was formed a few minutes ago appeared in his mind and confirmed what he was seeing. The silhouette in front of him was actually the jade statue ... but human-like. Do you recognize me now, Horus? The silhouette that was actually the old human Horus saw, laughed at Horus' vigilant actions. Who are you? How do you recognize me? In these sort of situations, it was normal for someone like Horus to keep their guard up. The old human looked at Horus for a bit before opening his mouth. I'll answer your first question for now. Clearing his throat, he then said, I'll tell you my name later. Anyways, I'm the creator of the inheritance taking. Chapter 64. What? Horus was at a loss for words, this being the only sound that made it out of his non-existent mouth. He then took a few deep breaths as he tried to take in the absurdness of the situation. Noticing that his emotions were now calm when compared to before, he then asked the old human, are you serious? Dead serious? The old human walked towards Horus and sat down on the green floor. He then started Horus as if he could through all of Horus' secrets. Do you want me to prove it? Go ahead. Horus still held some doubts as to what the old human, hence this was a good way to prove if whether or not the old human was the creator of the inheritance. Your first trial was the endurance trial, getting a score grade of A. Your second trial was the speed trial, getting a score grade of A as well. As for the third trial, the illusion trial, you got the score grades of A, S, and X respectively. Don't you still believe me after telling you this? The old human could feel that Horus still held some doubt to his words. How do I know that you just didn't listen to the disembodied voice that announced my results after the trials? Horus could not help but say. He could not help but feel dangerous vibes from the old human in front of him. Letting out a sigh, the old human rubbed his chin for a bit before lightly smiling. Do you want to know the results of your branch, friend? Herlia. At this time, Horus was slightly surprised. If he was able to answer this question, Horus would then wholeheartedly believe that the old human was definitely the creator of the inheritance. Of course, the change in opinion within Horus was not left unobserved by the old human, maintaining the smile on his face as he replied, your friend's ... Herlia was it? The first trial she faced was the illusion trial that consisted of 10 worlds, getting a score grade of S at the end. The second trial, endurance, she completed that with a score grade of S as well. The third trial, speed, she got a score grade of S. The fourth trial, strength, she got a score grade of S on that, just like the previous 3 trials. The fifth and sixth trial, whose names are power and tactics respectively, she completed those trials with a score grade of S as well. Horus felt that something was off. Speaking his mind out, he asked, why did I only have to clear 4 trials while she has to clear 6? Oh, that. The old human understood Horus' problems. The fact that Horus finished faster than his friend would mean that Horus would have to wait for a long time before she got out. Remember the preliminary examination that happened before you started the trial? After hearing this, Horus tried to recall before he started the inheritance and gave an affirmative aura. I do. The disembodied voice told me that I had 4 wind-related skills, upgrading the difficulty of my trial from G grade to B grade. Now, have you ever wondered how much wind-related skills your friend has? The old human asked. Around double as much as I have, at the very least. Horus was very certain as he knew that it was hard to obtain skills unless obtained from an inheritance or a special event. The old human shook his head and replied, that number is pretty conservative. She has 14 wind-related skills, plus the difficulty of her trials are SS grade. From these words, Horus was dumbfounded, not only because of the difficulty of Herilia's trial and the amount of skills she had, but the fact that she had cleared 6 trials at the same amount of time he used to clear 3. Oh, and also, she has to clear 7 trials, not 6. The old human added, letting out a sigh. He knew his chances of fully clearing the inheritance was close to nil. He now understood the purpose of this 4th and final trial. It was to choose the inheritor of the old human's experiences, memories, and skills. At this moment, Horus could not help but laugh at himself as he asked, since Herilia is almost done with her trials, does that mean she'll inherit you have in this inheritance? The old human remained silent for a bit before answering Horus' question, which ended up shocking him. No, she won't get the full inheritance. In fact, her last trial wouldn't allow her to see me. The fact that you can see me means that you'll become the full inheritor of this inheritance. Horus has uttered this sound multiple times already throughout his conversation, but it seemed that he wouldn't stop using it. Why is that so? The old human then slightly chuckled at Horus' question. Isn't that obvious? Your body exudes the wind element while her body doesn't. Horus went silent for a bit as he tried to understand the meaning behind the old human's words. After a while, he couldn't help but blurt out, is it because of our species? Bingo. The old man said, your species is a wind walnut spiritus, and hers is of a branch grandius forminosus, with hints of the blood element. Do you see any word that is related to wind in her species? Horus gave a negative aura, which meant that he didn't see anything. He then inferred from the old human's words the requirements of the inheritor to fully inherit the inheritance. As long as the inheritor is of a species that is related to the wind element, they would fully inherit the inheritance. Horus muttered to himself, only for him to see the old human nodding at him. That's right. Once you leave this world I made, you now have full control over this inheritance, and you have access to all of the skills that the inheritance offers. Not only that, you can ask me any question you have at any time. Ask any question I have at any time? Horus could not believe it. With the old human offering that up, it would not be hard for him to obtain information about the world of animates anymore. Ding! Horus did not expect that a screen would appear in front of his field of vision while he was talking to the human in front of him. The skill sage's knowledge has been obtained. In the midst of Horus looking at the screen that popped up in front of him, the old human intervened and actually shocked him. You obtained a skill named Sage's Knowledge, right? What the? Horus was shocked to the point the animas that made up his body shivered. Don't tell me ... You can see my system. The existence evolution system was one of his most guarded secrets ever since he reincarnated to this world. To think that the old human would know of it, your system. I've already seen through it ever since you started the inheritance. Even your friend has a system. The old human did not hide anything in his reply. Wow. Horus could not believe it. Heralia also had a system as well. After thinking about it for a bit, he knew that it would have to happen in the first place. Since she was blessed by the goddess of kinship, it isn't weird for a goddess to bestow a system like mine on her. Horus let out a sigh as the old human was looking at him. Do you have any more questions? No. None at the moment. I think all of the questions I have in my mind have been answered already, Horus replied in a despondent manner. Cheer up. You would have access to a lot of skills that your friend wouldn't have access to. The old human tried to cheer Horus up. Also, make sure to keep the vault of skills a secret. Don't worry, although we're of the same alliance, I won't divulge this secret, Horus replied, still despondent. Anyways, can you tell me your name now? The old human laughed for a bit before nodding his head. All right, my name is Ivinkel. Once you create a spirit clone of yourself as a human, make sure to grow strong before meeting me. Why? Horus had an ominous feeling from what Ivinkel said to him. Use the spirit clone skill to create a human clone of myself. What's the reason behind that? Ivinkel's expression then turned serious as he replied, the faster you create your spirit clone, the better. Since I'm a sage, I can peer into the future. Sooner or later, your current body will be put through hell. Horus could not help but shudder from Ivinkel's words. Even though he did not know how his current body would be put through hell, he still felt pressure. Seeing that Horus' expression was tense, Ivinkel let out a sigh before saying, don't put this into heart, Horus. It might be years before it befalls you. Now that I think about it, I have another question. A question flashed through Horus' mind. Since Ivinkel was an animate, do animates know that inanimates like us are actually sentient? Ivinkel nodded. Yes, those who are extremely strong among the animates know that inanimates are sentient, albeit extremely rare. Even this inheritance was made for inanimates. He then continued, as for the majority of the animates, that would be a no. Since the majority of the animates did not know they were sentient, Horus could now breathe easy. All right, that's all of the questions I have. Ivinkel could not feel an aura of determination radiating from Horus, making him lightly smile. Okay then, once you leave this world, you shall now be the owner of this inheritance. He then snapped his fingers as Horus' body gradually became more and more incorporeal before vanishing from the world where Ivinkel existed. Although Horus was now gone from Ivinkel's world, Ivinkel's voice still resonated through Horus' sense of hearing. His words were, congratulations, you have fully cleared the inheritance. Chapter 65 Owner of the Inheritance. Whoosh. Not a long time has passed after Horus left the world where the creator of the inheritance he partook in, Ivinkel, was located. It was only a few seconds or so before he appeared in the center of the ever-familiar green jade hall that he grew to feel like it was home, albeit only clearing the inheritance in a span of few hours or so. But as he appeared in the center of the hall, he felt that the hall around him was familiar while at the same time not. He felt that he could peer beyond the confines of the green jade hall and look at every nook and cranny within the inheritance. He also had a feeling that he understood the layout of the inheritance at the instant he appeared within the center of this green jade hall. Ding! Just as he was trying to get used to this odd feeling, a notification screen in front of his field of vision. Weird. What would cause the system to open a notification scare? At the instant he skimmed through the information written on the holographic screen, his mutters came to an abrupt halt due to absolute disbelief. The owner of the Tempest Cliff inheritance, Kevin, has passed the inheritance's rights of ownership to the user. Congratulations! User is the first inanimate to own a building of such caliber, thus granting the user the moniker of First Building Owner, a title which would be stuck with the user forever. The Tempest Cliff inheritance is now under your full control. Ivinkel actually passed the rights on to me, and his name is actually Kevin and not Ivinkel. Aura's thoughts were in a disarray at the moment due to the shock that the information written on the screen gave him, an owner of a building. Inheritance. But a building nonetheless. Even if he tried to recall through his memories the time when inanimates gained ownership over buildings that wield such power, there was none at all. Only animates had the powers to do so. So for Horus to own an inheritance was basically adding wings to a strong tiger already. Why, you may ask? For inheritances also strengthen the player's stats, just like ally skills. Not only that, they provide special uses at special times, depending on how the owner uses it. It took a while for Horus to calm his emotions down and accept the fact that he was the prestigious owner of the inheritance he cleared. It was truly an ethereal feeling. Just as when he was figuring out what to do next, a voice resounded throughout the green jade hall. Horus listened to it intently and was surprised that it was not the disembodied voice from before, but rather, from the previous owner and creator of the inheritance, Ivinkel. Or should he be called Kevin? So Horus, how does it feel being the owner of the inheritance? A laughter followed after Ivinkel finished saying that. It feels extremely weird. Horus was about to answer Ivinkel's question, only to be disrupted by Ivinkel himself. Don't bother answering my questions since I can't really hear you anyway. Nonetheless, I'll tell you the basics of operating this inheritance. Ivinkel lightly coughed, which was heard throughout the entire hall. He then sucked in a bit of cold air before explaining. First off, you can view the attempts of other people that are clearing the inheritance, no matter where you are in the world of Eridinia. This inheritance can also serve as a hidden fortress for such a strong inanimate like you. I believe it will serve a good use when your current body faces perilous danger in the future. Other than that, there is the skill vault within the inheritance and the life and will fountain, which allows you to grow stronger without leaving this place if you ever so desired. Ivinkel chuckled not long after saying this. Horus was at a loss for words. Ivinkel also knew about life and will points. How much does he know? Coincidentally, Ivinkel continued to talk after Horus' question, as if he was replying to it. Basically that's it. If you have any other questions, just reach out to me through the skill and I'll try to answer as fast as I can. Oh, and also, here's your reward for clearing the final trial. Ivinkel continued to talk as a notification sound resounded throughout the green jade hall, startling Horus a bit. I think that's all I have to say. See you when you have a human spirit clone. Whoosh. And with a gust of wind passing through the green jade hall, Ivinkel's voice could no longer be heard as a screen popped up in front of Horus' field of vision, accompanied by a notification sound that Horus heard not long ago. Ding! The skill blessing of the Tempest has been obtained. As he skimmed over the string of words written on the holographic screen, Horus could not help but squeal in joy. He finally got one of the skills he wanted. Not long after that, He realized that his emotions were too exaggerated as he sarcastically laughed at himself while his rationality and logicality took over his body. What am I here squealing for? I have access to the inheritance's skill vault. I'm sure the other skill I want is in there. Just because he got the skill that he wanted, he almost forgot the fact that he owned the inheritance where all of the skills he could possibly want were the ... Assuming that Evinkel has a large collection of techniques in there, I'll just ask him later when Herelia is done, Horus muttered to himself as he finally became accustomed to the feeling of seeing through everything within the inheritance. I wonder how Herelia is doing? Horus decided that the first thing he would do was to check up on Herelia's progress in clearing the trial. From Evinkel's words a while ago in his world, Herelia was not far from clearing the whole trial given to her by the inheritance. Horus closed his sense of vision and felt a connection on the back of his head, as if it was a string tugging on the back of his non-existent brain. He had a strong feeling that this was the connection he had with the Tempest Cliff inheritance. He then commanded inwardly, "Show me a screen of Herelia's progress." Whoosh! Not long after saying this order, Horus felt a gust of wind pass through the front of his body. He then opened his eyes to see what made that gust of wind, only for him to see a screen wherein Herelia could be seen hiding behind a rock, hiding from an enemy that surpassed her strength. It seems like the inheritance supports the system's mechanics, Horus could not help but say as he noticed the similarities between the screen he saw whenever he commanded the system and the screen he was currently looking at. I'm surprised Herelia is still alive at this point. Horus looked at Herelia's current state and saw that the red engravings that covered her body were in utter disarray while viscous red fluid trickled from the small cuts all over her body. Although Horus was somewhat used to the blood, the fact that Herelia's body was almost slathered in blood made Horus shudder inwardly for a bit. As he continued to watch Herelia, he noticed a green haze that covered her body as the red engravings gradually organized themselves while the cuts on her body began mending themselves as well. Well, what do you know? She actually got the healing skill I wanted. Horus was surprised for a bit, but knew that he would be able to obtain that skill as well, and other skills on top of that. Since Herelia had the healing skill, Horus could not help but let out a sigh of relief as the screen in front of his field of vision disappeared. I think I still have some time before Herelia finishes. I should check the skill vault and grab the healing skill. Horus then turned his body to face a specific wall of the green jade hall he was in and inwardly commanded, "Open the pathway to the skill vault." Not long after giving this command, the green jade hall slightly rumbled as a passage formed on the wall Horus was facing, leading to a long corridor that would possibly lead to the inheritance's skill vault. Let's not delay this any further then. With the simple activation of the Gale Hover spell, Horus entered the pathway to the skill vault, wondering what skills he could learn at the end of the corridor. Chapter 66 Unchangeable Fate. Whoosh, whoosh. As he entered the corridor that led to the skill vault, Horus instantly noticed that something was off. He looked around his surroundings and felt that nothing was peculiar about it since it was just green jade. Hence, he looked at himself for a bit. Whoosh. Unbeknownst to him, he, who had a speed of 525 meters per hour thanks to Fenrir's ally skill that was boosted by the Gale Hover spell, was actually moving even faster than that. It took a while for him to notice that fact since the walls around were green jade. It was only when he looked forward did he notice that the entrance to the skill vault grew larger at quite a fast pace. In the end, Horus decided to check the skill details of Tempestuous Spiritus Glide, his movement skill. Enable the option of me seeing the buffs that are applied to every skill or stat I have. Before that though, Horus commanded the system to enable the option just in case his hunch was right. Ding! The option buff information has been enabled. Continuing to traverse the long corridor as he nodded inwardly, Horus then commanded the system to open up information regarding his movement skill. Ding! Underscore. Tempestuous Spiritus Glide Special Level 1120. Grade S Mortal. As a spiritus that has a different structure compared to branches and saplings, any normal movement skill will not be effective, thus creating a new movement skill that allows you to be one with the wind and move at incredibly fast speeds. Movement speed, 350 meters per hour plus 110%. Note, the skill, Tempest Burst LV 11 has been generated. A 110% boost to movement speed. At that moment, Horus felt that something was fishy. As far as he knew, his movement speed was boosted by 50% due to Fenrir's ally skill. The problem is ... where did the other 60% come from? Unknowingly, while Horus was lost in his thoughts, he had already arrived at the skill vault, filled to the brim with skills that were only waiting for Horus to choose from. Once he arrived in front of the skill vault, he did not stop thinking about the reason behind his enhanced movement speed. His skills could wait. He hovered above the place where the corridor and the skill vault ended and met up. It took him the time for Gale Hover to wear off to have an inkling of an idea as to where it came from. Identify Blessing of the Tempest. This was the first idea that came to Horus' mind after a few minutes of thinking. Of course, he knew that this passive skill would boost his movement speed, but not to such a great extent. Blessing of the Tempest level 13. Experience, 7.510. Grade, C Mortal, Special. As a child of the wind, you have been blessed by the winds that are quick and agile, while being destructive at the same time. Its name is Tempest. Movement speed plus 10%. As expected, Blessing of the Tempest does not boost my movement speed that much, only by 10%. Horus still could not understand where the remaining 50% came from though. He then tried to recall the things he had obtained from the inheritance after evolving Fenrir. I obtained Blessing of the Tempest and ownership of the Inheritor, and that's where it struck him. As far as he knew, buildings would only boost the player's stats, at times special stats as well, but that was all. Now that his ownership over the Tempest Cliff inheritance might be the reason for his increased movement speed, would it actually be the reason? You know what? What happens, happens. Horus decided to just get it over with. Identify Tempest Cliff inheritance. Ding. Without skipping a heartbeat, the system opened up a screen in front of Horus regarding the information about the Tempest Cliff inheritance. He skimmed over the information and could not help but say, I was right. Ding. Tempest Cliff inheritance. An inheritance made for inanimates of the wind element by the great sage Kevin. Within lies multiple halls that facilitate trials and places that offer a boost in strength for inanimates. It is covered by a strong aura of the wind, making it not feel out of place within the Tempest Cliff. All stats plus 50%. Movement speed plus 50%. Within the continent where the Seraph Kingdom is located, lies a small mansion where a great being of the kingdom lives. This person is renowned for his divinations and extremely large collection of knowledge on multiple topics of interest. May it be the classes from rank 1 to rank 10, the places that help animates grow stronger according to their classes, tactics, arts, literature. He is well versed in all of it. What was his name? The person who wielded this much power told others to call him the Great Sage Ivinkel, although his real name is Kevin. As for his place, it was called the Sage's Manor by all of the people within the Seraph Kingdom. Currently, Ivinkel sat on a large chair within the confines of his manor's living room, looking out of the large bay window in front of him as he sipped on his piping hot tea from time to time. To think that the inanimates can actually become intelligent at their level. Ivinkel could not help chuckle at this thought. Most of the sentient inanimates he discovered all had basic intelligence and at most, a small vocabulary of the animate language. If he knew that the inanimates were actually hiding their true level of sentience from him and only found it out through his inheritance, he would definitely be startled at how far the inanimates have hidden themselves. Taking a sip of tea, he started to mutter once more. Even though I predicted that Horus' fate, I still can't help but shake off the feeling that it might change the world of Eridania as we know it. Is it because of its perfect system? As someone who has lived a very long life thanks to his class of rank 7 erudite sage, he has witnessed multiple cases of beings throughout his life, either inanimate or animate, being born with a system that allowed them to grow in power in a stable manner without the needed for experimentation. They also did not suffer from backlash in terms of failure of ranking up in class or evolving, because they can't fail at all. Evenkel decided to call this type of power progression tool the perfect system. He decided to call it this because there was no fault at all for someone who has this. Nonetheless, not all beings were lucky in obtaining a perfect system, having a lesser version but more common version of it, which Evenkel called the system fragment. Although it also allowed these beings to grow in power just like those who had perfect systems, there was a great need for experimentation and there were cases of backlash when beings failed to evolve or rank up to a higher class. In the end, he decided to not think of Horus matter any further as he sipped on his tea once more before sighing. If that Horus create a spirit clone version of itself as a human before its imminent doom, it would be great. Its fate to become a material for a weapon has already been destined. Within one of the green jade halls inside the Tempest Cliff inheritance. Whoosh! At an unknown point in time, a large branch with red engravings covering almost every nook and cranny of its body, appeared on the center of this green jade hall. It rotated its body for a bit before letting out a sigh of relief and exuding a cheery aura around itself. This large branch was none other than Heralia, who had finally passed the seventh and final trial she had to face. The stealth trial. She had to cross a lot of hardships in order to kill the enemy that was basically at the animate level. If not for the healing skill she received earlier, she might not have been successful in completing the trial. She could not help but let out an unbridled laughter after seeing that she was truly out of that hell. Finally done. Chapter 67 Heading Out Tempest Cliff Inheritance. An inheritance made for inanimates of the wind element by the great sage Kevin. Within lies multiple halls that facilitate trials and places that offer a boost in strength for inanimates. It is covered by a strong aura of the wind, making it not feel out of place within the Tempest Cliff. All stats plus 50%. Movement speed plus 50%. I was right, Horus could not help but say as he sucked in a breath of cold air. Figuratively, not only does it boost my movement speed by an additional 50%, it also boosts my stats as well by 50%. If I add that to the boost that Fenrir's ally skill gives to my attack and vitality stat, how much HP do I have right now, and how much attack do I have? Since he now found the culprit of his increased movement speed, Horus was now at ease as he now wondered how stronger he has gotten after obtaining Fenrir and the ownership to the Tempest Cliff inheritance. Disable the option buff information, Horus commanded without hesitation, as he knew that he would face a ton of calculations if he continued to have this option enabled. Not only that, he also wanted to see big numbers on his status screen rather than multiple percentages. He knew that the system had the capabilities to calculate all of that. He took a short glance at the shelves upon shelves of skill books in front of him, keeping in mind where the stick regeneration skill was before commanding open status screen. Ding! Without skipping a heartbeat, if Horus had won, the system followed Horus' order and opened a holographic screen in front of his field of vision that was filled to the brim regarding his information. Horus looked at his status screen for a bit before becoming dumbfounded at the improvement. He asked himself, is this a dream? Horus rolled around for a bit and felt the cold sensation of the ground. He wasn't dreaming at all. After confirming that, his emotions took a 180-degree turn as he was incredibly happy for his improvement. Although it was not at the level of stats and grade from an alliance would have, it would still allow him to contend with normal grade inanimates. Horus level 1010. Experience, max. Species, wind walnut spiritus rare. Existence level, inanimate. Grade, A. HP. 374,374, SP, 774,774, Life, 37,110, Will, 39,110, Stats, Tenacity, 38, Vitality, 68, Spirit, 77, Synchronization rate, 40%, Unused experience points, 14,705 unused Genesis points, 23 underscore. I used to have around 150 horsepower and 300 or so SP, but Horus could not help but get emotional after seeing that his HP and SP has been increased by over twofold after entering the inheritance. Not only that, I have enough unused experience points to level me up to the max once I evolve to Great. He did not want to waste his unused experience points on Fenrir at the moment, as he wanted to grow as fast as possible, not wanting to gamble his life to fight others if he didn't need to. Although he could do so, if he could avoid it, then why fight? 23 Genesis points. I think that's enough to let me pass through the 5th layer of the Genesis tree, Horus said to himself after taking into consideration how much points were needed to pass through each layer. Although he did estimate back then that he could pass through the 30th layer with this much points, it was a hasty guess while having only a faint recollection of the points to pass through the layers. After that, he activated Gale Hover once more as he came closer and closer to the other skill he wanted to pick, which was Stick Regeneration. Where could you be? Within another green jade hall inside the Tempest Cliff inheritance. Since Herelia has finished the 7th and final trial of the inheritance, she was only waiting for the rewards she would get, and she would leave this inheritance in an instant. Of course, she did not forget that she would have to apologize to Horus due to the fact that she did not believe his words. As a leader of an alliance, it was truly a shame to not believe on one's members. It did not take a long while for Herelia to receive her reward, as the disembodied voice that resounded throughout the hall said, "The 7th and final trial, stealth, has been completed. Time needed to clear trial, 36 minutes and 22 seconds. Score grade, S. As the inheritor has finished the final trial with a score grade of S, the inheritor shall receive the skill Unyielding Spirit as a reward." Ding. Not long after that, Herelia's system opened up a screen in front of her field of vision as she scanned through the details of the skill. What the ... an invincibility skill. Herelia could not believe it. Not only did she get a healing skill from the inheritance, but an invincibility skill as well. She looked through the contents of the skill once more. Unyielding Spirit LV. 11, grade, X mortal. You do not bend under another being's pressure. You want to strive to become the strongest. Your spirit has been strengthened to the point that it does not sway nor have second thoughts in something, allowing you to do the impossible. This skill allows you to reduce the damage you take to only 1 point of damage. This skill lasts for 5 seconds. SP cost, 1500 SP. Cooldown, 12 hours. Although it would use up around 13 of her SP, she did not mind, as having the ability to at least damage the animate for 5 seconds is already more than enough. Indeed, she was this surprised about the invincibility skill as she still did not give up on killing the animate that ruled over the Tempest Cliff. Closing the screen in front of her not long after, the disembodied voice once talked again as it announced to Herelia that the trial was over and she could now leave the inheritance at any time. Of course, Herelia did not hesitate to leave at the instant the disembodied voice told her to, as she still felt guilty. Whoosh. And like that, she was now gone from the inheritance, appearing at the center of the faded magic circle they entered a few seconds later. Within the skill vault. Aha! Found it! Horus could not help but exclaim as he scanned through the skill books on the bookshelves with the help of his system. If he did not have the system as his assistant, it would definitely take him far longer to search for the Stick Regeneration skill. As he grabbed the skill book that had the words Stick Regeneration written on its cover, a voice resounded through his mind. "Master, what's that?" Fenrir asked in Horus' mind. Although Fenrir's intelligence was still far off from an A-grade inanimate, it was still able to hold basic communication with Horus. "It's a skill book," Horus replied inwardly as he commanded the system to learn the skill from the skill book. A flash of light covered Horus' body not long after, before prompting him to put the skill book in its rightful bookshelf. "It allows you to grow stronger since you would have more skills in your arsenal." Skill ... book. Fenrir thought Horus' words for a long time, as after that, it went silent, as if it wasn't inside Horus' mind at all. Of course, Horus did not mind that and continued to look through the bookshelves. I should try and grab a defensive skill since I severely lack those. Although he had an invincibility skill that could be considered as a life-saving defensive skill, it still had a long cooldown, hence Horus would not be able to use it often. He needed a defensive skill that he could use whenever and wherever he wanted. Just as he was about to look through another bookshelf, the disembodied voice resounded throughout the skill vault, slightly startling Horus. The inheritor named Heralia has finished the trials and has left the inheritance. Oh, she's done already? Horus felt that his time inside the skill vault was short. If it wasn't for him taking his sweet time to think where the increased movement speed came from, then he might have learned more skills. But alas, there was no way to turn back time. Or even if there was, it would be a long way before Horus could do so. Letting out a sigh inwardly, Horus then shouted, "I want to leave the inheritance." Whoosh! A gust of wind blew throughout the skill vault as a hazy green glow covered Horus' body. A few seconds later, the hazy green glow dissipated as any traces of Horus being in the skill vault was gone just like that. Chapter 68 Tempest Branch Alliance. Whoosh! A few seconds later, Horus appeared on the center of the faded magic circle that both him and Heralia used to enter the inheritance a while ago. He took in a deep breath of air through his body and let out a sigh. It's good to be back outside. Although he was now the owner of the inheritance and had tons of skills he could learn, he would still need to accumulate experience in the world of Eridinia or else he might become rusty. He used his spirit detection skill to detect any sign of Heralia as she was the first one to get out of the inheritance. It only took him a few repeats of the spell to find where Heralia was, about 20 meters or so away from the magic circle. Horus decided to use Tempest Burst this time since using Gale Hover would be a waste if taking the distance between them into consideration. Not only that, he checked the details of Tempest Burst and noticed that the duration was boosted by another 10 seconds while the cooldown was reduced by another hour. Whoosh! Within a few minutes or so, Horus was able to see a glimpse of Heralia's body that exuded an aura far more tyrannical and suffocating when compared to before. Noticing that Heralia was in some sort of meditative state, Horus decided to not disturb her as he knew that any woman would get angry when disturbed. But contrary to what he expected, Heralia actually noticed Horus and hovered towards him as she let out a cheery aura. "Horus, what took you so long?" Startled by the fact that Heralia was in front of him, Horus could not help but let out a stifled chuckle. "The trial I went through was a bit harder than yours, hence the delay." Of course, the secret about him being ownership of the inheritance should never be divulged to Heralia or any other being for this matter, as this would allow Horus to grow stronger at a fast pace, considering the amount of skills within that vault. Although Heralia's intelligence was near an animate's, she still did not perceive the secretive aura around Horus, letting out an affirmative aura before turning into an aura filled with guilt all of a sudden. "I have to tell you something, Horus." Eh? Horus could not help but overthink what Heralia was going to say. Is she going to tell me about her system? This was the first thing that came to mind after sensing Heralia's aura. He thought she felt guilty that she did not tell him about her system. Sadly, that was not the reason. "Horus, I'm sorry for not believing you." The entrance to the inheritance actually worked and Horus could sense a melancholic aura circling around Heralia as she said that. Of course, as a man, he should be there to comfort her. Without delay, he replied, "It's fine. I did not even have enough evidence to make you believe me anyway. Let bygones be bygones." After hearing Horus' reply, the melancholic aura around Heralia gradually dissipated, being replaced with a slightly cheerful aura. "Are you serious? Not mad at me, the leader of the Tempest Branch Alliance?" "Why would I be?" This time, Horus chuckled in order to cheer Heralia up. "The leader of the Alliance I'm joining. It's okay to have doubts at times towards your Alliance members." After that, Heralia's aura turned extremely cheerful as Horus could feel that Heralia was sincerely smiling inside. "All right then, let bygones be bygones just as you said. In exchange, I won't let anyone mistreat you when you enter the Alliance." "Ha ha, Sure, let's go with that. Horus did not dare to drag this conversation any further as the two of them decided to head towards the Tempest Branch Alliance's base of operations, under the directions of Heraliah of course. Whoosh, whoosh. Unlike before they entered the inheritance, Heraliah would have to slow her speed down in order for Horus to catch up. At this moment though, even when she sped up or slowed down, it did not deter Horus from following behind at all. Except for when his Gale Hover spell expired. What kind of things did you get from the inheritance, Horus? Heraliah did not hesitate to ask as he was going to join her alliance. Of course, Horus would not reveal all of his gains to Heraliah, maintaining a low profile. I got the 2 skills I wanted. You? Hee. Heraliah could not help but laugh after remembering the rewards she reaped. Not only did I get a few skills and stick regeneration from the inheritance, I also got an invincibility skill as well. Hearing that Heraliah obtained an invincibility skill from the inheritance made Horus widen his non-existent eyes in surprise, but concealed it easily due to the fact that he had no eyes whatsoever. Neither of them had eyes. As they continued to traverse the Tempest Ruin and get out of it, all of a sudden, Fenrir, who was silent all this time, started to speak. Where are we, Master? The outside world, Horus replied inwardly to Fenrir's question. He knew that if he revealed Fenrir to Heraliah, he would definitely shock Heraliah to the core. Outside? Is it big? Fenrir thought about Horus' words for a bit and asked a question. Horus could not help but inwardly laugh and reply, yes, it's big. It will also help you grow stronger. Grow strong. Yes. Fenrir will grow strong. Hearing that it could grow stronger in the world of Eridinia, happiness could be felt throughout Horus' mind. Horus could feel the enthusiasm that Fenrir radiated throughout his mind and laughed as he said to himself, I should grow stronger as well. It took Horus and Heraliah about a day or so to reach the place where the Tempest Branch Alliance's base of operations was located. To be honest, it was already incredibly fast for the two of them to reach it at a day, thanks to Horus not dragging Heraliah down. Here we are, the Alliance's base of operations. Heraliah looked at the sight in front of the two of them and could not help but feel homesick, as if she left the place for a few months or so. As for Horus, he looked around his surroundings for a while and decided to ask Heraliah, where is the Alliance's base of operations? Heraliah awkwardly chuckled as he used SP to form a blood tendril as it pointed towards a certain direction. Right there. Horus looked at the direction where the blood tendril was pointing. The only thing that looks oddly unique is that big hole in front of us. At the current moment, Horus and Heraliah were currently hovering above the edge of a small cliff, looking down at the plains that had small hills and mountains sparsely scattered all over. In the end, Heraliah decided to steel her courage and said, that big hole is our base of operations. Heraliah and Horus were referring to the big hole that was formed naturally at the base of a small hill. Its entrance was around 10 meters in height and around 8 meters in width, allowing branches and saplings of all shapes and sizes to easily fit inside. Horus could not help but let out a sigh as he said, as expected, it's a good place as a base of operations. It won't arouse any suspicion from other beings at the very least. Okay, let's go inside then. Horus did not hesitate to move towards the big hole, leaving Heraliah at a dumbfounded state for a few seconds before waking up from her stupor. Heraliah only realized Horus was gone after Horus was already halfway to the big hole, forcing Heraliah to use her movement skill to the limit. Wait for me. Whoosh, whoosh. And so, with the two branches one large branch and one weird branch heading towards the Tempest Branch Alliance's base of operations, a change was bound to happen sooner or later throughout all of the Tempest Cliff's inanimate population. Chapter 69. The new executive. A few minutes later, Heraliah and Horus landed in front of the entryway to the Tempest Branch Alliance's base of operations. The two glanced at the entrance for a bit before rolling inside. since the entrance was not really unique in any way other than the fact that it could blend in with the nature. Rustle. Rustle. A soft breeze could be heard as Horus and Herlia slowly rolled. Well hovered towards the inside of the Alliance's base of operations. Wow! Looking at the base of operations of the Alliance that he was going to join, Horus could not help but exclaim this word. He exclaimed not out of awe, but of shock. What was seen in front of him was an extremely barren space that spanned around 20 to 30 meters in diameter. Nonetheless, the shape of the hall was extremely neat, looking like it was man-made. This was the only thing that stood out from Horus' vision. Other than that, nothing else. Is this really your base of operations? Horus could not help but ask as he looked at Herlia, who was releasing an aura that made it feel like this site was normal. Herlia let out a cheery aura as he replied, "Yes, this is our base of operations, but this is only the place where all the members gather. You haven't seen everything yet." Horror. Ignoring the shock exuded by Horus' aura, Herlia shouted out as her voice resounded through the hall. Whoosh! Not long after, a silhouette manifested from thin air as it appeared a few decimeters away from where Herlia and Horus stood. Hee hee. The silhouette laughed as it gradually became more and more corporeal in front of the two's vision. Not long after, the silhouette became fully corporeal as it said, "Well, if it isn't Leader and Horus, nice to meet you again." Horus could not help but look with shock at the silhouette in front of him, although he was familiar with the silhouette's abilities as it casted an extremely strong barrier around him as he fought against Loran, and the fact that it was the first X-grade inanimate he scanned. It would be hard for him to forget. Horus felt like kneeling down in front of Horror as he was basically the upgraded version of him in terms of magic. Nonetheless, he could not kneel down as he had no legs. Instead he exuded an aura of reverence as he looked at him. "It seems both of you have reaped something good from the Tempest ruin." Horror glanced at the two of them and could not help but feel that the aura they exuded was stronger than before. From Horror's perspective, Herlia was exuding an aura of an extremely large blade that was concealed behind a sheath, filling the air with the sensation of a serial killer near him. As for Horus, he could feel a tornado coming from Horus, which was definitely surprising for an A-grade to exude. "Horror, I'll tell you the gains of our travel later." Herlia went closer to Horror and said, "Also, I'm sorry that I'm troubling you to do this, but could you call all of the members that are outside and tell them that they should come back to the base as fast as possible?" Horror could not help but chuckle as he received Herlia's orders. "Not a problem at all. Are you finally going to let Horus join the Alliance?" As a response, Herlia exuded a cheery aura as she said to Horus, "Follow me." All this time, Horus stayed silent as he listened to the conversation between the two. Even at the moment Herlia called her to follow him, he just followed silently. He did not know why he had to stay silent, but he felt like he just had to. Wow! As Horus followed Herlia through a long corridor that connected to the big hall he saw before, Horus could not help but exclaim in admiration at the sight he was seeing. It was a far cry from the hall he saw earlier. In front of him was basically a small ecosystem, just like the place within the Tempest Cliff Inheritance where the jade statue of Ivinkel. Kevin stood. The place he was currently looking at spanned around 100 meters in diameter, with 5 large buildings being placed in a pentagon formation throughout the place. "Come and follow me to the Alliance lobby," Herlia said after seeing that Horus was done admiring the sight. Horus exuded an affirmative aura and followed her with the Gale Hover spell activated, reducing the amount of time they had to use to head to the Alliance lobby. Around 10 or so minutes later, Herlia and Horus arrived in front of a building that looked like it was made from 2 stone blocks stacked on top of each other, with the stone block on top slightly smaller than the one below. In a sense, it looked like an extremely crude pagoda. "We're here, the Alliance lobby," Herlia could not help but say before looking at Horus and noticing that he was silent all this time. "Why are you silent?" Well, since he was asked, Horus had no choice but to speak. "I don't really know why I didn't say anything throughout all of this. I guess it's respect." "Respect, huh?" Herlia let out a chuckle before saying, "To be honest, I respect you more since you brought me to a place that allowed me to grow stronger. Relax, Horus, this alliance isn't strict at all. Think of it as one big family, Herlia added. Afterwards, Herlia started to roll inside the alliance lobby, leaving Horus alone. A family, huh? Now that he thought about, Horus did not know what having a family felt like. In his previous life, his parents died early, while the relatives that took care of him only sent him items and money once he grew old enough to live alone. Letting out a sigh as he placed the thought at the back of his mind, Horus rolled to where Herlia was. A few minutes later, Horus was greeted by the sight of Herlia standing beside what seemed to be a magic circle formed by nature, as a large crystal in the shape of pyramid hung from the ceiling directly above the circle. Horus thought about the placement of the crystal and the magic circle for a bit and asked Herlia not long after, "I have to stand here to be admitted into the alliance?" Herlia let out a cheery aura as she replied, "Don't worry, this won't hurt you at all, since we don't have any sense of pain anyway." That's true. Horus could not help but think that Herlia broke some sort of wall as she said that. Nonetheless, Horus rolled towards the center of the magic circle and let Herlia do her thing. "Hey Horus," unexpectedly, Herlia asked Horus while he was waiting for her to do her thing. "Yeah?" Horus replied. "Do you still remember the hierarchy of members in our alliance?" Herlia asked. Horus went silent for a bit before replying with an affirmative aura. "I do. The hierarchy from lowest to highest are normal members, executives, pillars, and you right?" "Yeah." Herlia let out a cheerful aura as she heard Horus answer. "I'll be giving you the position of executive later. I'll tell you why after I introduce you to the other members." "Alright then." Horus had no qualms with what Herlia said, letting her take the lead. How? After saying what she had to say, Herlia started to breath through her body as her SP radiated outwards, gradually forming a connection with the crystal above the magic circle. Click. Not long after, a click sound could be heard as the aura around Herlia intensified by 100 times. She then looked towards the magic circle where Horus was standing on and then chanted a few sentences. "As the leader of the Tempest Branch Alliance, I beseech the gods to heed my call. With the power vested in me by the deity crystal, I shall now announce that the being standing on the magic circle of judgment shall be an executive of the Tempest Branch Alliance, wielding a power incomparable to before. Ariensis Hellos Branchii, Exvertibus Grandi." Whoosh. As Herlia was finished chanting, the crystal above the magic circle started to glow faintly. The glow became more and more intense as time passed before shooting out a beam of light towards Horus' body. As for Horus, he did not feel any pain at all. Instead, his vision was filled with extremely white light. This situation lasted for a few seconds before his vision turned back to normal. A few seconds later, a notification sound resounded through his mind as a screen appeared in front of his field of vision. Ding! Congratulations Horus for joining the Tempest Branch Alliance. The passive skill power of the Alliance LV.5 Executive Grade variant has been obtained. The active skill Alliance Call has been obtained. The active skill Judgment has been obtained. Power wielded by Horus in the Alliance. Executive level. Chapter 70 Newfound powers. Whoosh. In an instant, the aura that Horus normally exuded intensified by 2 times thanks to him being accepted into the Alliance. Even Horus could feel the changes in his power as he looked around his surroundings. This is too surreal. Horus felt like he'd destroy a mountain with one spirit spear, but he knew that he did not have that capability since that would only be possible in the animate level according to his memories. Herlia, is this Norma? As he was about to ask Herlia about this feeling of ultimate power, Horus saw something that made stop in his sentence midway. Herlia Alliance Leader? This was the thing Horus saw. Specifically, it was hovering above Herlia's body. After seeing that, he closed and opened his sense of vision a few times, and the text was still above her body. He then decided to look over his body and noticed that the same text was hovering him, albeit changed to suit him. Horus Executive. Herlia could not help but hem as she heard Horus' question that was cut off midway. Of course, she could not help but stare at Horus because a holographic screen was levitating in front of his body. She tried to control her excitement of knowing that her intuition was true about Horus, and decided to lightly cough as she noticed that Horus was also out of it. What were you about to ask me, Horus? Hearing his name being called, Horus snapped back to reality as he noticed that Herelia was looking at him. He took a few seconds to recall the question he had in mind and then asked, "Is it normal for newly admitted members to feel a sense of overwhelming power?" Yes it is, Herelia replied with an affirmative aura. Do you have any more questions? If not, let's go back to the entrance since all of the Alliance members have now gathered there according to Horrell. Since Herelia told him that there were people 12 sticks waiting for him, Horus decided to ask the most obvious question after staring off into nothing. Why is your name hovering above your body? That Herelia could not help but stiffly chuckle. This is so we can differentiate enemies from Alliance members. Once you enter the hall, you'll see a ton of this, so I advise you to disable that in your mind. Horus let out an affirmative aura after that and willed his mind to remove the fact that a line of text was hovering over their bodies. After doing so, he looked at Herelia and noticed that the text hovering over her body was gone now. Okay, I'm done. Let's go back. Herelia let out an affirmative aura after that and turned around to hover out of the Alliance lobby, heading back to the large hall of the Alliance base. As for Horus, he activated Gale Hover before following Herelia from behind. As they were traveling back to the hall, Herelia could not scream inwardly from excitement. What the heck? He actually has a system. Ever since the goddess of kinship blessed her, she was bestowed with a system that allowed her to grow at an incredibly fast rate compared to her peers. After growing to 6th grade and establishing an alliance, she then decided to experiment with her system. Topics like the system being able to be seen by others and such were tackled by her, getting to a few fruitful conclusions. Since I can see his system, then that means those who don't have the system cannot see the system I have or Horus has, Herelia said to herself inwardly. She looked back at Horus and noticed that 3 holographic screens were hovering in front of Horus' body, as if he was engrossed in the system. You know what? I'll tell him that I have a system later, Herelia said to herself before fully focusing on heading towards the hall. What she did not know was that Horus already knew she had a system thanks to the inheritance. I received 2 active skills and a passive skill from joining Alliance, Horus murmured to himself. He tried to check his notification log and find out what the names of the skills he received were. Identify Alliance call, Horus commanded inwardly to the system. Ding. Not long after, the system completed Horus order. Alliance call. Calls for Alliance members that are within a 1 kilometer radius of the user. Cooldown, 24 hours. SP cost, 100 SP. I don't know where this will be useful. Horus tried to think up of situations where he could possibly use it, but got nowhere since no situation popped up at all. What about the other active skill? Horus continued to talk to himself. Identify judgment. Ding. Judgment. In an alliance, there is no shortage of those who have malicious thoughts. This skill allows you to kick members of the member level or less from the alliance, and suppress those of the executive level or higher, allowing you to possibly incapacitate them. Cooldown, 30 minutes. SP cost, 100 SP. Now this this I can see a use for. Horus' eyes gleamed after reading the details of the skill. Since he was a level higher than the normal members, he could kick those who desire to take his place or have any lingering thoughts to overthrow the alliance. And now onto the passive skill. Horus saved this skill last since the name was already overbearing. Before he did look at the details of the skill, he looked at the path in front of them and noticed that there were still a few more minutes he had to introduce himself. Of course, he did not waste his time, commanding, identify power of the alliance. Ding. Without skipping a non-existent heartbeat, the system opened a screen up in front of Horus' field of vision. He skimmed through the whole screen, only to gasp inwardly in shock. Power of the Alliance Executive, a grade variant level 5. The will of the Alliance flows within you and becomes one with your body and soul, allowing you to wield incomparable power that would surpass those who have not joined alliances. All stats plus 100%. Note: the stat boost can grow further depending on your species grade and level of authority within the Alliance. Thithis. Horus was at a loss for words after reading this. He already had Fenrir, who boosted his attack and vitality by 20%, and the ownership of the inheritance he cleared boosted all of his stats by 50%. If he looked at his current status screen, how high would his stats be? Open status screen. Seeing that there was still a couple of minutes, Horus decided to hastily look at his stats, which were definitely higher than before. Ding. Horus level 1010. Experience, max. Species, Wind Walnut Spiritus rare. Existence level, inanimate. Grade, A. HP: 596596. SP: 774,774. Life: 37,110. Will: 39,110. Stats: tenacity, 63. Vitality, 108. Spirit, 122. Synchronization rate, 40%. Unused experience points, 14,705. Unused Genesis points, 23. Over 100 attack points. Horus could imagine the damage he could deal with 100 attack points. If he had over 100 attack points when he fought against Laran, then Laran would be killed in one shot. His HP was also outstanding, being half the amount of a normal grade's HP. If he fought against a normal grade, armed with his healing skill, he could definitely just stand there and always have his HP filled to the brim. At the moment Horus closed his status screen, Herelia and Horus were now out of the long corridor and were greeted with the hall they entered from. The difference was that the hall was filled to the brim with branches and saplings of various shapes and sizes that exuded an aura that wouldn't lose out to Horus. Before the two came into the hall was filled with the clamor and chatter as to why they were being called. After sensing Herelia's aura and a new member's aura, all of them understood the reason why they were called and turned silent. Letting out a light cough as she hovered, Herelia started to speak. Today, we are all gathered here to greet a new executive of the Tempest Branch Alliance. She then extended a blood tendril to point towards Horus, who was beside her. Although he might just be an grade at the moment, he can definitely kill off grades like cutting radishes. Not only that, he has also contributed to the Alliance, for he is the second member of our Alliance who has a healing skill. At first, when they heard that the new member beside Herelia was an grade, all of them could not help but gasp. Some of them even recognized the being beside Herelia and kept mum, as they knew what Herelia said was the truth, being able to kill grades easily. But when they heard that the being beside them had a healing skill, that was when they lost it. A healing skill. How precious was that? Before Horus' admittance to the Alliance, there was only one member who could heal. But now that Horus was a part of their Alliance, they now had two healers. Of course, given the fact that they ignored the fact that the effect of healing only applies to Horus himself. Noticing the auras that the members let out, Herelia let out a cheerful aura as she continued to shout, "I introduce you to our newest member, the A-grade Spiritus, Horus." Chapter 71. I'll use my weakest skill. Clack, 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 clack. Since branches and saplings did not have hands to hold a round of applause, they instead used other means of making sounds that were akin to an applause, with some shouts here and there. Although there was some dissatisfaction from the Alliance members due to the fact that a newly admitted A-grade inanimate member was an executive, they could still vividly remember the phrase that Herelia said to them as she announced Horus' addition into their Alliance. He has the capability to kill grades like cutting radishes. Of course, since Herelia saw that, that meant that Herelia had seen it firsthand. If the other Alliance members did not believe in their Alliance leader's words, Would they truly be a part of the alliance? Hold on just a damn minute. While the other alliance members ranging from normal members to pillar level members were applauding for Horus, one member could not endure the feeling of envy he had and voiced his complaints out. A few seconds later, a stifling silence covered the large hall as most of the branches and saplings that were beside the branch that shouted out, moved out of the way. Herelia, who was able to see the branch that voiced their complaints out, could not help but exude a serious aura as she said, "What is it?" "A Rentwian alliance made up of Scrade and Xcrade inanimates." "Why did you allow an Agrade to join the alliance, and even give him an executive level of authority?" From the branch's words, it seemed that he did not care about Herelia's authority anymore. Herelia took the time where the branch was talking to remember the branch's name, replying not long after, "Now let me ask you, Connor. Do you have the authority to talk back to me like that?" The aura that radiated from her body intensified as it concentrated on the place where Connor was. Connor easily realized his slip of the tongue and hastily apologized. To apologize for not using the right honorifics, Alliance Leader. But, with his SP, Connor formed an incorporeal hand that pointed towards Horus' body as he said, "He's an Agrade, he shouldn't be accepted at all. Even though he could kill Scrades like cutting off radishes, he's still an Agrade nonetheless." Are you even?" Just as Herelia was going to berate Connor for not giving her and Aura's face, Horus decided to hover forward and say, Connor was it? Did I get your name right?" Connor heard Horus' voice and replied in an arrogant tone, "Hey, that's right. You lowly Agrade, good thing you got my name correct." Man, that's some superiority complex right there. Or is it some sort of king complex? Horus could not help but mutter inwardly as he restrained his emotions, maintaining the same polite tone as he continued, "From the words you're telling all of us, it seems that you want to kick me out of the alliance." "Why not?" Connor did not hide his intentions and agreed to Horus' question. Ever since this alliance was founded, only Scrades and Xcrades were allowed to join this alliance, those from a grade and below being denied outright. "Have you heard of the saying rules are dead while people are alive?" Horus responded to Connor's statement with this. "What do you mean by that?" Connor, being an Scrade who only knew how to get stronger, did not know what this meant. As for Horus, he let out a cheerful aura as he replied, "In other words, rules are meant to be broken." Now let me tell you this. In an instant, the aura that Horus exuded changed from being cheerful to being overbearing, concentrating on Connor's body. "Do you dare to fight against me, a Rentialolia Agrade? You want to prove to everyone that fact, right?" Connor, who was being bombarded by the pressure of both Horus and Herelia's aura, could not help but chuckle under the pressure as he replied, "Of course I dare. Just a lowly Agrade. I even bet that you wouldn't even deal any damage to me." Well, see, Horus said before landing on the ground, rolling slowly towards where Connor was. To everyone else, "Could you move out of the way?" Horus asked to the others in a polite tone as he continued to roll towards Connor. Of course, since he had the authority of an executive, most of the members went to the opposite sides of the hall, allowing the two to position themselves at the center. "Horus, do you really have to do this?" While positioning himself on the center of the hall, a voice resounded throughout Horus' mind, which he easily figured out to be Herelia. He turned his sense of vision around and sent a strand of SP to Herelia, which he learned from Horul from their first meeting. "I have to," Horus said without hesitation. "He has malicious intentions, and I have a feeling that it's not limited to just me." "Horus, did you know that before you were admitted into the alliance, this Connor was actually respectful?" Herelia could not help but say. Of course, Horus was startled for a bit before composing his emotion, replying with, "What happened before I joined does not matter. Also, can I kill him off if I need to?" Herelia thought about what Horus said for a while before sighing as she replied, "Go ahead." "Great," Horus replied back before looking back at Connor, who was exuding an extremely arrogant aura. As for Horus, he decided to suppress his aura as he activated Spirit Energy Ascension. "Since I'm a lowly grade, it's fine for me to have a handicap, right?" Connor, who noticed that a flame was covering Horus' body, got to the conclusion that this was Horus' handicap. He thought that a simple flame could not hurt him, so he sniggered as he replied, "Be my guest." In exchange, "I'll let you hit me first." Horus let out a cheerful aura as the flame that covered his body intensified, before growing even further in size and intensity, as if a bottleneck was broken through. Hearing Horus' words, Connor did not hesitate to say, "If that's the case, then I shall accept." A few seconds later, a small splinter started to hover over Connor's body before being shot out towards where Horus was. Ding! The exchange of SP into power has reached its limit, boosting the user's power by 300%. After grinding all of his skills in the second trial of the Tempest Cliff Inheritance, his Spirit Energy Ascension skill reached its max level, boosting his stats by 150%. Not only that, the auxiliary skill brought by Spirit Energy Ascension, which was Spirit Ascension, was upgraded as well, doubling the stat boost for 2 minutes, allowing him to obtain a stat boost of 300%. As Horus got the notification, the splinter shot out by Connor was still halfway in its trajectory. From this, Horus realized that Connor was someone who did not care about movement speed that much. Although Horus had ways to negate this splinter, Horus just decided to use his invincibility skill in order to shock Connor. A few seconds later, the splinter was almost close to Horus' body, which made Horus activate his invincibility skill Unyielding Spiritus inwardly. Whoosh! Since the silver flame from the Spirit Energy Ascension skill covered Horus' body, the fact that he activated his invincibility skill did not even register to the others. Bang! A loud explosion was heard after the splinter collided with Horus' body, but Horus stood there, as if nothing happened at all. Ding! You have received 1 horsepower damage. This was the notification Horus got. Seeing that Horus was unscathed, Connor could not help but curse out. What the heck? That's impossible. Even Scrades would be seriously injured from that attack. Sadly, he had to face off against Horus, who had an invincibility skill. Since you're done with your attack, it's time for me to attack. Horus ignored Connor's reaction, slightly chuckling as he said this. "I will also be using my weakest move against you." "Hey, your weakest move? That's some arrogance you have." Connor could not help but treat Horus' words as hot air. Nonetheless, Horus continued preparing the weakest skill in his arsenal. Well, spell in his arsenal, which was Spirit Wind Bolt. A rough magic circle was conjured inside his spell core a few seconds later, and then, whoosh! In an instant, a bolt of wind energy was shot out from his spell core and headed towards Connor at a speed that was similar to blinking one's eye. Bang! At the next instant, everyone saw Connor's body start to disintegrate into splinters and small red and green particles as these particles were absorbed by Horus' body. All of them were dumbfounded at the result of the duel. Even Herelia was not spared from this reaction, as she knew that Horus was just barely able to critically injure and Scrade from an alliance back then. Other than the fact that the alliance skill took effect on him and he received a few skills from the inheritance, how could his firepower grow to this level? While others were dumbfounded, Horus heard a notification sound as a screen popped up in front of his field of vision. Ding! You have dealt 4,636 horsepower damage to Connor. Experience plus 500. 8 life points have been obtained. 6 will points have been obtained. 1,000 alliance points have been obtained after killing an executive that defied the alliance's leader laws. The alliance tech system has been activated. The alliance shop system has been activated. Chapter 72 Long-awaited evolution. Horus took a short glance at the notification screen that popped up in front of him before having a dumbfounded look on his non-existent face as well. Alliance tech and shop system. Horus tried to recall how this system worked, rummaging through each and every unsealed memory in his mind, only to come to naught. "I'll just think about this later. If else, I could just ask Herelia about this." He hastily closed the notification screen in front of him and looked at the stupefied alliance members. He then looked at Herelia, who was looking at him, forming a somewhat unstable connection through SP. This was the only word that Herlia could blurt out. Horus could not help but let out a cheerful aura before responding to Herlia's statement. My skills have reached its limit. It took a while for Herlia to process Horus' words, since she was still dumbfounded by Horus' showcase of power, but she was still able to respond with an unsound before removing the connection between the two. You've definitely improved from when I last saw you. After disconnecting from the SP connection, a voice that was familiar to Horus resounded in his mind, startling him a bit before looking around to see who it was. After a few seconds, Horus could feel a slightly cheerful aura from a branch that was exuding intense waves of SP. It was none other than one of the first pillar level members he met. Horror. It's still nothing compared to your strength. Horror. Horus could not help but humble down when looking at Horror. Although Horus knew that he was supported by the existence evolution system given to him by Kurohana and allowed him to become a strong mage, he knew that Horror had more experience as a mage due to the fact that he might have experimented with multiple incantations and such before reaching his current level today. Don't be too humble, Horus. It's fine to feel proud every once in a while, Horror said as a response. Anyways, after the current situation dies down, I'll bring you to a tour around our alliance. Got it. Horus' aura became more cheerful before disconnecting from Horror's SP connection. It was at this exact moment that the alliance members woke up from their stupor, looking at Horus as some sort of deity. Although they were Scrades backed up by the alliance, they could only fight against a being of a grade higher than a standstill. All of them knew that defeating them was harder than that, and killing them in one shot was extremely harder than that. They could not help but envy Horus. Envy Horus for the fact that he could do something that they didn't. You've got to be kidding me. That's gotta be your strongest skill or something. With each and every alliance member's feeling of envy reaching its peak, one alliance member could not help but voice out, yes, that's definitely an ultimate skill right there. Another alliance member agreed with the other member's statement. Not long after, the soft complaints of a few members turned into the clamor of almost every alliance member towards the strength of Horus. With their feelings of envy clouding their judgment, the only thought they had in their head was, since you're in a grade, surely that's an ultimate skill, right? Horus remained silent as he listened to the clamor of the alliance members, remembering each and every characteristic of the members' bodies in the future. Although he was kind, he was not someone who did not bear grudges, even if the reason behind it was their disbelief as to what he said. Looking further, he noticed that all of the executive level and pillar level members remained silent as they stared at Horus. Although Horus did not know why, Horus decided to commit their characteristics into memory as well, along with some of the normal alliance members who did not voice out. The reason why they kept their non-existent mouths shut was that the power shown by Horus was extremely similar to someone they knew all too well, Herlia. At the early days of the alliance, the pillar-level members could see Herlia, who was Scrade at the time, easily kill Scrade inanimate beings like cutting radishes ... every second. As for the executive level members that joined a bit later than the pillar level ones, the overwhelming power that Herlia would always show when fighting resonated with the showcase of power Horus did just a while ago. Even the normal alliance members that did not voice out felt the same feeling as the executive level members, which was the same aura as Herlia. At this moment, Horus could not help but let out a loud laugh, silencing the alliance members that voiced their complaints out to Horus' weakest skill. Hey ... you doubt my claim, huh? Horus could not help but let out a grim aura before shouting, then witness this. Spirit Spear, acceptance. Within a second, a floating anima was converted into a spirit spear which then flew outside the hall at an extremely fast speed ... well, extremely fast for the normal members anyway. Whoosh! The alliance members that voiced their complaints could not help but look at the spirit spear that was shot out, only to be stupefied by the aftermath of the spirit spear. Bang, 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 bang. Although the trees around the alliance's base of operations was sparse, as if it had a mind of its own, the spirit spear pierced through each and every tree that was visible to the alliance members, even going so far as to bursting the upper half. Seeing that Horus was able to execute an extremely strong skill, the feelings of envy the Alliance members showed were replaced with feelings of fear, as if a monster joined their alliance. At this moment, Heraclea spoke out to all of the Alliance members that had doubts as to Horus' true power. It's better if you don't think about it. His limit is far from what you imagine. You can all go do your own things now. After this, Heraclea turned around and gestured Horus with a blood tendril as she hovered back to the long corridor. Horus, who had the same plan in mind, decided to follow Heraclea from behind. Just shout my name out if you want me to take you on a tour. As he followed Heraclea, a voice resounded through his mind. All right. Horus inwardly nodded as he disconnected from the SP connection. It took the two around 10 minutes to come back to the small ecosystem that they traversed a while ago. Whoosh, whoosh. The two of them landed on the end of the corridor. Heraclea looked at Horus and said, "Hey Horus, I have something to tea." Just as Heraclea summoned up the courage to tell Horus about her system, Horus could not help but ask, "Do you have any secluded place in here where I can't be disturbed?" Of course, Heraclea was not expecting this question, taking her a few seconds to ponder for a bit before answering. Head towards the building beside the Alliance lobby. I'm sure that there are a few secluded rooms there. All right. Thanks. Horus let out a cheerful aura as a way of smiling before hovering towards the building beside the Alliance lobby. Ha! Heraclea could not help but sigh to herself. Just as I was about to tell him about my system, he decides to move away. I don't know if this is a good thing or not. In the end, Heraclea put this incident in the back of her head, before going back to her usual duties. I finally made it. Horus looked at the building in front of him that took him around half an hour to traverse. The building did not look anything special at all from the outside, since it was just an extremely large stone cube. A doorway that was similar to the Alliance lobby's size was carved onto the stone cube, allowing Horus to enter an interior that was somewhat similar to a cozy wooden cabin. It took him a few minutes of exploring the inside to find the secluded room that Heraclea was talking about, entering without hesitation not long after. At this moment, Horus let out a long sigh as the aura he exuded intensified by a great amount. I can finally stop suppressing this aura. Ever since he became the owner of the Tempest Cliff inheritance, the aura he exuded was intensified by multiple times, giving him an aura that could compete against Peak's grade inanimates. Of course, a jump like that would surprise Heraclea once he came out, hence he suppressed it to a level where it was still believable. Now that he was alone in a secluded room, Horus felt that his non-existent chest felt lighter as he could not help but shout, I can finally evolve the skills I grinded. System, open the notification log. Ding. After clearing the inheritance, becoming its owner, becoming a part of the Tempest Branch Alliance, he was finally going to evolve his skills. Chapter 73 Soaring to New Heights. Ding. Middle-low Spirit Spell Core Wind Variant has reached the max level. Spirit Energy Ascension has reached the max level. Purified Spirit Energy Core Wind Variant has reached the max level. 5 Melancholy Spirit Spear has reached the max level. Greater Form Morph has reached the max level. High Rejuvenating Anima Creation has reached the max level. Unyielding Spiritus has leveled up. 6 skills, Horus said to himself with glee. I can evolve 6 skills right now, without worrying about others finding out my true strength. To be honest, Horus had the urge to evolve all of his skills before he reached the Alliance's base of operations. But that would alert Heraclea to his true strength, which would definitely shock in the instant she finds out. In other words, when he was fighting against Connor. While killing him off in one shot without any method of retaliation, his power was still suppressed. Of course, he would not suppress his power for too long. Let's start with the ones that don't have choices. Evolve Spirit Energy Ascension and Greater Form Morph, Horus commanded to the system. A few seconds later, these 2 skills were changed into better skills that had more overbearing names compared to before. Ding. Spirit Energy Ascension has been evolved to Spirit Power Transcendence. Greater Form Morph has been evolved to Century Polymorph. Of course, With overbearing names like these, Horus could not help but ask the system to show their information. Ding, ding, underscore. Spirit Power Transcendence Level 120. Grade, S Mortal, SP. An energy that exists all over a being's surroundings. Formless, weightless, traceless, yet holds insurmountable power. This skill allows the user to transcend their body's limits in terms of power, to the level where it would be considered unbelievable to others. Maximum power boost, 200% to all stats. The skill limit Transcendence has been created, allowing the maximum power boost to be increased by 150%, making the maximum power boost reach 500%. Underscore. Century Polymorph Level 110. Grade, a mortal. A spiritus anima can take on many forms. One can be a branch, a tree, a drop of water. As long as it is not incorporeal, a spiritus can transform into that form. This skill enhances the user's proficiency in morphing into many objects and species, save for animate level species and higher. Number of changeable forms, 100. I wonder how high my damage would be if I fought against Connor one more time. Reading the description for Spirit Energy Transcendence, Horus had a hunch that he could deal around 5,000 horsepower or even 6,000 horsepower damage with his weakest attack. Let's move on to the 4 remaining skills. Content with the new effects of the first 2 skills that were evolved, Horus decided to move on, choosing to evolve the skills that were related to his SP. Evolve Purified Spirit Energy Core, High Rejuvenating Anima Creation, and Middle Low Spirit Spell Core, Horus commanded to the system. He then went silent for a bit before continuing. For Purified Spirit Energy Core, choose the option that focuses on purity. As for High Rejuvenating Anima Creation, choose the option that bolsters my SP storage and regenerative capabilities as usual. For my spell core ... Now that I think about it, just evolve it normally. Ding. Just like some sort of ultra-intelligent AI, the system was able to choose the options Horus gave it within the blink of an eye. Purified Spirit Energy Core Wind Variant has been evolved to Supreme Purity Spirit Energy Core Wind Variant. High Rejuvenating Anima Creation has been evolved to Transcendent Vitality Anima Creation. Middle Low Spirit Spell Core Wind Variant has been evolved to Middle Spirit Spell Core Wind Variant. Reading through the new names of the evolved skills, Horus could not help but mutter to himself, the system has a good choice for names, but it sounds something off of Elaine 8th grader Syndrome's fantasies. He then shrugged his non-existent shoulders and continued muttering, as long as it makes me stronger, I don't care. He then looked at the remaining skill left on the notification log that wasn't evolved yet. From a simple nutshot, it was now a skill that could deal insane amounts of damage. His non-existent eyes could not help but gleam whenever he used the skill, basking in the effects of its every attack. Evolve 5 Melancholy Spirit Spear. Ding. Not long after commanding the system, a screen where 3 choices could be seen appeared in front of Horus' field of vision. These 3 choices were all improvements to his current skill, yet for some reason, only one caught his eye. Please choose the skill that 5 Melancholy Spirit Spear would evolve into. 6 Paths Spirit Ball Special, 5 Elements Spirit Blade Special, Spirit Sword of 7 Hells Rare, A rare skill. Horus was caught by surprise after seeing that he had the ability to choose a rare skill. Since a rare skill was multiple times stronger than a special skill, it was natural that Horus would discard the first 2 as a choice for evolution. He then said, I choose Spirit Sword of 7 Hells. After confirming it through the system, Horus was greeted by a notification screen not long after. Ding. 5 Melancholy Spirit Spear has been evolved to Spirit Sword of 7 Hells. And just like before with the other skills, he opened up the skill details screen, wanting to see its new effects. Ding. Horus hastily skimmed through the skill's description and instantly became appalled, as this skill was basically the 5 Melancholy Spirit Spear, but many times better. Spirit Sword of 7 Hells Rare Level 120. Grade, Mortal. An offensive skill based on the 7 true sins of animates. It offers the user multiple combinations and immense flexibility in terms of attack style. Nonetheless, the lower the hell, the stronger the spell. SP cost: 20 SP Sword of Greed, 50 SP Sword of Lust, 80 SP Sword of Gluttony, 100 SP Sword of Sloth, 150 SP Sword of Envy, 200 SP Sword of Wrath, 250 SP to user's maximum SP Sword of Pride. Cooldown: 20 seconds. All sword cooldowns are independent from one another. Note: mix and match. See what combination suits your need. This is. Horus was at a loss for words, realizing that it was pretty much the same as the skill's previous evolution but with the flexibility of mixing and matching skills to suit his needs. "I'll take a look at the effects of each individual sword later," Horus muttered to himself before looking at his skill screen for a bit. Seeing that everything was basically evolved, Horus left the secluded room he was in and left the building. He looked around for a bit and decided to shout out, "Horul!" Whoosh! At the instant Horus was finished shouting Horul's name, a silhouette that was larger than Horus by a few sizes appeared in front of Horus, startling him a little bit. "You called?" Taking a few deep breaths through his body, Horus calmed his emotions and looked at Horul for a bit before letting out a cheerful aura and saying, "Could you take me on a tour through the Alliance?" Horul let out a cheerful aura as well before replying, "Sure, why not? I don't have anything to do since I'm close to maxing out, and I was the one who offered you this, so come and follow me." Afterwards, Horul started to hover off the ground. Of course, Horus did not hesitate to hover as well, noticing that his spell Cause Evolution gave him a way to hover whenever he wanted. Whoosh! In a matter of seconds, the two of them wandered off towards the other buildings, with Horul acting as Horus' tour guide. Within the Tempest Cliff, a small cabin could be seen built near the edge of a steep cliff. Inside this cabin was a small wolf that had extremely hard and tough fur, yet its aura was incomparable to other wolves due to its immense innate strength. At this moment, the wolf was currently looking through 3 glass orbs, noticing that one of the branches in one of the orbs was killed off by an entity. The wolf could not help but click its tongue, muttering to itself, "It seems that the Tempest Branch Alliance has noticed my spy." To think that the new member they admitted was the one to notice him. "I think it's time to hasten my preparations. Only I can be the sole owner of the Tempest Cliff." Chapter 74. The World Beyond. Within the Tempest Cliff, a small cabin could be seen near the edge of a cliff, where a small wolf with extremely tough fur resided. It seems I have to hasten my plans since they found out. The wolf could not help but sigh after seeing that one of the spies it planted inside one of the 3 alliances was killed effortlessly. It walked around the interior of the cabin for a bit as it looked at the 2 other glass orbs which were still focused on 2 of the other spies it planted. It pondered for a bit before standing firm with the decision it formed. "I think it's time to call them back and prepare for a full-scale war against the 3 alliances." It mulled over the statement it said and shook his head not long after. "No. It isn't worth fighting against the 3 alliances for this." In the end, it could not help but sigh. If only I was still an inanimate being, then negotiating with these alliances would be faster. To inanimate beings outside the Tempest Cliff, they would not know that this wolf was actually one of the superpowers of the Tempest Cliff, the only individual being that could beside the 3 alliances. The 3 alliances knew that this wolf evolved from a rock, but they did not know its name at all. To make things easier for those who oversee the world of Eridinia 1, the wolf's name is Chonk. Why did my body have to evolve all of a sudden? It's not like I wanted to evolve into an animate at the instant I could. Chonk could not help but complain as it shouted loudly. Its voice echoed throughout the cabin, yet no one could hear it at all, turning into wisps of anger that dissipated into thin air. Chonk could not help but sigh once more as it started to formulate a plan in its mind, a plan that would not anger the 3 alliances, and also help it transition to a rank 1 class. The method of strengthening as an animate was multiple times harder compared to the method of strengthening as an inanimate being, which mostly had to rely on absorbing the life and will particles of other inanimate beings while strengthening their souls. Animate beings all start out with no class, in other words, rank 0. To start off in their journey to become a stronger animate being, they must first find or create a tempering technique, which would allow them to transition into the first step to strengthening as an animate, a rank 1 class. Most of the time, animates have a plethora of tempering techniques to choose from due to the fact that they have created civilizations and foundations for strengthening that span multiple generations. As for Chonk, it did not have that option as it was a wolf, an animate being, but was considered inferior to humans. Hence it had to create a tempering technique of its own. There are different levels to tempering techniques, due to the facts that rank 1 classes have different levels of strengths. The most stringent the requirements of the tempering technique, the stronger the power an animate obtains once it transitions to a rank 1 class. Chonk's tempering technique could be considered to be a part of those that have the most stringent requirements. Now you may ask, why? This is because the main material needed for Chonk to transition to a rank 1 class was the core of the Tempest Cliff. I have an idea where the core of the Tempest Cliff resides, but I have no idea how to take it out. Chonk lied down on the floor as the 3 glass orbs positioned themselves in front of its field of vision. Whoosh! A few minutes passed by and Chonk heard a gust of wind come from one of the glass orbs it used to survey the 3 alliances from within. It then tried to locate where the sound came from, only to find out that it came from the orb where the spy from the Tempest Branch Alliance was killed. It came from Connor's orb. Chonk's eyes were filled with curiosity as it manipulated the view of the orb towards the whole base of operations of the Alliance, sensing an intense aura of wind not long after. Such an intense aura of wind. Chonk could not help but exclaim as it tried to find the origin of the aura. After a few minutes of analysis, Chonk was surprised to find that the origin of the intense aura was from the one that killed its spy, Connor. An intense yet pure aura of wind, coming from such a measly grade inanimate. Being an animate who evolved from an inanimate, it was easy for Chonk to assess the being's grade. A few seconds later, a crazy plan was formulated in its mind, acting as a backup plan to its first plan. Chonk stood up on all 4 legs as it muttered to himself, "All right, I should try searching for the core of the Tempest Cliff for now. If not, that a grade inanimate will be my main material." Within the Tempest Cliff, Tempest Branch Alliance's base of operations. And this is the final building within the small ecosystem of our alliance, the sparring tower. Horrell explained to Horus, who was hovering beside him. Horus nodded at Horrell's words and asked not long after, "What's the purpose of the sparring tower?" Before he got into his current situation, Horus and Horrell traversed the whole ecosystem of the Alliance as Horrell explained the purpose and the name of each and every building. While this was occurring, Horus was experimenting with the newest spell he got from evolving his spell core, Tempest Levitation. After a few tests, Horus realized that Tempest Levitation was just a toggleable version of Gale Hover. In other words, he could now permanently fly. Technically, after passing through the Alliance lobby, the meditation chambers, the life and will fountain, and the skill emporium, Horus and Horrell now hovered in front of the sparring tower, which was the situation they were now currently in. Well, Horrell pondered for a bit before replying. The sparring tower is basically the place where you can test out your newfound skills or powers. You can fight against immobile objects or objects that don't attack, and even vice versa. After hearing Horrell's explanation of the sparring tower, a brilliant idea flashed in Horus' mind as he asked, "Is this also a place where we can polish our skills?" Of course, Horus did not mention any inkling of the system he had, as he knew he was a unique case. As well as Herelia. Horrell then let out a cheerful aura as he replied to Horus' question, "Haha, I knew you'd catch on." That's right, the sparring tower is also a place where we can master the skills we currently have. Not only that, There might be cases where your skills ascend to greater heights. A few minutes later, Horrell left Horus in front of the sparring tower as Horus asked Horrell that he would be entering the sparring tower to test out his skills. Since Horus had a resolute aura about him, Horrell lightly chuckled before leaving him alone. Taking a few deep breaths, Horus headed inside the sparring tower and entered one of the many rooms where inanimate beings tested their skills out. Clank. Horus tightly closed the door into the room shut and stared at the only thing that was in the room other than him. A long pole made out of stone. So is this the immobile object Horrell was talking about? Horus could not help but let out a stifled laugh as he composed himself. Well I'll just ask Herelia about the ins and outs of the sparring tower later. For now. Whoosh. With a single thought in his mind, a floating anima was hastily stretched into a thin sword, which was then infused with Aura's SP. Around an 1/10 of a second later, this twin sword made out of anima glowed an impure red, giving others the feeling that it wanted to keep everything to itself. Horus looked at the sword he formed and nodded inwardly before commanding the sword to head towards the long pole and slash diagonally. Let's see the limits of my new offensive skill. Sword of Greed, slash. 1 new, the readers. Chapter 75 Reliance on the Alliance. Sword of Greed, slash. Bang. Thanks to Horus' upgraded movement speed, the sword that he sent out collided with the long stone pole in a matter of an instant, a somewhat loud explosion resounding in the process. A few tiny pieces of the stone pole fell to the ground, revealing the result of the attack to Horus. What? Horus could not believe what he was seeing. As the thin red sword he sent out gradually dissipated into thin air, the result of the collision that was shown was hardly visible at all. If one looked intently at the long stone pole from close up, then would only one see an extremely silver scratch on the long stone pole, revealing to anyone the sturdiness of the stone pole. Ding. The system considers this as a real attack. Not long after the dissipation of the sword he shot out, an notification sound was heard, with a screen popping up in front of his field of vision not a moment later as well. Horus has dealt 1,221 horsepower damage to stone pole. Hiss. Horus took a deep breath through his body, not believing the number that was currently shown on the screen in front of him. He shot out another sword of greed towards the long stone pole, only to get the same result from the system. He then shot out another sword of greed one more time, and got the same result just like before. Only then did he believe that the damage he dished out was real. Although this isn't my weakest skill, Horus could still not fathom at how much damage he could now currently deal. I wonder how destructive it could get after being boosted with spirit power transcendence. Putting the shock he received after seeing the damage he could deal with the weakest technique from the spirit sword of 7 hells, Horus was about to conjure the second sword until a few words that were large enough to be seen from far away hovered in front of the long stone pole. Damage, 1.22 points. Horus was confused at the words that popped up at first, but then he remembered the damage he dealt a while ago. Is this the equivalent of seeing damage inanimates deal without a system like mine? He had a feeling that this was the case, but he could not wrap his head around the fact that the damage he dealt, which was over 1,000 HP, was reduced to about an 1,000th of its size. I wonder what it corresponds to. Anyways, I don't need to look at that since I have the system with me. Whoosh. Without hesitation, a floating anima was transformed into a thin orange sword that radiated an aura of intense charm, as if the sword was the most beautiful thing anyone would ever lay their eyes on. Of course, Horus was the conjurer of the sword, hence he was not affected by the skill. That did not stop him from sensing the power the sword held compared to the previous one he conjured. A few seconds, he noticed that the aura it radiated reached a peak, and shot it not long after. Sword of Lust, slash. Bang. Of course, since the Sword of Lust came after the Sword of Greed, it boasted an attack power that was higher compared to the previous sword, gradually making Horus understand the uses of the sword. And so, Horus continued to the 5 remaining sword forms of the Spirit Sword of 7 Hells, taking about a few minutes for every sword to find a usage for it. Hovering above Horus' body, a thin white sword, emanating an aura that made it seem like it was the only item in existence capable of killing gods and demons alike, was conjured by Horus after using up all of his SP. While looking at the sword he created, Horus could not help but feel a sense of familiarity to the sword, muttering to himself, "So this is the upgraded form of Spirit Spear, acceptance?" Afterwards, he shot the sword towards the stone pole, controlling to slash from top to bottom as he shouted, "Sword of Pride, slash!" Bang! An explosion that was louder than before resounded throughout the training room Horus was practicing his skills in. Even Horus could not help but feel inwardly shocked after hearing that explosion. He let the sword dissipate into thin air first before looking at the result of the slash. Which shocked him to his core. Well, pith. A slash that was about a centimeter deep appeared on the surface of the stone pole, letting Horus know the ferocity and strength of the final blade he sent out. As he was amazed at the power of the final sword, the gash that was left on the stone pole gradually repaired itself, returning to a state where it seemed like such an attack did not happen at all in the first place. Ding! Of course, Horus did not mind this happening at all since it was a training dummy. It was meant to have regenerative properties anyway. He decided to look at the screen that appeared in front of his field of vision as he heard the notification sound that appeared. Horus has dealt 4,623 horsepower damage to stone pole. After seeing the damage he dealt with the strongest sword form, Horus could not help but look at the skill's spirit power transcendence in a new light. To think that the reason why I can fight against beings higher than my current grade is because of this skill. I should really grind this more. Horus could not help but chuckle after saying this. As usual, a few words appeared in front of the stone pole, telling Horus how much damage he dealt. Damage: 4.62 points. How much would I possibly deal if I had spirit power transcendence activated? Satisfied and content with the damage he could currently deal, Horus decided to use Grand Vitality and Spirit Transformation to hastily replenish his SP bar at the cost of his HP. After noticing that his SP bar was filled to the brim, he activated the spell he was using a while ago to tour around with Horror, Tempest Levitation. He gradually hovered bit by bit off the ground before leaving the sparring tower and deciding to head back to the main hall of the Alliance. Whoosh! In the midst of his flight, he could not help but recall a certain thing that he received a while ago, which he put at the back of his head as he did not understand how it worked. Since he was currently flying with no goal at the moment, he decided that it was a good time to check the thing he received out. Open Alliance Tech. Ding! Not long after commanding the system, a semi-transparent screen appeared in front of his field of vision, making him gasp at the new feature he received. Tempest Branch Alliance Tech. Alliance Points, 1000. HP Boost, 0% costs 3 Alliance Points to upgrade. SP Boost, 0% costs 3 Alliance Points to upgrade. Defense Stat Boost, 0% costs 1 Alliance Point to upgrade. Vitality Stat Boost, 0% costs 1 Alliance Point to upgrade. Attack Stat Boost, 0% costs 1 Alliance Point to upgrade. What the fuck? Horus could not help but curse at what he was seeing. After entering the Alliance, he accidentally received a feature related to the Alliance after killing Connor, who was an executive member of the Alliance. In fact, the Alliance tech system was just one of the 2 features he received, the other one being the Alliance shop system. He gazed at the screen for a bit before recalling a certain memory from his previous life as he said to himself, "It's just like those idle games I play on my phone back then. I wonder what the maximum boosts on these things are." With his interest piqued by the first new feature he opened up, it was not peculiar for Horus to open up the second new feature as the first one was already enough to stupefy him. Open Alliance Shop. Ding! As usual, a screen appeared in front of Horus' field of vision while it was accompanied by a notification sound. Horus took a glance at the screen and could not help but let his non-existent eyes widen at what the feature offered. Tempest Branch Alliance Shop. Alliance Points, 1000. Stock resets in 12 hours. Active skill, Stick Clone, 500 alliance points. Passive skill, longevity, 300 alliance points. Passive skill, spirit expansion, 750 alliance points. Active skill, Reaper's Verdict, 1700 alliance points. Active skill, Spirit Aura Air, 3000 alliance points. Horus could not help but utter this sound after seeing what the shop was selling. To think that the Alliance would give me access to more skills. Let's see what they have to offer. With the help of the system, Horus identified each and every skill one by one, from Stick Clone to Reaper's Verdict. Some of the skills made him feel disappointed, while others made him want to ask Herelia on how to get more alliance points. I wonder what this Spirit Aura offers. From the fact that it's a rare skill, it's definitely going to be something pretty good. Since Spirit Aura was the only skill that Horus did not identify yet, he commanded the system to identify the skill, with slight expectation at its use. Ding! Not long after, the details of the skill were revealed to Horus, prompting him to skim through the text written on the screen. Then Tempest Burst. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Horus activated one of the skills he would only use when he needed it the most. Horus did indeed need the powers of the skill at this moment. Why? It was because the things Spirit Aura offered to Horus would allow him to become an even stronger mage than ever before. This skill is too OP. Horus could not help but shout inwardly, how the heck do I get more alliance points? Herelia, with his rationality and logicality being consumed by the craze of wanting to obtain the skill, Horus started to shout as he flew back to the hall at great speed. Herelia, where the fuck are you? Chapter 76 Prelude to the Madness. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Even though the duration of Tempest Burst was done after about 30 seconds or so, in the midst of his crazed emotions of wanting to obtain more alliance points, Horus subconsciously noticed that Tempest Burst was done, casting Gale Hover on himself, which boosted him to a speed that was faster when compared to his previous speed with Tempest Burst activated. Herelia, where are you? Of course, Horus did not forget to scream out Herelia's name as he continued to fly through the Alliance space. Not long after the start of Horus' crazed motion of calling out for Herelia, some members at the lowest level of the hierarchy could not help but look at Horus weirdly for a bit before passing the message on to another inanimate being. Gradually, the lowest members would pass it to the executive level members, which would then be passed on to the pillar level members. It only took a couple of hours or so for the news of Horus calling Herelia out to spread throughout the Alliance space. Within a specific part of the Tempest Branch Alliance's base of operations. Not knowing what was occurring throughout the Alliance space, Herelia was currently occupied with honing the Tetralemental Tempest Affinity skill she obtained from the Tempest Cliff inheritance. Concurrently, she was also honing the Blessing of the Tetralemental Tempest skill where the respective affinity skill came from. Whoosh! With her sense of vision shut off, she started to sense the rapid movement of the energy particles that surrounded her body, most of them being of the wind element. A few seconds later, with the help of her original Tempest Affinity skill, she manipulated a few of these wind element particles and forced them to coalesce as the image of a raging fire consumed her thoughts. Not long after, a small green spark started to appear above Herelia's body, which gradually intensified to the point where a soft explosion resounded throughout where she was, prompting her to open her eyes. She could not help but focus her vision on the top of her body as a small green flame started to crackle and flicker like a normal flame. If not for the fact that the flame was colored green, then it would be hard for someone to notice that it was made out of wind element particles. Ding! Not long after being mesmerized by the sight of the wind flame, a screen appeared in front of Herelia's field of vision with a notification sound accompanying it. Tetralemental Tempest Affinity has leveled up. Blessing of the Tetralemental Tempest has leveled up. Seeing that both of the skills she was honing leveled up, she could not help but let out a cheerful aura. Whoosh! Basking in the happiness of growing slightly stronger, Herelia could not help but stop celebrating her feats as she heard a few bushes rustle from not far away, making her vigilant as to what or who the being that made the bushes rustle was. A few seconds later, the being that rustled the bushes was finally revealed to Herelia, who was vigilant all this time, making her let out a sigh of relief as she said, "Oh, it was just you, Horrell." "Hee, I do apologize for disturbing you." Horrell let out a chuckle as he replied to Herelia's statement. Whoosh! Herelia decided to extinguish the wind flame she created just a while ago before continuing to talk with Horrell. "So, what brings you here when you know I'm currently training?" Horrell maintained a cheerful aura about him as he replied, "Since training, then it's expected that you haven't heard of what Horus was doing, right?" Horus? Herelia was confused as to why this name popped up in Horrell's conversation. Did he do something wrong? "Oh no, not at all." Horrell chuckled. "It's just that he's searching for you throughout the whole Alliance space. I feel like he would go to great lengths just to find you if you don't respond long enough." "Eh?" Herelia could not help but utter. "Why does he want to find me?" Since Horrell told Herelia that Horus was currently searching for her, Herelia subconsciously activated her movement skill, waiting to move at the instant she could do so. "I don't know, but sensing from the aura he's emanating, I'm pretty sure it's important," Horrell replied, which was then answered by a strong gust of wind not long after. Before Horrell could even speak a bit more, Herelia was already gone, activating her movement skill to the fullest. Horrell could not help but sigh as he lightly chuckled. "I guess Herelia relies on Horus a lot." Not long after, Horrell started to hover in place before muttering to himself, "Then again, they are the two things that are the impetus for a great change in the Tempest Cliff." Whoosh! And just like that, the place where Herelia was training was now left vacant in just a few seconds. Herelia. Even after a couple of hours have passed, Horus did not stop shouting Herelia's name, subconsciously using the Gale Hover spell every time it was off cooldown. If one were to calculate the distance Horus has traversed throughout these past couple hours, it would equal to the distance a normal person would walk in about 1.5 hours or so. Around 7.5 kilometers to be specific. Herelia. In the midst of his crazed shouting, Horus stopped where he was hovering from and noticed a never-familiar silhouette that was covered in red engravings. In an instant, the aura Horus emitted changed from crazed into a cheerful one as he flew towards her while he shouted, "Herelia." On the other hand, sensing Horus' cheerful expression, Herelia could not help but stay silent as she waited for Horus to get closer. It only took Horus around a few seconds to decrease the gap between them to a few meters, prompting Herelia to ask, "I heard from Horrell that you were searching for me these past few hours. What's wrong?" Horus let out a sigh as only now did he realize that the actions he did these past few hours were a bit too overboard. Although he was a human at heart, he was currently a stick. Hence emotions did not affect him that much unless it reached a certain threshold. Composing himself, he then replied, "Let's go somewhere private." Although saying that in his previous world would elicit some disgusted looks from women, since Herelia took Horus' words literally, she replied with "Okay." Whoosh, whoosh. A few minutes later, the two of them hovered under a tree that was somewhat far away from the Alliance's base of operations. Horus looked at the surroundings for a bit before muttering to himself, "I guess this is a good place." Of course, Herelia could not help but look at the surroundings as well before asking, "So why do you want to find me?" Horus could only let out a stifled chuckle. "I just wanted to know how to obtain alliance points since I obtained 1,000 alliance points from killing Connor back then. I don't know any other way to obtain them, to be honest." Wow. Herelia was dumbfounded. She did not expect that this was the reason why Horus wanted to find her. Composing her emotions, she asked, "Did you unlock the Alliance Tech and Alliance Shop feature perchance?" "Yeah. Why?" Horus did not hide anything from Herelia since this had something to do with the Alliance anyway. "Well, I figured as much." Herelia could only softly sigh as she replied, "Anyways, there are multiple ways of obtaining Alliance points. You could either do Alliance missions, kill members that have malicious intentions, or kill a lot of inanimate beings. Wait. What? Now, it was Aurus' turn to be confused. He did not expect that one of the ways where he could earn a ton of alliance points was something he used to do before entering the Tempest Branch Alliance. Lightly coughing after Herilius' response, he then asked, "What's the fastest way to earn a lot of alliance points then?" "Killing inanimate beings," Herelia instantly replied without hesitation. "Do their grades give out different amounts of alliance points?" Aurus asked as a follow-up question. "Yep," Herelia replied, "grades give out 1 alliance point each. B grades give out 3 alliance points, A grades give out 5 alliance points, S grades give out 9 alliance points, and X grades give out 15 alliance points." Hearing that he could obtain 15 alliance points for every X grade inanimate he kills, Aurus could not help but feel his motivation rising up to great heights. In his previous life while playing Infinite Stick Evolution, he would usually go and do PvP with other players, which was surprisingly the reason why he felt his motivation rise up. Letting out a cheerful aura, he then said, "I see. Thanks Herelia. I'll repay you for this information once I get back." "Alright then," Herelia replied before instantly putting the thought at the back of her head. The only thought that occupied her mind currently was the fact that she had to level up and evolve both skills that were related to the Tetrala Mental Tempest. Seeing that her job was done, she turned around and hastily went back to the Alliance base, leaving Aurus alone under the tree. Normally, the boy would become sad when the girl left him alone. In this case, Aurus was ecstatic to see Herelia hastily leave. "Fenrir, come out." Whoosh. A few seconds later, a stick that was larger than Aurus with 2 protrusions on one of its end, appeared in front of Aurus as the small twig on the other stick's end started to sway left to right. "Master, Fenrir." Aurus could not help but feel happy that he was finally able to utilize Fenrir in real situation. "It's time for you to get stronger." Stronger. In an instant, the aura around Fenrir turned into an ecstatic one that was filled with hints of ferocity in it. "Yes, I get stronger so I protect Master." Ha ha. Aurus could not help but laugh after hearing Fenrir's response. He then turned his body towards a certain direction before looking at Fenrir and asking, "Are you ready to start getting stronger?" With Fenrir's bloodlust being ignited by Aurus' previous words, Fenrir could only respond with, "Yes, Master." Chapter 77 Wind Dragon's 4 forms. While Aurus and Fenrir were just beginning their killing spree of multiple inanimate beings, on another part of the same continent where Aurus was, within the Arcana Tower found in the Seraph Kingdom, Dane currently had his eyes glimmer like the stars in the night sky as a few days have passed since he bought the Gale Dragon wood from Jihan. "Ha ha, I finally did it." Dane could not help but laugh as he stood up from his seat, extending his right hand outward as a small magic circle appeared in front of it, harnessing all of the wind element particles in Dane's surroundings. First circle. Hello Zopes Singulus Strigitus. He then started to chant an incantation he made, which gave the small magic circle he formed more power as the overbearing feeling of a wind dragon started to radiate out of the magic circle. Bit by bit, the strength that the magic circle grew stronger as time passed, making the aura that Dane felt intensify by a few times as he gradually walked from where he was towards one of the walls. As he gradually got closer to the walls, he could not help but mutter, "Since I'm a rank 4 high mage, the room I'm currently in could withstand the might of high level 2 spells at most. I can still shoot out the second form of the spell incantation after this." Roar. A few seconds later, a soft roar could be heard coming from the magic circle as the aura the circle radiated reached its peak. Dane could not help but smile as he straightened his extended arm before shouting, "Wind Dragon's 4 forms." Wind Dragon's aura claw. Bang! As the magic circle was shot out towards one of the walls of Dane's room, the magic circle instantly condensed into a small yet condensed green claw that slashed at the wall, letting out some soft yet harsh scratching sounds which were a result of the collision between the claw and the wall. Dane looked at the damage dealt by the spell he used and nodded as he said to himself, The damage this first form could deal is 5 points when mastered if I remember what I wrote these past few days. Considering that the walls of the room can handle around 30 points of damage at most, I'd say that's already enough to make or break the balance between the Highness and the other princes. After recording the outcome of the first spell he shot out with a crystal orb on standby, he started to conjure another magic circle. This time, the magic circle had 2 layers, which meant that the incantation would now become a longer. Second circle, Hellos Supris Vitalis Singulus, Hellos Opes Vidus Grandus. Whoosh. Roar. Compared to before, a soft roar could be heard at the instant the incantation was finished. Not only that, the aura that the magic circle radiated was far beyond the aura the first spell could exude, as it gave anyone who sensed it the feeling of being stared at by a wind dragon. After a few seconds, the accumulation of power within the magic circle reached its peak, prompting Dane to shout, "Wind Dragon's 4 forms, Wind Dragon's Fury!" Bang! Without delay, the magic circle that was shot out condensed into 2 small green claws this time, with each of them being imbued with a sharp and swift wind energy around them. Not long after, the claws and the wall collided, producing a harsh scratching sound that would possibly make one's ears bleed. As for Dane, he looked at this with an emotionless expression on his face, silently chanting a few spells as he tried to gauge the damage the second spell could deal. After a while, the green claws dissipated, revealing a few grooves on the wall that were around 2 to 3 centimeters deep. A few seconds later, the grooves on the wall started to repair themselves, returning back to a state that was as if they weren't there at all. It was only at this moment did Dane mutter, "Damage level of 20 points, that's already a lot, considering the fact that this would be boosted even further with the Highness class." If he reached the class level of rank 3 before the fight, his victory would most likely be assured. He could not help but sigh afterwards. Nonetheless, the Highness could only handle up to level 2 spells at most. Level 3 spells would definitely put a huge burden on his body, while level 4 spells would definitely destroy his internal organs. Dane then sat down on the chair he was previously sitting on before retrieving something stiff from under the desk in front of him. Dane carefully pulled it out, revealing a piece of wood that exuded a somewhat strong aura of wind energy, letting anyone feel the caress of the wind. Not only that, if one was a mage or someone who has high perception, one would feel that the aura it exuded had a basic pattern to it, with how the wind energy surrounding it being arranged in a specific way. Dane could not help but raise the piece of wood up as he said to himself, "Thankfully, after doing numerous experiments on this Gale Dragonwood, I knew that Jihan was telling the truth. This piece of Gale Dragonwood does have signs of a soul forming inside it. Now, if I can convert the energy of this incomplete soul into a type of energy that could support the weapon's spell casting, then it might not be impossible for the Highness to use level 3 spells while only receiving light injuries." With a plan formed in his mind, Dane stood up once more as he willed a piece of cloth to wrap around the Gale Dragonwood tightly using his mana. He then tied this piece of cloth to the insides of the robe he wore before heading out of the 40th floor of the Arcana Tower, going downwards to the 1st floor, and leaving the Arcana Tower after that. As Dane walked out of the Arcana Tower, the first thing he saw was the long line of people that led up to the multiple entrances of the Arcana Tower. Dane could not help but chuckle as he looked at this. It seems there has been an influx of people wanting to become magic-related classes these past few days. Does that mean that I have to look over more people and take in more students? Putting the current sight at the back of his mind, Dane started to walk towards a certain direction as he tried to recall a certain place in his memories which sold one of the materials he needed to craft the 9th Prince's weapon with. Since he was a high mage and was well versed in creating staves and other sorts of weapons imbued with magic, Dane had a foundation for weapon knowledge, which meant that he knew a lot of material combinations that would synergize and amplify each other's characteristics. With Dane using a movement buff spell on himself, it only took him a few minutes to stand in front of the certain place he recalled. This is the one. I hope they have what I need. The building in front of him looked like something out of medieval times. If it wasn't for the fact that large gears and hydraulics mostly covered the walls of this building. If one looked hard enough, one would see a metal sign beside a large gear with the words Criddle's Rare Goods. Ding! Dane entered the building as the door chimes swayed with the breeze, alerting the staff of his arrival. In an instant, one of the staff hastily went up to Dane and respectfully bowed before saying, "Welcome to Criddle's Rare Goods, dear customer. How may we help you today?" Rather than replying to the staff's question, Dane fished out an item from the insides of his robes and revealed it to the staff that attended to him. It was a simple badge made out of metal that radiated a faint green glow. Nonetheless, it was enough to make the staff's jaw drop while Dane started to talk. "I have an esteemed badge bestowed by Criddle himself. Is he here at the moment?" The staff, which was dumbfounded from the sight of the badge, snapped back to reality after hearing Dane's words. The staff nodded furiously as he asked, "Certainly, esteemed guest. Would you like me to take you to where he currently is?" "Please do," Dane replied. Since the staff was polite to him, then Dane would reciprocate the politeness by being polite as well. It only took a few minutes for the staff member and Dane to head towards a small pond with a bench by the side. On that bench was a man with graying hair, but exuded an aura of intense vitality and strength. Seeing the man's silhouette, Dane's eyes lit up as he said to the staff, "You may not leave." Of course, the staff member was glad that he could stay away from these two monsters, so he respectfully bowed to Dane and left not long after. "Hey, it's quite a rare occurrence for you to come to my shop." Just as Dane was about to walk towards the man on the bench, the man on the bench turned around to face as he started to speak. At that moment, a face of an average middle-aged man could be seen, which gave out an amiable and easygoing aura, contrasting with the aura the man gave out a while ago. "Well, the first person to come across my mind since I need a specific material." Dane could not help but chuckle as he replied while walking towards the man. Since they were basically of the same rank, Dane did not hesitate to sit beside the man. "That's why my shop is named Criddle's Rare Goods. If it's rare, then we definitely have it in stock." The man chuckled after hearing Dane's statement. He then followed up with, "So what material do you want to buy?" Dane pondered for a bit before looking at the man straight into the eyes and saying, "Spirit Star Steel." Chapter 78. How much is too much? Although Horus and Fenrir were hunting within the boundaries of the Tempest Cliff, which is said to be a place teeming with Scrade and Xcrade inanimates, it was not to the point that every step a person would take would allow them to see an Scrade inanimate or an Xcrade inanimate. It took them around 10 minutes of traversing around, with Horus relying on his spirit detection spell, and Fenrir relying on his keen senses skill, to finally catch wind of a dangerous inanimate. In actuality, Fenrir was the first one to notice the dangerous aura, alerting Horus as Fenrir's body pointed towards the aura's direction. "Master, there's danger at that direction." Horus would always cast spirit detection at the instant it was off cooldown, and it would allow him to scan for beings at a radius exceeding 100 meters. Yet for some reason, Fenrir was the one to find an Xcrade inanimate first. It's probably because keen senses is a skill leaning towards more of an animalistic nature, which meant that possibly instinct affected Fenrir's announcement. Horus muttered to himself as he looked at Fenrir for a bit before saying, "Let's head to where the danger is." Yes. Oddly enough, the short twig protruding out of one of Fenrir's ends started to sway back and forth like a real animal tail. Of course, Horus did not mind this at all. He activated Tempest Levitation while casting Gale Hover on Fenrir, allowing them to get closer to the danger Fenrir found within a couple of minutes or so. Rustle. As they hovered above the ground where Fenrir sensed danger, a branch that was superbly larger when compared to Fenrir and Horus' body sizes, appeared behind a bush, slightly startling them in the process. "Identify," Horus inwardly commanded the system as he looked at the branch that just appeared. Ding! Ellen Branch Grandius Formosus, High Existence Level, Inanimate X Level, 2840 HP, 1,250,012,500, SP, 48,004,950. Stats: Toughness, 437, Thickness, 532, Density, 338. Skills: Uncheckable due to species analysis skill being low-leveled. Ooh, a warrior as the first X-grade will get to kill. Horus could not help but say inwardly, "Should I attack, Master?" All of a sudden, a voice resounded through his mind, slightly startling him as he maintained a calm aura on the outside. In an instant, he knew it was Fenrir who asked. So he replied inwardly with, "Fall back for now. Once you reach S-grade, it'll allow you to fight against X-grades." But, as a reply, Fenrir answered with a complaining tone. As if it was a real wolf that was loyal to its master, Fenrir did not want Horus to be harmed at all. Whoosh! Just as Fenrir was about to continue coercing Horus to let it attack, a flame that was close to being pure white in color started to envelop Horus' body, raising to a height that surpassed 5 meters. It was definitely disproportional to the size of Horus' body. To say the least. Ding! The exchange of SP into power has reached its limit, boosting users' attack power by 200%. The skill limit Transcendence has been unsealed. It can be activated at any time. With these 2 lines appearing on the screen that popped up in front of Horus' field of vision, Horus could not help but focus his vision onto Fenrir and let out a cheerful aura. "Don't worry about a thing. You must get stronger for my sake, okay? Amen." In the end, Fenrir could only muster out a small whimper as it flew to a distance that was around 30 meters away from where Horus and the X-grade being was, allowing Fenrir to take action if need be. Still hovering above the ground, Horus increased his altitude to the point where he was sure that he would not be noticed by the X-grade inanimate at all. After feeling certain of the height he was currently hovering at, Horus then scrolled through the 7 sword forms given to him by the Spirit Sword of 7 Hells. While deciding on which sword to choose, he recalled something written on the details of the skill. "Now that I think about it, I haven't combined sword forms yet. Let's start doing that," Horus muttered to himself as a floating anima was hastily transformed into a thin red sword. A few seconds later, another floating anima was transformed into a thin sword as well, but it was yellow in color. Sword of Greed and Sword of Gluttony. Horus looked at the 2 swords floating above his body and commanded inwardly not long after, "Fuse." Kai, kai, kai. As if it were 2 metal blades colliding with each other, soft yet harsh sounds of metal scratching on something could be heard for a few seconds, before coming to a lull as an aura that combined the auras of the 2 previous swords appeared on the thin sword that was a mix of red and yellow. Ding! Horus did not expect that just right after the fusion of the 2 sword forms was finished, a screen would appear in front of his field of vision. Thankfully, the X-grade inanimate did not catch Horus' presence, still staying on the spot it was previously at. Please choose the sword form that will be used after fusing Sword of Greed and Sword of Gluttony, Sword of Insatiable Greed, Sword of Everlasting Gluttony, Thinking about the effects of each sword form for a bit, he chose Sword of Insatiable Greed, instantly turning the sword into a bright yellow with hints of red grooves on its edge. Without thinking twice, he then sent the sword out towards the X-grade being, at an angle perpendicular to the X-grade's body. Swoosh! Thanks to Horus' boosted movement speed, the sword landed on the X-grade's body in a flash, removing a huge chunk of HP from the X-grade. Not only that, rather than finding the one who slashed at itself, the X-grade being was instead engrossed in some sort of illusion, falling into a daze as it started to rotate in place not long after. Ding! Horus has dealt 4,757 horsepower damage to Ellen. The debuff Insatiable Greed has been inflicted onto Ellen, making the enemy fall into an illusion for 10 seconds. Not wasting the free time to attack given to him by his previous attack, Horus hastily formed 2 more swords of Insatiable Greed before hacking away at the vulnerable X-grade being, which had no clue how it died as it dissipated into small red and green particles not long after. The red and green particles were then absorbed by Horus as a notification screen appeared in front of his field of vision. Ding! Horus has dealt 4,757 horsepower damage to Ellen. Horus has dealt 4,757 horsepower damage to Ellen. Experience plus 2,500. 1,250 AXP has been distributed to Fenrir. Fenrir has leveled up 15 times. 18 life points have been obtained. 13 will points have been obtained. 15 alliance points have been obtained thanks to killing an X-grade inanimate. SSSS. Horus could not help but suck in a huge amount of air through his body as he looked at the words written on the notification screen. Just the distributed experience from killing an X-grade made Fenrir reach level 16 in one go. Horus could not help but look at Fenrir, who was on the ground, waiting for Horus' good news. He went closer to Fenrir as he had a feeling that Fenrir grew a few sizes. By the time he got close enough to look at Fenrir clearly, he noticed that Fenrir was beyond twice his size already. Letting out a stifled chuckle, he then said, "Fenrir, it seems that you might be able to fight soon enough." After hearing these words come out of Horus' non-existent mouth, Fenrir's stick tail started to wag back and forth at a fast speed as it replied, "Really?" "Yep." Horus let out a cheerful aura as he replied, "But you have to stay by my side at all times." "Okay, amen." Fenrir let out a loud and cheerful sound as Horus started to change his point of view on his surroundings. "It has been a while since I've used this skill." Horus could not help but think he was dumb for not using the skill in the first place. "Change my view where the aura of X-grade inanimates can be easily seen." Whoosh! A few seconds later, a myriad of colors entered Horus' changed field of vision wherein all of them came from X-grade inanimates. Although it was pretty much a blur since Horus was far away from these beings, it still made Horus' job easier in finding X-grade inanimates as he just had to follow one color. If my math is correct, I would need to kill over 140 X-grade inanimates in order to have enough points to buy Spirit Aura. While Horus was engrossed in his thoughts, he started to hover off the ground as he went towards the direction of a certain aura, with Fenrir following behind him on ground. "You know what, you can never have too much points. I can use the remaining points on Alliance Tech and make me stronger. I've decided I'll kill 500 X-grade inanimates." Chapter 79 Spirit Aura. Over 6 hours have passed since Horus and Fenrir started their massacre. Throughout those 6 hours, they were able to kill around 135 X-grade inanimates with the help of Horus' soul perception and spirit detection, and Fenrir's keen senses. Although it was vastly lacking compared to the number Horus mentioned 6 hours ago, it still gave them bountiful benefits. Sword of Intensified Gluttony. Throughout these past 6 hours, Horus became more and more familiar with the skill Spirit Sword of Seven Hells. As of this moment, Horus had the proficiency level wherein he could think up of the most suited two-sword combination in a fight, depending on the buff or the debuff he needed. Bang! Fenrir. "Yes, Master." Whoosh! It was also a given that Fenrir would level up along the process of Horus killing X-grade inanimates since part of the XP Horus gains would be distributed to Fenrir in the process. To be honest, Fenrir had already reached its max level after the 20th X-grade inanimate or so was killed. At the moment, all of the experience was going into the unused experience bar that Horus had. Nonetheless, with Fenrir being maxed, it could now act as a tank and even as an attacker when needed, as there was now a stronger force behind the attack. Wind shot. Whoosh! Master, enemy is distracted. Got it. Sword of Gluttonous Pride. Bang! And just like that, the 136th X-grade inanimate was killed without difficulty thanks to the cooperation between Horus and Fenrir. Horus, who was hovering mid-air all this time, landed on the ground and rolled towards Fenrir. He then said to it, "Good work." Fenrir, who felt like it was on cloud 9 whenever Horus complimented it, could not help but wag its stick tail left to right multiple times as a screen appeared on Horus' screen not long after. Ding! Experience plus 2,500. 17 life points have been obtained. 16 will points have been obtained. 15 alliance points have been obtained due to killing an X-grade inanimate. The life and will bars are now completely full, turning the excess life and will points into experience for skills related to life and will points. Inheritor of two ideologies has leveled up. High Vessel of Sentience has leveled up. Supreme Purity Spiritus SP Vessel has leveled up. Supreme Purity Spirit Energy Core has leveled up. Transcendent Vitality Anima Creation has leveled up twice. Spirit Sword of Seven Hells has leveled up. Middle Spirit Spell Core has leveled up. Tempestuous Spiritus Glide has leveled up. The following skills have reached the max level: Inheritor of two ideologies, High Vessel of Sentience, Supreme Purity Spiritus SP Vessel. Wow, a lot has leveled up just from this one fight. Horus could not help but mutter as he thought that it could be coincidence as to why all of these skills leveled up at the time he was fighting the 136th X-grade. You know what? I think he'll just stop at 140 X-grade inanimates. I might destroy the ecosystem of this place. As he was thinking about his improvement in strength once he upgraded the skills that could be upgraded, he knew that it would become even easier for him to kill X-grades. Thankfully, he remembered that once a certain thing from an ecosystem was brought to near extinction, the balance it had would be offset. In fact, thanks to Horus killing over 130 X-grade inanimates, more and more X-grade inanimates lost the will to become stronger as there was not much X-grade inanimates left within the Tempest Cliff. They all thought that X-grade inanimates were now the strongest levels of power within the Tempest Cliff. Well, Horus was not in any position to care about that. He was an executive-level member of the Tempest Branch Alliance first and foremost. He would only be concerned if the X-grade inanimates of the Alliance were also being killed. I think I'm already close to buying that skill. He placed the previous thoughts at the back of his head as the thought of how much Alliance points he now had surfaced in his mind. Open Alliance Shop. Ding, _ Tempest Branch Alliance Shop. Alliance points 3040. Stock resets in 6 hours. Active skill, Stick Clone, 500 Alliance points. Passive skill, Longevity, 300 Alliance points. Passive skill, Spirit Expansion, 750 Alliance points. Active skill, Reaper's Verdict, 1700 Alliance points. Active skill, Spiritora Air, 3000 Alliance points. Oh, I actually have enough. Horus could not help but lightly chuckle after seeing that he had barely enough to buy the skill he wanted. I guess I don't need to kill more X-grade inanimates for now. Fenrir, who was beside Horus all this time, could not help but stare at the screen in front of Horus and ask, "Master, what's the floaty thing?" Horus turned around to look at Fenrir, who was curious about the screen in front of his field of vision. Pondering for a bit, he replied, "It's something special. Stay silent about it, okay?" Although Fenrir thought that there was more to the screen, Fenrir agreed to what Horus said. By Spiritora, seeing that the amount of Alliance points he had was enough, he did not hesitate to buy the skill right now. Ding. You are going to buy Spiritora Rare for 3000 Alliance points. Are you sure about this? Being dead set on obtaining the skill, Horus confirmed the order, receiving another screen not long after that told him that he had learned the Spiritora skill. Identify Spiritora. Even though Horus had committed the effects of Spiritora to heart and knew that the effects won't be changed, he still could not help but look at it. Ding, _ Spiritora Rare level 120. Grade, S Mortal. Aura, something that cannot be seen by the naked eye, but can be felt by anyone when strong enough. Some auras focus on sheer strength, some focus on being as unnoticeable as possible, while some focus on using their auras to augment their powers. This skill allows the user's aura to act as a domain where the user's abilities would be significantly heightened in combat for a limited duration. Specifically, the user's energy-related, may it be energy attacks, energy storage, and energy restoration, would all be heightened to a certain degree for a limited duration. It can also affect the user's allies. All attacks that use SP will have their final damage boosted by 20%. SP regeneration will be boosted by 50%. Maximum SP storage will be expanded by 50%. Duration, 30 minutes. Radius, 10 meters. SP cost, 1200 SP. Cooldown, 2 hours. With the current amount of SP I have, I think I can execute Spirit Clone once I evolve my SP storage skill, Horus muttered to himself in excitement as he looked at the effects of the skill. Of course, ever since Horus was notified by Kevin that his current body would be in grave danger, even if conscious or unconscious, all of his movements were done in order to hasten the time when he could create a spirit clone, a way to mitigate the effects of the danger he would face in the future. Yeah, I won't delay this any further, Horus said to himself inwardly as the SP cost of the spirit clone skill came to mind. Evolve all of the currently evolvable skills. As for Supreme Purity Spiritus SP Vessel, evolve it on the path that pursues purity. Ding, ding, ding. Not long after commanding the system to evolve the skills that just reached max level not long ago, an notification screen appeared in front of Horus' screen, letting him know the new names of the skills. Inheritor of 2 ideologies has been evolved to Seeker of 2 destinies. High Vessel of Sentience has been evolved to Grand Vessel of Higher Sentience. Supreme Purity Spiritus SP Vessel has been evolved to Zenith Purity Spiritus SP Vessel. Another X-grade mortal level skill to level up. Horus could not help but look at the final evolved skill and smile inwardly as he finally had another X-grade mortal skill to level up, all of which by the looks of it can evolve to transcendent level. Feeling satisfied with how strong he was finally getting, Horus looked at Fenrir and said, "It's been a few hours since you've maxed your level. Nonetheless, it's time to evolve you." Chapter 80 Weapon Creation Spirit Star Steel. Dane looked at the man's eyes in a serious manner as he replied. The man, whose name was Criddle, could not help but look down at the ground and ponder for a bit after hearing Dane's words. Indeed, Spirit Star Steel was a rare metal, mostly used as a material in creating an alloy that would allow the equipment to have improved mana conductivity. As a standalone metal though, pure Spirit Star Steel would not only improve the person's mana conductivity by a great degree, it would allow the user to regain their used mana from the surroundings through the created equipment. After a few minutes, Criddle could only sigh and look at Dane with a smile before saying, "Ever since we've met, you've always surprised me. This time, you still surprised me, wanting such an extremely rare metal right off the bat." Dane lightly chuckled at Criddle's response, yet he still maintained a calm and composed expression. "I may surprise you, but you know me, right? Everything I say is not without a reason." "Of course, we've known each other for over 3 decades already." Criddle flashed a grin as he replied. "It wouldn't be an understatement to tell everyone that I know where you keep your special stuff, bar you and your lecherous thoughts." Dane could not help but laugh seeing that the topic was changed in an instant. Although that was the case, Criddle knew what was more important, so he let out a light cough before saying, "Spirit Star Steel, I'm sure we have a few kilograms of that in stock. Anyways, what are you going to do with it?" Being caught off guard by Criddle's question, Dane could not only gaze at the sky for a bit before replying with a light smile on his face, "I'll just say that it has something to do with the future of the Seraph Kingdom. If you put it that way, then I pretty much know what you're going to do with it." Criddle smiled after hearing Dane's reply and stood up from the bench as he walked towards a certain direction, Dane following behind him. Since both of them were rank 4 class holders, their agility was nothing to scoff at, only taking a few minutes of time to traverse about 20 kilometers, stopping in front of a large vault of sorts. "Ah, so it's inside your shop's special treasury?" Dane could not help but ask. Because they were friends for over 3 decades, Dane knew that the truly precious items the shop sold were kept inside a treasury that was somewhat far away from the shop. This was done so in order for others to not have avaricious thoughts when entering the shop. Then again, Who would dare to steal in front of a rank 4 class holder? The door to the treasury was opened, which was closed in an instant after Dane and Criddle went inside. It took a few minutes of strolling through aisles and containers before Criddle revealed a pure and shiny chunk of metal that radiated a faint glow under the illumination of a small and soft white light hanging from the ceiling. Here it is. Criddle's eyes could not help but gleam as he looked at the chunk of metal on his hand. This is the biggest chunk of Spirit Star steel we have, weighing at around 10 kilograms. Normally, it would be 1,000 gold coins per half kilogram, but since we've known each other for far too long and I know that you're going to use it for something good, let's just say you can get this 10 kilogram piece for 8,000 gold. How kind of you. Dane could not help but laugh after hearing the price. Knowing you, I'm sure that your heart is aching after realizing that you'll probably lose a lot of money from this deal. Snap. Dane snapped his fingers as a rift in the air was formed. Not long after, gold coins started to flow out of the rift, forming a small pile in front of Criddle's feet. It took a few minutes for the gold coins to stop flowing, a pile reaching a height nearing Criddle's kneecaps being formed. 15,000 gold coins. I'll buy each kilogram from you for 1,500 gold coins, Dane stated. Even if we're good friends, I know when to split business from personal stuff. Also, don't you think this discount for me is enough? Dane lightly smiled afterwards. Criddle could not help but frown after seeing the smile on Dane's face. Every time he saw that smile, he had a feeling that there was something he had to exchange in order to close the deal. Yet even though he knew that was the case, he still accepted. Fine, let's close the deal, Criddle answered as he gave the chunk of Spirit Star steel to Dane. Dane happily accepted the chunk of metal and opened up a rift, placing the chunk inside it before closing it up once more. Hee, pleased to make this trade with you. The smile on Dane's face became more pronounced after receiving the chunk. He turned his body around, walking towards the treasury's door to exit, only for it to stop and look back at Criddle and say, when we meet again, you better have mind reforming herb with you. Bang! Afterwards, Dane was no longer seen inside the treasury, only Criddle was left. Criddle could not help but shake his head and sigh as a light smile was planted on his face. He looked at the pile of gold coins near his feet and muttered to himself, I should buy something better than a mind-reforming herb, knowing him fully well. I wonder why he wants that. I'm not in a position to care about that anyway. Let's just grab a great mind condensation leaf when the time comes. With the Spirit Star steel on hand, Dane now headed towards the next place in his mind. A place where the weapon the Ninth Prince could be actualized. A smithy. Knowing Dane though, he was not going to a normal smithy that only crafted magic-grade weapons at most. He was instead going to the most renowned smithy inside Seraph Kingdom. Cling, cling. The bells affixed to the smithy's door rang out, alerting the blacksmith in charge of the smithy of the customer's presence. Yes, how may I? At the instant the bells rang out, the blacksmith revealed herself to the customer with beads of sweat covering her welterned body. Indeed, the blacksmith was a woman. The blacksmith gazed at the customer for a while before letting out a happy scream as she ran towards the customer to hug him. Kaya, it's Dane. Ha ha. Dane could only let out a soft laugh as he was being hugged tightly by the blacksmith. How's it been, Kelsey? No wait, please let go first, it's becoming hard to breathe. So far, the smithy is still the most renowned out there, Kelsey replied to Dane's question as she let go of Dane, letting Dane breathe in some fresh air. Of course, she knew that Dane was here for some reason, hence she got straight to the point. So what brings you here to the smithy? Dane took in a few more breaths of air before responding to Kelsey's question. I need you to help me craft a weapon. Knowing you well, I'm sure you can craft a grand grade weapon. Within the Seraph Kingdom, normal grade equipment were the weakest and most common, followed by magic grade equipment, then grand grade equipment. Although magic and normal grade equipments were only apart by one grade, magic grade equipment were already 10 to 100 times fewer in quantity, with grand-grade equipment being even fewer than magic-grade equipment. One could only hope to see the prowess of grand-grade equipment with their own two eyes. Oh, Kelsey's eyebrow raised as she heard Dane's reply. How can you be so sure that I can guarantee that you'll craft a grand-grade weapon? Dane let out a small chuckle as he pointed towards the air surrounding Kelsey. You know me, Kelsey. I have the greater appraisal spell so I can know every person's power. But I don't even need to activate that to see that your aura has become more condensed. Let me guess. Have you broken through intermediate swordsmithing or intermediate armor crafting? The former. Kelsey smiled as she did not restrict her aura anymore. By luck, I was evolved intermediate swordsmithing to expert swordsmithing, giving me more assurance of crafting a grand-grade weapon. Surprisingly, she went closer to Dane and whispered in his ear, not only that, I even have a small chance of crafting a supreme-grade weapon. When Dane heard Kelsey's final statement, he felt like thunder coursed through his mind at the level of disbelief he felt. He could only conceal this feeling before grabbing the cloth-covered piece of wood inside his robe and showed it to Kelsey as he slowly unfurled the cloth covering it. I need you to craft a sword for me, Dane replied as the piece of wood was fully revealed to Kelsey. This piece of wood will be used as the hilt. I assume you know this, right? Gale Dragonwood. A good piece of wood for crafting weapons for classes inclined to the wind element. How could I not know this? Kelsey let out a smile as she said the wood's name in one go. As for the blade, what am I going to use? Mithril? Mana conducting alloy? Or do you have something even better than that? Whoosh. As if it was rehearsed, a rift opened up after Kelsey was finished asking, a chunk of pure silver metal landing on Dane's arm that was extended at the instant the rift opened. Shock took over Kelsey's face as she pointed towards the chunk of metal. Is that what I think it is? Is the spirit star steel? Dane could only nod to Kelsey's words before saying, let's stop wasting time. We need to make a Magi's-infused blade. You're in charge of the weapon, he'll be in charge of the spell. I trust you that you can do just that. Right? Chapter 81 The Grind. It's time to evolve you, Fenrir. Horus could not help but say after knowing that Fenrir has been in the peak of grade for far too long already. Are you ready? As long as it give me better power to protect Master. Fenrir always ready. Fenrir happily replied to Horus' question, wagging its tail back and forth with excitement. It could not help but wonder as to what its next form would be like. Alright then. Horus released a cheerful aura as he gazed at Fenrir. He composed himself for a bit before commanding the system through his mind. Evolve Fenrir. Ding. Not long after commanding the system to evolve Fenrir, a white light started to radiate from Fenrir's body as it became a haze that spanned a few meters in radius. Not long after, a minute passed with Fenrir's form being a white haze, only for it to change a few seconds after said minute. This white haze started to madly pull in wind energy particles from the surroundings, gradually giving the white haze a green tint to it. With every particle absorbed by the haze, the green color of the haze became more and more intensified and pronounced, stopping at a point where it would be hard for anyone to differentiate the color of the haze from the grass covering the ground. With the haze absorbing enough wind energy particles, the haze started to coalesce into a structure that was even more of a wolf rather than a stick affixed with protrusions and smaller sticks. Although it was still green haze, the body was now attached to 4 stub-like limbs that allowed the body to hang a few decimeters off the ground. As for the tail, it now looked like it was composed by multiple small sticks rather than a single small one, giving it the feeling of fur when looked from afar. As for the head, the other end of the body that was opposite to the tail gradually enlarged to a size bigger than the diameter of the trunk as some rough features of a wolf's head started to appear on it. This process took a few more minutes, which was not too long for Horus, who pretty much did not care about the passing of time anymore. As Fenrir's body structure became more and more solidified, Horus was able to make out the color of Fenrir's new body, which was pretty much an extremely dark brown. As for its aura, it was for sure green since Fenrir was inclined towards the wind element. Whoosh! A few seconds later, after seeing the basic features of Fenrir's evolved form, the green haze covering Fenrir's body disappeared in an instant, revealing a wolf made out of sticks and branches, yet exuded a majestic aura fit for a small king. I have evolved, Master. After evolving to the A grade, the first thing Fenrir did was to call out to Horus, which Horus responded by nodding inwardly and saying, I can see that. With Fenrir being finished with his evolution, a screen that detailed Fenrir's evolution appeared in front of Horus' field of vision not long after, giving him the knowledge of Fenrir's new species name. Fenrir has evolved from Wind Wolf Branch Rare Plus to Gale Wolf Formosus Rare Plus. It sounds more imposing, that's for sure. This was the first thought that came to Horus' mind after reading Fenrir's new species name. Other than the fact that Branch Formosus was shortened to Formosus, it was pretty much a staple advancement in naming sense. I wonder how much Fenrir's stats have improved. Of course, with evolutions come improvements in skills, especially ally skills, commanding Fenrir to stay guard and maintain vigilance for no apparent reason. Horus decided to check Fenrir's new stats, including the newly evolved ally skill. Ding _ Fenrir level 150. Potential grade S. Experience 025 can be filled with unused experience points. Species Gale Wolf Formosus Rare Plus. Existence level inanimate. Grade A. HP 200,200. SP 5,555. Stats: Toughness 75, Thickness 75, Density 100. Skills: Gale Wolf Sprint LV 5, Grand Wolf Morale LV.2, Careful Intuition LV.12, Gale Wolf SP Vessel LV 13, High Wind Affinity LV 4, Tempest Shot LV Max. Gale Wolf Seed LV.1. Ally Skill, Blessing of the Gale Wolf _ Blessing of the Gale Wolf. Grade, Immortal. A Gale Wolf, a stronger form of the Wind Wolf, even better in terms of speed and wind-related skills. Gale Wolves have strong affinity and control over wind energy particles, allowing them to move and attack like it was second nature. Perception range plus 30%. Movement speed plus 120%. Attack and vitality stat plus 30%. Horus was at a loss for words after seeing the improvement in stats and skills that Fenrir gained after evolving from B grade to A grade. Yet what truly left him dumbfounded was the fact that the ally skill Fenrir sported was improved by a great degree, especially in movement speed. 70% more boost in movement speed. This is a lot. Horus could not help but shout inwardly from disbelief. He could not help but look at Fenrir as if it was a demon in disguise. Fenrir subconsciously felt Horus' gaze and looked at him with its head tilted. What's wrong, Master? Horus could only think up of a reply after seeing Fenrir's gaze. It's nothing. I was just wondering if I should evolve now. Although Horus' reply was made on a whim, the last part of the statement he blurted out was filled with his own hidden thoughts. He had been suppressing his evolution for far too long already. Although he could suppress his strength even more in order to gain a stronger species for his grade evolution, he knew that suppressing strength would eventually hit a wall in terms of improvement. Ever since he evolved to A grade, he had obtained a lot of skills and stat boosts, most of which were left unused. Nonetheless, he was still able to make a name for himself, obtaining the ability to easily kill X grades as an A grade. But he knew that he could not stay in A grade for far too long, as he had to grow stronger in order to have a greater chance of avoiding the prophecy that Kevin told him, a fate where his current body would be put in great danger. The only way to avoid this according to Kevin was to activate the Spirit Clone skill, which would consume 10,000 SP. Oh wait, it would only consume 2,500 SP now thanks to his Spirit Energy Core and SP storage being evolved in purity. Open status screen. Remembering this way out, Horus could not help but pull his status screen up, revealing his progress in terms of stats and whatnot. Ding _ Horus level 1010. Experience, Max. Species, Wind Walnut Spiritus Rare. Existence level, inanimate. Grade, A. HP 616,616. SP 17,001,700. Life 125,125. Will 125,125. Stats: tenacity 63, vitality 112, spirit 126, synchronization rate 40%. Unused experience points 214,855. Unused Genesis points 32. I only have 800 SP left to gain in order to activate Spirit Clone, Horus muttered to himself as he looked at his maximum SP amount. He could not help but be satisfied with his current HP amount, which was pretty much at the level of a normal max-leveled grade executive level member. When his eyes wandered onto the unused experience and Genesis point bar, he could not help but be dumbfounded at the amount he had. Over 200,000 unused experience points and 32 Genesis points. Where did the extra 9 Genesis points come from? He knew where the 200,000 experience points came from, which came from the 136 grades he killed in order to obtain Spirit Aura. As for the 9 extra Genesis points, he truly had no clue as to where it originated, hence he looked at his notification log, only to find out that it came from the 136 grades as well, each Genesis point being a matter of luck to obtain. Seeing that he still had a lot of unused experience points, Horus decided to level Fenrir up to level 2550, which would allow Fenrir to become a more decent tank to Horus, who was pretty much part ranger, part mage. Distribute my unused experience points to Fenrir to level it up halfway to max, Horus commanded the system. Not long after making that decision, a glow covering Fenrir's body a few seconds later, as Fenrir grew a few centimeters or so in size. Ding! 7,500 experience points have been distributed to Fenrir. Fenrir has reached level 25. Although only 7,500 experience points were used to level Fenrir from level 1 to level 25. He knew that it was enough for now, since he still had no idea on how much experience he would need to level from level 1 to level 20 at Sgrit. Of course, other than the Spirit Clone skill, he knew that there was another way to escape the danger his current body would befall, which would be evolving to a higher grade and perhaps even reach the animate existence level. With the thoughts of evolution filling his head, he was now adamant on evolving to Sgrit, but he still had some uncertainties in his mind. Hence he decided to level up some of the skills he had rarely used, opening up his skill screen in order to find out which skills he had not used yet. Ding! Looking at the screen for a bit, Horus could not help but hem as he noticed that a skill he had obtained from the inheritance, which was important for his survival, was not leveled or evolved at all. With a solemn aura surrounding his body, Horus gazed at Fenrir and said, "Fenrir, hit me." Of course, since Fenrir was caught off guard, this was the only reply it could make. "Why, master? I serve to protect you, not harm you. If I told you that it would allow me to become stronger, would you still not do it?" Horus could not help but push the matter further as he went closer to Fenrir. "Come on, go and hit me. Don't hold back." Chapter 82: The Grind 2 Stick Regeneration. Whoosh! "Fenrir, hit me one more time." How? Got it, master. Over 10 minutes have passed since Horus decided to level up his skills in preparation for his evolution to Sgrit. The first skill that he decided to level up was Stick Regeneration, remembering that it was an extremely important skill to his survival. It took him a few minutes of coercing Fenrir for Fenrir to give up and follow Horus' whims of letting it hit him in order to level Stick Regeneration up. Bang! With one swipe of Fenrir's stubs, Horus was sent flying for a few meters towards a nearby tree. Of course, Horus would take Fenrir's attack head since it would damage him. But for some reason, he did not want to take collateral damage from his surroundings. Spirit Barrier. Whoosh! As only a few centimeters remained between him and the tree in front of him, a faint grey barrier covered Horus' body, easily making an imprint of Aurus' body on the tree while him receiving no damage at all from the impact. Spirit Barrier was a spell he obtained from the Middle Spirit Spell Core after it reached level 10, thanks to him killing over 130 X grades. After a while, Aurus was able to budge himself out of the tree and land on the ground as a notification screen appeared in front of his field of vision. Ding! Aurus has received 135 horsepower damage from Fenrir. Fenrir, could you attack lighter next time? Aurus could not help but say as he activated stick regeneration a few times, bringing his HP back to max. Ding! Unsurprisingly, another notification screen appeared in front of Aurus' field of vision. Aurus glanced at the information on the screen for a bit, only to release a cheerful aura afterwards. Stick regeneration has leveled up. Stick regeneration has reached the max level. Stick regeneration has met the necessary requirements and is ready to evolve. Just as Fenrir was about to reply to Aurus' plea, Aurus interrupted Fenrir before it could speak out, shouting out, "Finally, I can evolve my skill." Aurus glanced at Fenrir and pondered for a bit before saying, "You know what? Never mind. Rather than making your attacks lighter, attack me with your strongest power." At this moment, Fenrir did not know whether it was going to follow the former or the latter due to confusion, but it was able to understand Aurus' wishes, releasing an affirmative aura as a reply, letting Aurus know that it understood. Aurus nodded inwardly to Fenrir's nonverbal reply as he commanded inwardly, "Evolve stick regeneration." Ding! In an instant, a screen appeared in front of Aurus' field of vision, giving Aurus two possible skill evolution choices to stick regeneration. Please choose the skill that you want stick regeneration to evolve to. Branching healing aura. Branch benevolence. Identify the two skills. Of course, since Aurus had no idea as to which one suited him better, he decided to check their details and decide from there. Ding! Branching healing aura. Grade, be mortal. You are the conductor of nature and life, bringing vitality back to withered beings and souls. Because of that, you have the ability to radiate this vitality towards a certain extent, rejuvenating multiple beings at once, including yourself, within this radiated vitality. Radius of aura, 5 meters. HP healed per second, 25 plus attack stat 0.1. Duration, 1 minute. SP cost, 50 SP. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Branch benevolence. Grade, be mortal. You are the conductor of life and nature, allowing others to regain their lost vitality with your touch. Thanks to the blessings of nature, you are able to rejuvenate beings or yourself in a faster time than before, allowing life to propagate for longer. HP healed, 50 plus attack stat 0.15. SP cost, 200 SP. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Just by the amount the skill healed at once made Aurus certain of his choices. Although the other skill would allow him to heal more HP over a certain amount of time, life and death hanged on an instant rather than a long amount of time. Ding! Are you sure? Do you want to evolve stick regeneration to branch benevolence? Yes. Aurus did not have an ounce of hesitation in this choice. Ding! Stick regeneration has been evolved to branch benevolence. Seeing that the evolution was finally finished, Aurus could not help but radiate a cheerful aura as he looked at Fenrir. Fenrir, don't you think it's time to go back? As he asked this, he looked at the sky, whose hue was already in the middle of orange and black, telling Aurus that night was almost close. Fenrir released an affirmative aura as it replied, I think so as well, Master. Although, I might have a feeling that you still yearn to grow stronger even after going back. Ha ha. At that instant, the aura Aurus radiated grew more cheerful. That's correct. Let's go then. With a single thought, Fenrir disappeared from Aurus' point of view, its voice still heard inside Aurus' mind as a way to keep him company. After that, he activated Tempest Levitation and Gale Hover as a way to boost his movement skill, before heading back to the Tempest Branch Alliance's base of operations in a short amount of time with his greatly improved movement speed. Although it was gradually turning to night, Some beings preferred to traverse in the night rather than day. One of these beings was Chonk. Currently, he was sprinting through the plains and forests of Tempest Cliff with ease as he had a certain place in mind, which had something to do with the improvement of his tempering skill. After navigating the Tempest Cliff multiple times, I'm extremely sure that the core of this place is in there, Chonk could not help but say to himself as he continued to sprint. Once an inanimate becomes an animate being, hunger, thirst, stamina, and other things that are common to animates now come alive on said newly evolved animate. At first, they would be unfamiliar to this, easily neglecting their body's needs and dying. But for some, they knew that these things, when fulfilled to their body's limit, would allow them to operate at a power greater than 100%. Not only that, these limits could even be heightened with the help of tempering skills and normal training. Thanks to this, the limits to Chonk's hunger, thirst, and so on, have been pushed to the high limits of what a normal animate can reach due to his strong tempering skill. Also, his other stats, may it be strength, agility, defense, are also high due to his strong tempering skill. Since the Tempest Cliff as a whole was somewhat small, only spanning around 15 kilometers on its longest side, Chonk was able to reach the place he had in mind within an hour or so. This place was located near the far right end of the Tempest Cliff. Chonk stopped in his tracks as he noticed that he was standing near the end of a high cliff, where on the other side of the cliff laid pointy rocks that could impale him without mercy. Nonetheless, Chonk did not feel fear from these rocks, but instead felt a sense of relief and excitement from seeing them. From what I've gathered through my spies, this is the right place. He gradually went down the cliff, going through multiple detours in order to make sure he was not injured at all along the way. As he was getting closer and closer to the pointy rocks, he noticed that the wind energy particles in his surroundings gradually became more and more condensed and intensified, letting him know that this was a place filled to the brim with wind energy. Only one place came to his mind within the Tempest Cliff when it came to dense wind energy. This place truly is the core of the Tempest Cliff, he thought. A few minutes later, he was now on level with the pointy rocks. Well, on the ground where the pointy rocks resided. These pointy rocks were over 10 meters tall. To a normal animate, this was akin to a height of a normal three-story building. He then tried to find the core of the Tempest Cliff, which was said to hold the most dense wind energy in the area. Surprisingly, Chonk closed his eyes and relied on his innate sense of wind energy, moving in the direction where the wind energy gradually became more and more dense. At times, he would get close to the pointy rocks and bump into them. At other times, he would jump on the pointy rocks and barely land safely on their tips as he continued to jump with his eyes closed. In the end, he was able to find the most dense location, opening his eyes afterward to view an extremely large mass of wind energy spiraling. It was a large tornado of wind energy. If one were daring enough to enter it, they would definitely be crushed into pieces. Of course, Chonk was not that stupid, making sure to keep his distance in order to not be pulled by the large mass of energy. Nonetheless, he was extremely excited as his tail wagged left to right at fast speeds. I finally found it, the core. I can finally cultivate my tempering skill to the peak and ascend to a rank 1 class. Chapter 83 Flux 1 with Aura's movement speed being boosted by Tempest Levitation and Gale Hover, plus adding in the fact that Horus and Fenrir hunted X-grade inanimates around the proximity of the Alliance's base, meant that it only took Horus around 10 minutes or so to get back to the base, entering into the small ecosystem without hesitation. He did not bother to stay within the large hall and alert everyone of his appearance due to him being an executive-level member. Since he was an executive-level member, someone who had a bit of authority within the Alliance, he did not really have to notify anyone, save for the pillar-level members and Herelia. But when he was traveling to the small ecosystem though, he shouted out Horal's name, which made Horal teleport beside him. "You definitely come at the instant called." Horus could not help but laugh at the way Horal appeared all of a sudden. "Is there any problem with that?" Horal could not help but laugh as well, explaining how he was basically the right-hand man of Herelia in terms of governance afterwards. So what can I do for you? Can you notify the other pillars and Herelia of my appearance? That's a rule in our alliance, right? Indeed, it is a rule. Not to worry. I'll make sure they are notified. Anything else? Can you also tell them that I cannot be disturbed for over 2 weeks? Is that possible? Hearing that Horus could not be disturbed for 2 weeks, it startled Horrell quite a bit. Well, it's definitely allowed for an executive level member like you, but why? At this time, Horus could not help but release a cheerful aura as he removed the restraints on his power, concurrently activating the spirit aura as well. In an instant, Horrell was immersed in an aura that was akin to the feeling of being in the center of a tempestuous storm. Not only that, he also felt the density of energy particles in the surroundings rise within the proximity of Horus' aura, specifically wind energy particles. Sensing this aura, Horrell instantly formed a conclusion in his mind, asking, is the reason for this seclusion perhaps? Sensing that Horrell was on the same train of thought, Horus radiated an affirmative aura as he replied, indeed. I have reached the limit of a grade and I feel like my strength cannot grow any further. I shall take this 2 weeks of time to evolve into an S-grade inanimate. Hearing that his hunch was correct, Horrell could not help but release a cheerful aura, replying, that's wonderful news. Alright, I'll tell the others that you cannot be disturbed for the next 2 weeks. Horrell then decided to gradually dissipate into thin air, returning back to whence he came. Just as that was about to happen, he became corporeal once more, asking Horus, I almost forgot. If it's incredibly urgent, where can I find you? The sparring tower. Thanks, Horrell, Horus crisply and straightforwardly replied before radiating a cheerful aura as he sped up towards the small ecosystem, heading for the sparring tower in the shortest time possible. A few minutes later, he arrived at the sparring tower, hastily heading towards one of the rooms before closing it. Horus took a few deep breaths through his body as his excited emotions gradually calmed down. After a while, the emotions he felt calmed to a still, allowing Horus' rationality and logicality to kick in. Fenrir, come out. Ding. With the accompaniment of a notification sound from the system, a large yet roughly detailed wooden wolf appeared in front of Horus, kneeling on its 4 stubs before yelling out through Horus' mind, Master. Horus replied with a soft sound as he was occupied in his thoughts. After a while, Horus looked at Fenrir before saying, hit me with your full power. At the instant Fenrir was summoned, the first thing Horus wanted it to do was hit him. Thankfully, Fenrir was able to easily recover from the confusion, instantly knowing what purpose it served. Is this the same as before, Master? Yep. Since Horus was inside a secluded room, he did not need to restrain or hide anything at all, even using Fenrir without second thoughts. He also knew that he could grind his skills faster if Fenrir was around. Open skill screen. Ding. Surprisingly, Horus decided to open the skill screen once more. It seemed that Horus forgot which skills he was going to grind up. Horus could not help but hem and haw at the list of skills he had, knowing for a fact that he had a lot of skills that were unleveled. Active class skills. Middle Spirit Spell Core Wind Variant LV. 10. Spirit Power Transcendence LV. 5. Grand Vitality and Spirit Transformation LV. 3. Passive Class Skills, Supreme Purity Spirit Energy Core Wind Variant LV. 12. Spiritus Seed LV. 10. Active Species Skills, Tempestuous Spiritus Glide Special LV. 17. Spirit Sword of 7 Hells Rare LV. 7. Century Polymorph LV. 1. Wrath of the Spiritus LV. 1. Unyielding Spiritus LV. 2. Branch Benevolence LV. 1. Spirit Clone LV. 1. Spirit Aura Rare LV. 1. Alliance Call, Judgment. Passive Species Skills, Soul Perception 2 LV. 4. High Wind Affinity LV. 1. Zenith Purity Spiritus SP Vessel LV. 1. Transcendent Vitality Anima Creation LV. 7. Seeker of Two Destinies LV. 1. Grand Vessel of High Ascensions LV. 1. Greater Illusion Resistance LV. 1. Blessing of the Tempest LV. 1. Power of the Alliance Executive A Grade Variant LV. 5. Blessing of the Reincarnation Goddess LV. Max. Active Life and Will Skills. Blooming Vitality LV. 1. Indomitable Will LV. 1. Sentience LV. 1. Some of these skills were leveled due to the fact that Taurus used them for the most part while he was killing X-grade inanimates for the Spirit Aura skill. Alright. It took Horus over a minute to decide on which skills he was going to level. He decided that he would level all of the grade mortal skills first before moving on to B-grade skills, then onto skills that he wanted to be maxed out. Looking at the skills screen, there are 6 skills that haven't been evolved to B-grade yet. Wrath of the Spiritus, Unyielding Spiritus, Blessing of the Tempest, and the 3 remaining Life and Will skills. He'll grind the Life and Will skills first, then the Spiritus-related skills, then the Blessing of the Tempest. This plan was formulated in an instant after seeing the 6 unevolved skills. Oh, he'll also level up Branch Benevolence while I'm leveling the others as well. Fenra. Yes, Master. Hearing its name being called, Fenra hastily replied, eager to wait for its master's orders. Alright, I'm ready. Hit me as hard as you can. Alright then, I won't hold back, Master. Whoosh. Blooming Vitality. Ding, bang. Branch Benevolence. Man, that's a lot of damage. And so, a few minutes have passed since the start of the grind. Thanks to the low experience requirements of the skills, and the fact that Horus had a lot of life and will points, Horus was able to easily max out the 3 life and will skills, not hesitating to evolve them not long after. Ding, ding, ding. Blooming Vitality has been evolved to Blooming Vitality Plus. Indomitable Will has been evolved to Indomitable Will Plus. Sentience has been evolved to Sentience Plus. Looking at the new names of the 3 life and will skills, Horus could not help but feel a little nostalgic. It's been a while since I've seen a plus sign on a skill. He then placed this thought at the back of his head as he looked at the 3 remaining skills on his skill screen that were of grade. 2 of these skills have long cooldowns while 1 is a passive skill. I guess he'll just use the 2 whenever they're off cooldown as I train this passive skill. Bang! As he was still formulating his next step, Fenra hit Horus with the full strength of one of its stubs, making Horus collide with one of the sturdy stone walls of the secluded room. Instead of getting angry at being interrupted in his thoughts, Horus knew that he could not afford time to get angry as he only gave himself 2 weeks of seclusion. Then again, why would an inanimate ask for 2 weeks of seclusion if they did not even have to do anything important for multiple days? Nonetheless, Horus was going to stick to his limited time frame. He casted Branch Benevolence onto himself, which netted him a level up of the skill from level 3 to level 4 due to the amount of heals he has used these past few minutes. Afterwards, he told Fenra that whenever he wanted to raise his healing skill up, he would shout the word hit out. Being a loyal pet, Fenra followed Horus' commands and lied down on the floor, waiting for Horus' next shout of the word hit. As for Horus, he stood on the center of the secluded room, closing his sense of vision as he tried to sense the wind energy particles surrounding him with his body. After a few minutes, he was able to sense little tiny specks of green light floating around his body. He then urged these specks of green light to coalesce and gradually form a tornado as he willed more and more specks of green light to enter the tornado. What was Horus doing? Just like how Herelia manipulated the wind energy particles around her to make a wind flame, Horus was manipulating the wind energy particles around him to create a tornado, the easiest thing to form that was related to the word tempest. That's right, Horus was leveling the Blessing of the Tempest skill up. Ding! Blessing of the Tempest has leveled up. Hearing words come from the system since his sense of vision was closed, Horus was slightly startled from the speed of leveling up. That was fast. After that, another 10 seconds passed by, resulting in another notification sound from the system. This time though, There was a slight surprise. Ding. Blessing of the Tempest has leveled up. High Wind Affinity has leveled up. Blessing of the Tempest has reached the max level. Blessing of the Tempest has met the necessary requirements and is ready to evolve. High Wind Affinity leveled up. Hearing these words come out from the system prompted Horus to stop manipulating the wind energy particles and open his sense of vision. This occurrence got him thinking for a bit. After a while, he realized that it was natural for High Wind Affinity to evolve. Since Blessing of the Tempest is a passive skill related to wind, it would make sense for High Wind Affinity to level up as well. With that in mind, he closed his sense of vision once again, formulating a crazy plan that would definitely hit multiple birds with one stone. It seems I won't stop at grade for Blessing of the Tempest. Since the rate of leveling is quite fast for both skills, I'll just level them up to X grade, while making sure to max out Wrath of the Spiritus and Unyielding Spiritus. It's settled then. Evolve Blessing of the Tempest. Chapter 84 Flux Too long chapter. While Horus firmed his decision to grind Blessing of the Tempest and High Wind Affinity simultaneously, within a secluded place inside the small ecosystem of the Tempest Branch Alliance, Herelia was manipulating the wind energy particles around her surroundings. She willed these particles to form a wind flame, which turned into a wind river not long after. Afterwards, it transformed into a wind tree, then a strong tornado after that. The cycle repeated multiple times as the transition between the forms gradually became smoother and smoother, to the point where one could not differentiate whether the conjured wind particles were a flame or a river or any form for that. Bang! Ding! It was only when Herelia was able to unite these four forms into one, allowing for interchangeability, did a small explosion sound occur throughout her body. As a notification sound accompanied this explosion, a screen appeared in front of her field of vision not long after. Blessing of the Tetralemental Tempest has leveled up. Tetralemental Tempest Affinity has leveled up. Blessing of the Tetralemental Tempest and Tetralemental Tempest Affinity have both leveled up. Both skills have met the necessary requirements and are ready to evolve. Looking at the words written on her screen instantly made her radiate a cheerful aura as the thought of evolving both skills crossed her mind. Yet just as she was about to do so, a silhouette appeared in front of her field of vision, prompting her to cancel all notions of doing so at the moment. Horrel, what's up? Hastily closing the screen in front of her body, although knowing the fact that others could not see it, Herelia composed her emotions as she asked the silhouette that appeared in front of her. A special someone wanted me to inform you and the other pillars that he can't be disturbed for 2 weeks since he's currently trying to evolve to grade inanimate. The silhouette, who was actually Horrel, replied with a calm yet cheerful tone. Horus. This was the first being that came into Herelia's mind since he was pretty much the only member within the alliance that was not unsgrade yet. Continuing with this line of thought, she now tried to guess how much stronger he would get after evolving to Sgrade. I wonder what level of damage he could deal once he gets to the peak of Sgrade. I feel like he has reached the Novice 1 level already. Horrel could not help but comment at Herelia's question. It wouldn't be far-fetched if he could reach half elite or even elite level at the peak of Sgrade. That much? Herelia was surprised at Horrel's estimates. I was guessing that he would have the power of at most thrice the power of a novice level being. She then placed this question at the back of her head, remembering the first statement Horrel told her. Alright then, I won't disturb Horus for 2 weeks. I wonder what species he evolves into. Well, see. Horrel radiated a cheerful aura as he replied before teleporting away without a trace. Within a secluded room inside the sparring tower, evolved Blessing of the Tempest. Ding! At the instant Horus was finished commanding the system, an notification screen appeared in front of his field of vision, telling him the name of the newly evolved skill. Blessing of the Tempest has been evolved to Blessing of the Great Tempest. After checking the new name, Horus then lightly said, hit. Bang! Hearing the trigger word, Fenrir hastily dashed towards Horus as it smacked Horus with one of its stubs at full strength. Branch Benevolence. With a huge chunk of Horus HP being removed with that hit, Horus hastily activated Branch Benevolence multiple times, easily healing himself back to full health. Ding! Not long after, Another notification screen appeared in front of Aura's field of vision, slightly startling him. Nonetheless, he was able to compose his emotions and get the gist of what the screen was trying to tell him. Evolve Branch Benevolence. Choose the path that pursues of single target healing rather than group healing. Of course, Horus had a hunch that Branch Benevolence was finally maxed out, prompting him to say these words out. Ding. Surprisingly, his hunch was correct. Branch Benevolence has been evolved to form Ursus Exuberance. I'll stop up to here for now. Horus decided that this level of healing was sufficient enough for now. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and tried to sense the specks of green light that was around him. It only took Horus a few seconds to sense the specks of green light. Surprised at the fact that the amount of green light he could see floating around was intensified by 10 times or around that. At that instant, it dawned on him that the reason he could see more was due to Blessing of the Tempest being evolved. It seems that evolving passive skills that are related to the wind element are beneficial to sensing the particles of the wind element faster. Horus got to this conclusion. What if my vision was still open yet I try to manipulate the wind energy particles around me? This hypothesis came to mind since the amount of wind energy particles he could sense was intensified by multiple degrees. And so, Horus opened his sense of vision and tried to manipulate the wind energy particles to form a tornado. Which actually worked. Horus' non-existent eyes gleamed at the possibilities of grinding multiple skills at the same time. Since his sense of vision was closed, he could not aim skills that need to be aimed or cast skills that have a specific place where they could be casted. But now that his sense of wind energy particles was heightened, he was now able to realize this dream. It seems that my grinding will get more hectic, Horus said to himself as he willed more wind energy particles to enter the tornado he formed, gradually becoming bigger and bigger as time passed. He then looked at Fenrir, who was waiting for his next command, and said, "Fenrir, thanks for all the help. I'll call you out when we go hunt next time, okay?" Rather than becoming sad, Fenrir was happy at the fact that it was able to contribute to its master's progress. Wagging its tail back and forth, Fenrir happily responded with a single word, "Yes." Whoosh. Horus then commanded the system to keep Fenrir, making Fenrir disappear in front of him in an instant. After that, his aura became serious as he opened his skills screen, easily expanding the leveling plan he made a while ago. Alright. Let's start off with these two skills. Wrath of the Spiritus. Unyielding Spiritus. Whoosh, whoosh, ding. Unyielding Spiritus has leveled up. Unyielding Spiritus has reached the max level. The skill has met the necessary requirements and is ready to evolve. Okay, let's keep up this pace. And so, Horus went into a skill grinding spree, not caring about his body's needs at all, since he was, of course, an inanimate that had no need for such things. After 3 hours have passed, Horus was able to reach the max level for Blessing of the Great Tempest and High Wind Affinity, evolving them without hesitation to Blessing of the True Tempest and Swift Gale Affinity respectively. It was also around this time that Horus decided to evolve Wrath of the Spiritus and Unyielding Spiritus to B-grade for now due to their long cooldown, with the latter being evolved to its B-grade version Spiritus Fortress already. 12 hours later, Blessing of the True Tempest and Swift Gale Affinity were able to reach the max level, with Wrath of the Spiritus being able to finally reach the max level as well. These three were evolved to Blessing of the Supreme Tempest, Relentless Tempest Affinity and Spiritus Rage respectively. After evolving both wind-related passive skills to S-grade, Horus decided to take a break from both of these skills, focusing on grinding the other skills first before pursuing the X-grade versions of these skills. The first set of skills he grinded were the 3 life and will skills. It only took an hour of going back and forth from the life and will fountain and the sparring tower to max the 3 life and will skills and evolve them, adding another plus sign to the end of their skill names. Not only that, Seeker of 2 Destinies and Grand Vessel of Higher Sentience, which were passive life and will skills, were able to reach level 5 due to life and will points being absorbed by Horus. Horus then simultaneously grinded Tempestuous Spiritus Glide, which was almost at its max level due to it being used a lot throughout the X-grade massacre. and Soul Perception 2, which was also used throughout the X-Grade Massacre. It took Horus around 2 days to max out Tempestuous Spiritus Glide, while Soul Perception 2 was evolved in the middle of the grind to Soul Perception 3, easily reaching level 9 at the time Horus' movement skill was maxed out. Horus did not hesitate to evolve Tempestuous Spiritus Glide to its X-Grade version, Instantaneous Spiritus Movement, which was also a special grade skill just like its grade form. It was around this time that Horus finally remembered obtaining the Spirit Gale Flash skill from the Tempest Cliff inheritance, grinding it alongside his Spell Course skill, his stat boosting skill, and his HP to SP skill. After 3 days, Spirit Gale Flash was able to evolve to its A-grade form and S-grade form, turning into Void Gale Spirit Shift, which definitely did not lose out to his other movement skill in terms of speed. As for the other skills, Horus evolved his Spell Cal from middle grade to middle high grade, which was the X-grade version of it, evolved his HP to SP skill to S-grade, which now had a name of Supreme Spirit Vitality Unification, and maxed out the stat boosting skill he relied on the most and evolved it, turning into Zenith Spirit Transcendence. He then focused on Century Polymorph for half a day, evolving it to Myriad Manifestation Polymorph at the instant it reached its max level. Just when he was about to grind the 2 wind-related passive skills once more, Horus remembered that the Spirit Energy Course skill he had finally reached the max level, evolving it to Zenith Purity Spirit Energy Core not long after. Now, since both Blessing of the Supreme Tempest and Relentless Tempest Affinity were both S-grade, it took Horus 5 days of comprehension and manipulation to let both reach their max levels, evolving them to their X-grade forms with glee written all over his non-existent face. The names of their X-grade forms were Blessing of the Zenith Tempest and Infinite Tempest Affinity respectively. After all of this, Horus could not help but let out a sigh as he noticed that he had increased his strength once more without ever going out of the Alliance base. Not only that, he could not help but think that he could actually become strong in a short time frame like 2 weeks if it wasn't for leveling, distractions, and whatnot. Open skill screen. Of course, with almost every skill being evolved to a certain extent, Horus wanted to take a last look at his skills before evolving to his S-grade form, which would definitely knock him out unconscious for a few days since he was knocked out for a day when he evolved to a grade from B-grade. Ding _ Active class skills, Middle High Spirit Spell Core Wind Variant LV 1, Zenith Spirit Transcendence LV 1, Supreme Spirit Vitality Unification LV 1. Passive class skills, Zenith Purity Spirit Energy Core Wind Variant LV 1, Spiritus Seed LV 10. Active species skills, Instantaneous Spiritus Movement Special LV.1, Spirit Sword of 7 Hells Rare LV 7, Myriad Manifestation Polymorph LV 1, Spiritus Rage LV 1, Spiritus Fortress LV 1, Formosus Exuberance LV 1, Void Gale Spirit Shift LV 1, Spirit Clone LV.1, Spirit Aura Rare LV 1, Alliance Call, Judgment. Passive species skills, Soul Perception 3 LV 9, Infinite Tempest Affinity LV.1, Zenith Purity Spiritus SP Vessel LV 8, Transcendent Vitality Anima Creation LV 7, Seeker of Two Destinies LV 5, Grand Vessel of High Ascensions LV 5, Greater Illusion Resistance LV 1, Blessing of the Zenith Tempest Special LV 1, Power of the Alliance Executive A-grade Variant LV 5, Blessing of the Reincarnation Goddess LV. Max. Active Life and Will skills, Blooming Vitality LV 1, Indomitable Will LV 1, Sentience LV 1 _. Although most of the skills on Horus' skill screen were at their initial level, what Horus pursued was their grade levels. which Horus was able to achieve throughout these past 10 days or so. Taking in a long deep breath through his body, he closed his skill screen and said to himself, I have delayed this for quite a long time. My foundation is now strong enough to fight against X-grade inanimates while being at the A-grade. Will I be able to fight against animates once I evolve to S-grade? Horus chuckled at this thought that formed in his mind. Evolve. Ding. This was the moment he had been waiting for, to finally get one step closer to becoming an animate. But why were there so many choices? Please choose the species that you would like. Horus, Wind Walnut Spiritus Rare to evolve into, Tempest Walnut Spiritus, High Energistas Rare, Tempest Walnut Spiritus, Enchantress Rare, Tempest Walnut Spiritus, Kyrox Rare, Tempest Walnut Spiritus, Benevolia Rare, Tempest Walnut Spiritus Flux Rare Plus, Horus could not help but scratch his non-existent head at the choices, as all of them had overbearing names. Of course, if Horus wanted to choose a species to evolve into that regarded the grade of the class as the highest priority, he would not hesitate to choose the latter. Yet, system, what does Enchantress, Kyrox, and Benevolia mean? As far as Horus knew, there were warriors Ruai, mages Energistas, berserkers Bellhazard, and rangers Raineros in classes. But looking at these new names at first glance, it seemed that these classes were more specific in purpose. Ding. User, species of the Enchantress variant serve to support the other beings through their wide area buffs that could easily turn the tide when used correctly. Not only that, they could also combine and stack these buffs to their liking, allowing for multiple effects that range in strength and duration. In fantasy terms, these are the enchanters. As for species of the Kyrox variant, these variants yearn for destruction and chaos, using their knowledge of wide area spells and skills, including debuffs, to instill not only fear, but ravage and destroy everything within their reach. In fantasy terms, these are the Destruction Lords. They could also be called the Warlocks. And lastly, species of the Benevolia variant are those considered by nature as their chosen guardians, exuding a great amount of vitality in order to help other beings in need. These variants specialize in healing and buffs that are related to nature, serving as a support that is usually used in long-duration battles. In fantasy terms, these are the oracles. With these words being explained by the system, Horus decided to identify the three classes and the Rare Plus class. He decided that pursuing the High Energistas class would just be redundant and would have no purpose to improve his ability as a whole. Ding, 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 Tempest Walnut Spiritus, Enchantress Rare, a spiritus who has found their purpose of helping other spiritii through the usage of buffs that could be mixed and matched to their needs. These variants are known to be the bane of inanimate armies, due to the fact that a single buff can make or break a fight. The active class skill Spirit Enchant Core is obtained. The active class skill Negative Siphon is obtained. The active class skill Enchant Combination is obtained. The passive class skill Enchantment Mastery is obtained. The passive class skill Enchantress Seed is obtained. Mastery skills. Looking at the skills he would obtain once he advanced to S-grade, he remembered that alongside class seed skills which boosted certain stats and certain abilities, mastery skills could be also obtained that could boost a certain class powers, either it be damage, duration of buffs, and other things related to the class the mastery skill is boosting. Tempest Walnut Spiritus, Kyrox Rare, a spiritus who has found their purpose of committing mass destruction and chaos through their wide range skills and debuffs, taking pleasure in the pain they deal to other beings. Most inanimate armies tend to avoid coming in contact with these variants due to their crazed mindsets. The active class skill Spirit Chaos Core is obtained. The active class skill Dark Phantasmagoria is obtained. The active class skill Chaos Clone is obtained. The passive class skill Chaos Mastery is obtained. The passive class skill Kyrox Seed is obtained. Tempest Walnut Spiritus, Benevolere, a spiritus who has found their purpose of supporting other spiriti through healing and buffs that rely on nature to be conjured. These variants are the bane of multiple inanimate armies due to their ability of even reviving dead spiriti in the midst of battle. The active class skill Spirit Healing Core is obtained. The active class skill Revelation is obtained. The active class skill Codex of Nature's Will is obtained. The passive class skill Healing Mastery is obtained. The passive class skill Benevolere Seed is obtained. Looking at the skills that he would obtain from the first three classes he identified, he felt that he would be severely limited when choosing them. First of all, two of the three classes were focused on supporting others rather than fighting on the front lines, which was one of Aura's favorite things to do. As for the other class that did fight on the front lines, it was more on 1 versus all rather than 1 versus 1, which would easily make him use up a lot of SP in a short time, even when fighting against one enemy. I hope this Rare Plus class is something along my train of thought. If not, he'll have to choose between the three. Whoosh. And so, the final screen regarding the possible species evolution he could choose appeared in front of his field of vision. Reading through all of it in one go, Aura's non-existent eyes started to gleam as he muttered in his mind, "This is the one." Tempest Walnut Spiritus Flux Rare Plus. A spiritus that does not want to serve others, yet does not want to only rely on itself as well. These types of spiriti have realized their goal of becoming a stronger type of false animate species, grasping the profound notion of the flux, the thing that binds their bodies' animas together, which is also a deadly item when used correctly. Nonetheless, their flexibility and adaptability to all situations is far beyond what other variants could achieve. The active class skill Flux Enchantment is obtained. The active class skill Flux Armor Creation is obtained. The active class skill Flux Weapon Creation is obtained. The active class skill Flux Sacrifice is obtained. The passive class skill 9 Flux Transformation is obtained. The passive class skill Flux Mastery is obtained. The passive class skill Flux Weapon Mastery is obtained. The passive class skill Flux Armor Mastery is obtained. The passive class skill Spiritus Flux Seed is obtained. The reason why Aurus chose this class rather than the other classes was due to the fact that this class would give him access to a feature that only a select lucky few would have access to in eyes. Although he did not know if this was the case or not, the number of his skills he would get alone serves as a good enough reason for him to choose. Ding. Are you sure you would like to evolve Aurus to Tempest Walnut Spiritus Flux Rare Plus? Yes, Aurus answered without hesitation. He was eager to find out what uses the skills he obtained would have. Whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of the wind could be heard by Aurus, although he was still inside a secluded room. Nonetheless, he knew that it was part of the process of the evolution this time as his consciousness gradually weakened, slowly coming to a lull as the sound of the wind intensified. From a third person's perspective, this sound of wind came from the wind energy particles that surrounded Aurus. These wind energy particles gradually came into contact with Aurus' body, gradually forming a cocoon of wind energy particles that covered Aurus' body as his soul became unconscious. Ding. Not long after, a notification sound was heard. It was accompanied with a monotonous voice. Aurus, Wind Walnut Spiritus Rare has been evolved into Aurus, Tempest Walnut Spiritus Flux Rare Plus. And then, after a few minutes of silence, another voice could be heard. Congratulations Aurus for reaching Scrate. I hope you like the gift I gave you before you become my weapon. Hee. 1. This pertains to a new classification I made of how much damage a being can deal, the lowest being novice and elite being second lowest. You'll see soon enough. 2. Plural of Spiritus. Chapter 85 Bonus, Character Sheet. Within this bonus chapter, here you will see the stats of the characters that have been mentioned before or recently throughout the novel. You'll also add some of their most well-known skills. Let's start off with Aurus. Note that this is his stats before evolving to Scrate. Aurus level 1010. Experience, max. Species, Wind Walnut Spiritus Rare. Existence level, inanimate. Grade, A. HP 616,616. SP 17,001,700. Life 125,125. Will 125,125. Stats: tenacity 63. Vitality 112. Spirit 126. Synchronization rate 40%. Unused experience points 214,855. Unused Genesis points 32. And so, that's Aura's stats. I would like to note that the order of stats for inanimate beings are as follows: defense, vitality, then attack. For animate beings like Dane, Ire, Vanadia, Criddle, and so on, that is another case. Next up is Herelia, which is the leader of the Tempest Branch Alliance. Surely she would have extremely high stats, right? Herelia level 4040. Experience, max. Species, Branch Grandius Formosus. Blood Bell Hazard Special Plus. Existence level, inanimate. Grade, X. HP, 1,720,017,200. SP, 81,508,150. Sentience, 350,350. Bloodlust, 625,625. Stats: rationality, 3,924. Blood energy, 4,325. Rage, 7,183. Synchronization rate, 80%. Unused experience points, 3,257,431. Unused Genesis points, 426. Holy, that's a lot of unused experience and Genesis points. Nonetheless, her stats have improved from the first time we met her in Chapter 36. Although it is a somewhat small increase. And what's this? A special plus class? That's somewhat rare. Please do not confuse with rare classes. Her well-known skills due to her being a Blood Bell Hazard is of course the aptly named Supreme Sanguine Arts, a skill of the Mortal X grade level. You've only heard of her casting Sanguine Arts? That's a given, for she does not need to exert her full strength so far. Let's move on to Horal, who is known for being extremely cooperative with Horus and helps Herelia around with matters concerning the Alliance. Horal level 3,540. Experience, 43,808,450. Species, Branch Grandius Formosus. High Energistas. Existence level, inanimate. Grade, X. HP, 3,053,030,530. SP, 1,825,018,250. Sentience, 280,280. Logic, 450,450. Stats: mental fortitude, 4,280. Mental vitality, 5,340. Spirit, 5,130. Ever since we've met Horal in Chapter 35, his stats were lesser than Herelia other than HP. But now the gap is closing, plus the amount of SP he has doubled. I wonder what he has been doing during the times where he isn't called by Herelia or Horus. Or any other member in that case. His most well-known skill is Near Supreme Spell Core, which is definitely a great improvement from Middle High Spell Core, as the former is already a skill of the Transcendent level, grade. Who else should we talk about? For Fenrir, just refer to chapter. What was again? Chapter 81, right? To be honest. Oh wait. Let's identify Chonk's stats. This shall also be the layout of the stat screen for animates from now on. For previous layout, look at chapter 30. Just a heads up. Chonk level 1010. Experience, max. Species, Stone Wolf. Existence level, animate. Grade, rank 0. Tempering skill, Tempest Genesis Rebirth 95%. HP, 2525 MP, 88. Stats: Vitality 12, Strength 14, Agility 17, Intelligence 9, Defense 11, _. Chonk looks extremely weak. Do note that animates can easily kill inanimates. As for their pitifully low stats, it shall be explained in Volume 3, where the fun truly happens. As for its special skill, I guess being able to breathe? I don't know. It's focused on grabbing the core of the Tempest Cliff for now. Now let's move on to what has acted as our rise to the animate world, also known as the Seraph Kingdom. As a rank 4 high mage, I wonder how high Dane's stats are. Dane level 4150, experience 3,257,547,580. Species: human mana imbued. Existence level: animate. Grade: rank 4, high mage. Tempering skill: boundless mind 100%. Ascension skill: otherworldly spirit. Zenith soul level 4, 37%. HP: 275,275. MP: 450,450. Stats: Vitality 164, Strength 45, Agility 78, Intelligence 318, Defense 52, _. Compared to Chonk, Dane is incredibly strong. It's still pitifully low though. As for Dane's most well-known skill, that would probably be Supreme Silent Spellcasting, allowing him to cast spells without the need for incantation once the spell has been ingrained into his mind. And I guess that's it for now. We don't know much about Vanadier yet, plus there might be other people who would serve a greater purpose like Kevin, which I don't want to spoil their stats for now. As for Kurohana, she's a goddess. How can I identify her stats if she's on the same level of existence as me? Anyways, the start of Volume 3 will happen on the next weekly Power Stone ranking reset, with it not being focused on Ores, although it does have something to do with him. I think. I've spoken too much. Just wait for the new volume, okay? Also, if there are any plotline I missed or forgot to continue, please also tell me, since I'm sure it would frustrate you to see it being on a cliffhanger. Chapter 86 Magnus Tempestrio XXXX Continent, Seraph Kingdom, within Kelsey's smithy. I trust you that you can do just that, right? Dane looked at Kelsey with expectation since she was the only blacksmith within the Seraph Kingdom that could handle both of the materials he brought out with great proficiency and skill. Kelsey looked at the Gale Dragonwood and Spirit Star Steel Dane brought out and pondered for a bit as a slight frown appeared on her face. After about a minute or so, Kelsey clasped her hands together and nodded with a smile towards Dane, saying, "All right, I can do what you want me to do." Just as Dane wanted to head towards Kelsey's furnace and start the crafting process, Kelsey raised 3 fingers up in the air as a grin appeared on her face. "Of course, you know the rules of this establishment, right, Dane?" Dane looked at the number of fingers Kelsey held up and let out a sigh as he snapped his fingers after placing both items on a nearby table. A few seconds later, a rift was opened in front of Kelsey as gold coins started to pour out of the rift, forming a pile of gold coins in front of Kelsey's feet. Cling, cling, cling. After a while, the last gold coin was poured out of the rift, prompting Dane to close the rift as he looked at Kelsey and said, "Here you go. 30,000 gold. Is that enough for you?" Kelsey became speechless at Dane's decisiveness to pay up at the first instant she mentioned money. She could not help but look at the pile of gold coins in front of her that spanned around 5 meters in diameter and had a height that was equal to her waist. Mind you that she's a tall person, being 1.83 meters in height. Oh man, I just did as a joke, but now. Kelsey could not help but shake her head and mutter to herself, "Oh well, I'll just make sure that the product is going to be something I put my heart into." "Come with me then." Kelsey put on a light smile on her face as she urged Dane to follow her to the furnace found in the smithy, which was also the only furnace that could withstand temperatures of over 8,000 degrees Celsius. befitting of Kelsey's title as the best blacksmith. Without delay, Dane grabbed the 2 items he brought and followed Kelsey to the furnace, wherein he gave the spirit star steel to her and said, "I want you to craft a blade with this material that is best suited for fighting. Can you also create a few grooves on the blade so I can imbue it with mana?" Tying up her hair into a bun, Kelsey examined the spirit star steel for a bit before giving a thumbs up as she sat down on a chair near the furnace, where an anvil laid in front of the chair. "Got it. Is it a one-handed magic blade or a two-handed one?" "One-handed," Dane replied without thinking twice as he sat down on a chair, facing the Gale Dragon wood that was placed down on a nearby table. It was fortunate that the table Dane was working on was close to where Kelsey was working, allowing them to speak with each other. Since it's one-handed and meant for fighting, then nothing can beat a saber. Kelsey decided on the type of blade she was going to craft in just a few seconds. "Also, since you mentioned it a while ago, there are a lot of types of grooves for imbuing mana. Is it to increase its attacking power, increase its mana regeneration, or?" As a magic circle started to appear in front of Dane's right palm, Dane thought for a bit before responding with, "Create a hybrid groove on the blade that can increase the user's mana regeneration, as well as their perceptivity towards elemental particles." "Got it." With Dane's input, Kelsey easily formulated a blueprint for the blade she was going to craft, placing the spirit star steel into the furnace as she fanned the flames, allowing the temperature of the furnace to reach greater heights. While Kelsey was starting to melt the spirit star steel, Dane was bringing out the full properties of the Gale Dragon wood, especially the incomplete soul found within the piece of wood he bought. With this incomplete soul, this will allow the 9th prince to cast more level 3 and level 4 spells from the Wind Dragon's 4 forms spell I created. With this thought in mind, Dane started to chant the words needed to do just that. Second circle. All supris vitalis singulus, nihilopes trigitus maximus. Soul siphon. Swoosh. As a sucking sound started to softly reverberate around Dane's surroundings, a small shriek coming from the Gale Dragon wood could be heard, which made Dane happy as he knew that this shriek came from the incomplete soul found in the Gale Dragon wood. Pinpointing the location of the incomplete soul of the Gale Dragon wood, he then used a large amount of his mana to affix this soul in a certain spot as he casted another magic circle. First circle. Gravitas supris vidus. Soul scatter. Gravitas. Swayish. Not long after, a sound akin to what one could hear when a breeze passes by could be heard as the vitality of the incomplete soul was scattered all throughout the Gale Dragon wood, allowing the aura of the Gale Dragon wood to be increased by a few notches. He then carved a few grooves on the Gale Dragon wood, taking the incomplete soul and the blade that was still going through forging into consideration, as he wanted to maximize the effect of the grooves that he was going to imbue mana into. Looking at the grooves he carved on the Gale Dragon wood, he could not help but let out a sigh of enjoyment. Just as he was about to look at what Kelsey was doing, Kelsey asked Dane, "Since this is a magic blade that you and I, 2 great beings within the Seraph Kingdom, would craft, don't you think that it should have an overbearing name like Super Ultra Wind Godslayer or Zenith Tempest Devourer?" Dane could not help but shudder after hearing the names Kelsey suggested. As he gradually infused mana into the Gale Dragon wood, he could not help but think up of a good name for the magic blade. "You know what, Kelsey, right? The first name you gave is slightly garbage while the second one is decent, but, hey, how dare you call my names garbage?" Kelsey could not help but puff her cheeks from anger. Nonetheless, Kelsey decided to take Dane's name for this weapon they were going to craft. "So, what name shall it have?" Dane closed his eyes for a bit before opening them up with a flame of firm determination within them. "Let's call the blade Magnus Tempestaria." Dane obtained his inspiration from an old book he read about one of the ancient languages of Eridinia, where Magnus meant best, and Tempestaria meant well. Tempest. Magnus Tempestaria. Dane, you have a naming sense that's worse than mine. within the Tempest Cliff where the Tempest Branch Alliance's base resides. Within it lies a small ecosystem where a building named the Sparring Tower exists. Inside the Sparring Tower was a secluded room where a cocoon made out of wind energy particles could be seen. This cocoon was the shell protecting the insides of the currently evolving Aurus. It has been 3 days since Aurus started to evolve from a grade to scraped. During these 3 days, the aura that the cocoon emanated had intensified by a few times. Not only that, the body that was being molded for Aurus was now different from before. If his previous bodies were all bodies that resembled sticks and branches, this time, it was more akin to a rough wooden sculpture of a human. Indeed, a rough wooden sculpture of a human. Since the animas that made up Aurus' body were semi-corporeal and flexible, this meant that Aurus could pretty much take up any shape while he was in a grade inanimate. Nonetheless, he stuck with his branchy body throughout all that, save for a few times where he had to use it. This time, Aurus' body was now leaning towards a humanoid shape, which meant that Aurus' previous branch body could not accommodate the skills that his grade evolution would give him, and a humanoid shape would allow him to use those skills better. Amidst all this, a faint white energy enveloped each and every anima that made up Aurus' body as the aura his body emanated gradually intensified as time passed, increasing the aura that the cocoon radiated. A few minutes later, something magical happened. The cocoon that covered Aurus' body started to form cracks, which hastily became bigger as Aurus' new body was brought to light. But rather than breaking apart and dissipating into thin air, this cocoon made out of wind energy particles decided to head towards Aurus' body, which was absorbed by his body subconsciously. Gradually, the cocoon that covered Aurus' body disappeared, revealing a humanoid-shaped Aurus that looked like a rough wooden sculpture, yet at the same time like a smooth marble sculpture due to the white energy that covered each and every anima on Aurus' body. A few seconds after the cocoon dissipated, Aurus opened his sense of vision. Chapter 87 New Features Within the Celestial Plane. For these past few days, Kurohana was focused on strengthening her grasp over the law of reincarnation as she noticed that Aurus was going through a massive grind in his skills. Kurohana, seeing this, decided to grind her skills and stuff as well as she did not really want to watch Aurus grind. Although she was fine with watching Aurus' mundane life. Ding! All of a sudden, a ringing sound resounded through Kurohana's ears, which prompted her to open her eyes that were closed all this time. Something interesting happened to Aurus. This was the first thing to come out of Kurohana's mouth. Why? This was because she created a miniature artifact, one that would attend to the orb, alerting her in the case that something happened to Aurus. She stood up from where she sat cross-legged, circulating the parts of the law of reincarnation she just learned through pondering and assimilated it into her body before hovering towards the orb, where indeed, something interesting happened to Aurus. She snapped her fingers, creating a chair out of the white material that covered her surroundings and sat down on it, looking at the change that happened to Aurus with full enthusiasm, only to frown in the end. Within the orb that allowed her to view Aurus' life, she was currently looking at a green cocoon that nurtured and reinforced a half-corporeal branch that was in this case, Aurus. She could not help but click her tongue after seeing this. TSK. To think that the change that happened to him was him actually evolving. Why can't he be used as a weapon material after he reached the peak of a grade? To be honest, although living for hundreds of millions of years, Kurohana was someone who was impatient, wanting to get things she wanted in the shortest time frame she could. This was a stark contrast to her profession, being a craftswoman, which needed intense patience and perseverance for a great work to be produced. Realizing that her other side was coming out, she took in a few deep breaths before muttering to herself as a consolation, "Then again, if he's used as a weapon material as an grade inanimate, it would give me a weapon that's possibly a grade higher than what could be crafted when he could be used as a material as an A-grade being." Gradually, her thoughts became jumbled and let out a long sigh, looking at the orb where Aurus' future body laid. She looked at it for a bit, then got a spark of inspiration, which made the corners of her mouth curve up as she knew that the idea in her mind was feasible. I can still afford to wait for a year or so. That's the maximum time I'll allot for Horus to become a weapon, Kurohana lightly said to herself as she waved her hands in the air, in front of the orb, releasing her mastery over the law of reincarnation to its limit. Whoosh, whoosh. A few seconds later, the sound of wind breezing could be faintly heard throughout the white space as a few strands of golden energy formed in midair, before charging straight towards the orb as the cocoon's aura slightly intensified. To an outsider, no one would notice this difference at all. After doing what she did, she could not help but pant as she muttered, ha dot 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 ha dot dot dot. Controlling a part of a stronger law than yours is definitely dot 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 taxing. Not long after, she could not help but chuckle. Then again, this would hasten Horus' fate a bit. Congratulations Horus for reaching grade. I hope you like the gift I gave you before you become my weapon. Hee hee. Eridinia, XXXX continent, Tempest Cliff, Tempest Branch Alliance Space, Sparring Tower, inside a certain secluded room. After waking up from his evolutionary process, the first thing Horus did was to look at his surroundings. Realizing that he was still in the same place, Horus could not help but inwardly let out a sigh of relief. I'm officially Ant's grade being, Horus said to himself. He then looked at his new body from a third-person's perspective, which slightly surprised him. I look more like a wooden human than a branch. Wait. Don't I look extremely smooth? This was the first thing that came to Horus' mind after looking at his new body. When he peered at his body from a close standpoint, he could see that his body was truly wooden. Well made out of animas that were previously made from wood. But when he looked from afar, it seemed that Horus' body was made from one piece of marble, or a material that was extremely smooth. It was at this moment that he realized something. He could peer into the internal makeup of each and every anima of his body, which was something he could not do before his evolution. Open status screen, Horus commanded, taking a quick look at his status screen before closing it, confirming something that was on his mind. Yep, my synchronization rate has increased by 20% once more. After doing that, a question formed in his head regarding his body. Can I move the limbs on this body of mine, or is it something aesthetic? Hence, he looked at his right upper limb and willed it to move upwards. Whoosh, whoa, it can actually move. Horus' right upper limb moved upwards, albeit in a stiff manner due to him being an inanimate. Well, false animate. He then tried to move his other limbs, in which they moved accordingly as well. After that, he tried to move his head and other parts of his wooden body, only for it to fail. Well, my four limbs can move, that alone is enough for me to do things that the others can't. Horus consoled himself as the four movable limbs did offer him a wider range of freedom. But I just can't seem to get used to it. Horus could not help but feel that he was not him due to his body being different. And so, he decided to morph. Whoosh. In an instant, Horus' humanoid body gradually flattened and rounded out, returning to the look he had as an A-grade, a big branch. That's better. Horus had his mind filled with peace after he morphed back to his previous form. Horus knew that this form would limit him a lot, but there was still a lot of time. He would get used to his humanoid body sooner or later. He then decided to look at the notifications that popped up during his evolution, which made him slightly shocked as a lot more features became available to him. Ding! Horus, Wind Walnut Spiritus Rare has evolved to Horus, Tempest Walnut Spiritus Flux Rare Plus. The resource Flux has been unlocked thanks to a specific evolution path. The passive skill Flux Vessel has been created due to the Flux resource being unlocked. The active skills Flux Enchantment, Flux Armor Creation, Flux Weapon Creation, and Flux Sacrifice have been obtained thanks to evolution. The passive skills 9 Flux Transformation, Flux Mastery, Flux Weapon Mastery, Flux Armor Mastery, and Spiritus Flux Seed have been obtained thanks to evolution. The Flux Equipment System has been unlocked due to having the two prerequisite skills, Flux Weapon Creation and Flux Armor Creation. When using the humanoid form, the user can use one weapon and 4 pieces of armor. When using any other form, Only weapons can be used. 1 OS point has been obtained. Horus could not help but close and open his sense of vision a few times at the sheer disbelief he felt after looking at the notifications he received. It took him a while to digest all of the information, ending up becoming extremely gleeful since it gave him greater room for improvement. I now have another resource other than life and will points, which is flux, Horus muttered to himself. He then looked at the white particles that covered each and every anima on his body before muttering to himself, "This is flux, right? This was something I did not have on my body before. I wonder how I can replenish this. I now also have access to the equipment system. Well, the flux equipment system, but still the equipment system nonetheless." Horus' non-existent eyes gleamed at the possibilities he had with this system at hand. Within his currently unsealed memories, only a select few had access to the equipment system, which allowed them to reign over the players who were inanimates, and excel over the players who were animates due to their higher-leveled weapon mastery skills. But the thing that made Horus the most gleeful was the fact that he had obtained another OS point. Open OS. Horus commanded the system as he was going to use the OS point he obtained. He did not care about the fact that he was not going to have any OS points after this since he was bound to get one once he evolved anyway. Ding, _ Existence Evolution OS points, 1. Level up Synchronization 110. Cost to upgrade, 1 OS point. Artificial Intelligence 01. Cost to upgrade, 1 OS point. Memory DLC 13. Cost to upgrade, 1 OS point. _ Upgrade Memory DLC. Horus did not hesitate to upgrade this portion of the OS since he knew that he could rely on his memories to hasten his progress in leveling and becoming strong. Ding. Are you sure that you want to upgrade Memory DLC? Yes. A firm and crisp reply could be heard from Horus as he knew what he was doing. Ding. Memory DLC has been upgraded. Glang. As if chains that barred his memories from being unsealed were removed, a huge portion of his memories were gradually brought to light as the fog that covered those memories slowly dissipated, stopping at a certain point where only 13 of his memories were left sealed. He closed his eyes and organized the new information he received from his unsealed memories, opening them an hour later with his eyes brimming with determination as his plan to becoming a god-tier existence became more solid. Ding. It was a surprise to Horus that he would hear a notification sound after doing nothing to the system. Nonetheless, since a notification sound popped up, something happened, right? Horus called up the notification log, to which a holographic screen appeared in front of his current body as a branch. He read the line that was on the most bottom of the notification log and became confused in an instant. The soul enchantment system has been unlocked due to the user's soul power becoming stronger. Soul enchantment system. 1. Just a refresher. Artifacts plural. Artifixes are artificial beings created by god-tier existences as a sort of helper. Chapter 88 Getting it over with Soul Enchantment System. Horus could not help but look at the last line on the notification log with intense confusion, although he remembered quite vividly in his memories that the equipment system and its variants existed within eyes. Whenever he tried to recall memories regarding the soul enchantment system he received, he can only remember a hazy and vague memory of it, the most vivid of which being it existed within the game. Letting out an inward sigh, Horus muttered to himself, well then, let's see what I can do with this new feature. How do I access it? Open Soul Enchantment System. Ding. After hearing the magic words come out of Horus' non-existent mouth, a screen that was incredibly similar to the screen used by the Existence Evolution Systems OS, appeared in front of his field of vision. Soul Enchantment System. Soul Power, 4. Soul Sigils. Rank 0. Sigils of Tempering 03. Rank 1? ? Needs the Sigils of Tempering to be unlocked. In an instant, Horus was able to pinpoint two things that he needed to ask the system about. System, what is soul power and what are soul sigils? Ding. Without missing a beat, a screen appeared in front of the Soul Enchantment System's interface, containing information regarding the two things that Horus asked about. Soul power is the power of the being's soul, shown in terms of value. A normal animate would have 10 points of soul power, whereas a grade inanimate would have 1 point of soul power, with it being increased by 1 for every evolution it goes through. Having a high amount of soul power would allow the being to have greater control and knowledge over their bodies. Not only that, it would allow them to become stronger in terms of stats, damage, and so on. Soul sigils are runes carved onto the being's soul, allowing the being's soul to be baptized by the worldly energy, allowing the soul to become stronger without the need for tempering or ascension skills related to the soul, which are only accessible to animates. Once a certain rank of soul sigils are completed, they would create a resonance effect that would boost the soul's power even further, and even become a pathway to unlocking a greater rank of soul sigils. Even though Horus read the information on the screen multiple times, he could still not grasp his head around it. In the end, he said to himself, "I'll have to experiment with this system in the future." After closing the interface to the soul enchantment system, he focused back on the white energy that covered each and every anima on his body. Although he knew what flux was thanks to the system explaining it before his evolution, he did not know what its purpose was. So he asked, "System, what is flux?" Ding! Just like a while ago, a screen filled to the brim with information regarding the thing Horus asked about appeared in front of his field of vision. Flux is a type of energy that is neither from the environment like world energy, nor is it from within like spirit points SP. Flux is something emanated from anima that binds them together and allows them to do things that are normally impossible for a normal branch or sapling can do. Once tempered enough to the level of being controlled, it could be used as a weapon, or a shield, or anything that the user chooses it to be. Horus pondered about the words written on the screen for a short while. He had a hunch that this flux thing would surely become extremely important to something that would happen to him, but he did not know where it would become important. Nonetheless, with the allure of the flux equipment system, he committed the phrase tempering the flux to memory. He had no idea how to do just that, but he had a feeling that it was located within the skills he obtained from evolving. He opened up the skill screen and looked at the skill that was the most out of place when compared to other flux-based skills. 9 Flux Transformation. Identify 9 Flux Transformation. Ding! _ 9 Flux Transformation Level 110. Grade, Unknown. Flux, an energy manifested from the animas of a spiritus, is something that holds extreme power once one peers into its intricacies and tempers it to a great extent. This skill allows the user to temper the flux covering their bodies, baptizing them with the worldly energy of the environment and the spirit points from within, letting them evolve into a substance that becomes a myriad of colors and possibilities. Current flux rank, White rank 0. Requirement to upgrade flux rank, 100 SP and 1000 wind energy particles. Note: only when the flux rank becomes rank 1 will the user have the freedom to create flux weapons and armors. Although it doesn't say it from its name, it seems that my species still affects my skills, being inclined towards the wind element no matter what. Horus muttered to himself as he looked at the requirement needed to upgrade the flux covering his body. With his anima creation at X grade, he already had over 2000 SP, which meant that he had 20 times the amount of SP needed to upgrade the flux covering his body. Nonetheless, he would still have to absorb 1000 wind energy particles, which is not really a problem due to the 2 passive skills he evolved to X grade before evolving to S grade. Deciding that he would take a look at the other skills he obtained later, Horus activated Tempest Levitation before heading out of the secluded room he was in for almost 2 weeks. He flew outside the sparring tower where his secluded room was and looked at the surroundings, letting out a sigh of contentment afterwards. Nothing much has changed after my seclusion. While looking at the small ecosystem of the Tempest Branch Alliance, even going so far as to travel around it, a past memory crept up on the surface of Horus' mind and made him stop in his tracks. He closed his sense of vision for a bit before opening it once again, radiating an aura of firm determination while muttering to himself, "I've delayed this for a pretty long while now. With my current stats, I'm pretty sure that I can kill that being in just one shot. I can also use the time during my journey towards that place to experiment with the new skills and features I obtained. Alright, that settles it. I'll do that for now." With the past memory sticking ever so tightly to the surface of his mind like glue, Horus activated Gale Hover, which increased his movement speed even more for a temporary time, before heading towards the large hall near the entrance of the Tempest Branch Alliance. Whoosh! Due to his multiple passive movement buffs and his X-grade movement skill, it only took Horus a few minutes to head towards the large hall and land on the ground before calling out, "Horrel, where are you?" Whoosh! At the instant Horus was finished with his question, a silhouette appeared in front of Horus, which radiated an aura of cheerfulness around it. This silhouette was none other than Horrel. "I'm right here, what do you need?" Horrel maintained a cheerful tone as he examined Horus from head to toe. Well, from one end of the trunk to the other end of the trunk. "Also, before I forget, congratulations on evolving to Skrit." "Thanks," Horus replied to Horrel's congratulatory remark as he radiated an aura of cheerfulness around him as well. "Anyways, Horrel, I want you to tell Herelia that I'm going out for a bit. As for the location, that I cannot tell." "That's fine, we all have our own little secrets we like to keep." Horrel radiated an aura of affirmation to Horus' favor as he replied, "Don't worry, Horus. Just do what you have to do. I'll tell Herelia that you went out for a bit." Whoosh! Hearing the words of affirmation from Horrel, Horus activated Tempest Levitation as the aura of cheerfulness around him intensified by a few times. "Thanks." Whoosh! And just like that, Horus disappeared from Horrel's sight in the blink of an eye. Well, the amount of time it would take for an animate to blink their eyes anyway. Looking at the silhouette of Horus' body for a bit as it gradually disappeared, Horrel let out a sigh as he sensed that Horus was already far away from the Alliance base. He looked at the large hall of the Alliance base he resided in for a long time before muttering to himself, "In the end, it seems I have to part ways with you, huh? All for the sake of greater knowledge." After which, Horrel's silhouette disappeared from the large hall. He was going to do what Horus told him to do before he had to part ways with this alliance. While Horrel was lamenting over the fact that his time of parting with the Tempest Branch Alliance was almost coming, Horus, on the other hand, was currently zooming towards a place that he could not help but reminisce as he thought about how much he has gone through after leaving that place. "Although it's basically overkill for me to kill that thing, it would still give me Genesis points. I might even head to its stronger counterpart and kill its boss as well before activating the Genesis tree," Horus muttered to himself as the plan he formulated from before surfaced in his mind. No, this was not the plan he had before evolving to Skrit, for this was the plan of killing the boss of the Lesser Experience Haven. Chapter 89 Rank 1 Flux Tempest Cliff. Within the base of the Tempest Branch Alliance. Within a secluded place inside the small ecosystem found within the inner reaches of the Tempest Branch Alliance base, Herelia was currently engrossed in training her skills up to at least X grade in order to prepare for her inevitable evolution to inanimate. Although she could decide not to evolve into inanimate, the goddess that chose her wouldn't let her to do that, as her goal was to create a family that she would not regret. With that line of that thought, do you think branches can create families? Of course not. And that's why it was inevitable. Anyways, while Herelia was leveling up one of her skills, the sound of wind passing through her body alerted Herelia of a person entering the place she was currently in, prompting her to open her sense of vision that was closed all this time to look at the person. Not long after, Herelia let out a sigh of relief, realizing who the person was in front of her. "Oh, it's just you, Horrel. You scared me there." Stopping the skill that she was just using and letting her SP regenerate back to its full capacity, Herelia could not help but let out a sigh of relief after knowing that the silhouette was someone familiar to her. "I apologize for startling you, Herelia." Horrel released an apologetic aura, letting Herelia know that Horrel was sincere in his apology. Nonetheless, I need to bring you a report from one of the executives of our alliance. The newest one at that. Oh, Horus? What about him? Hearing the phrase newest executive come out of Horal's mouth, it was a given that Horal was talking about Horus. Well, Horal thought about what he was going to say for a bit. After a few seconds, Horal started to speak. Around some time ago, Horus finally got out of the sparring tower, successfully evolving into an inanimate of the scrate. Instead of letting you know about his successful evolution at the instant he got out, it seemed that he had other things to do that were of greater priority. Which is why I'm here to tell you that he is currently outside traveling in order to head towards a place he dared not to tell where. I knew he was bound to evolve to Scrade eventually. Rather than being mad at Horus not telling her that he evolved, she instead became elated at the fact that a strong mage at the level of Horus at a grade now became a mage that could be beyond Horal's strength at max level, or even be beyond her own strength. Add in the fact that they were both blessed with systems, hence she did not worry about Horus being away for a long time, or even if he did go missing for a long time, he would be able to come back unscathed. Thanks for letting me know that he evolved, Horal. I'll make sure to increase his authority after I finish what I have to do. Heralia thanked Horal for telling her about the whereabouts of Horus, albeit vague. After saying this, she expected Horal to leave the premises, but for some reason, Horal stayed around, radiating an aura of anxiety. Sensing this aura around Horal, Heralia asked, "What's wrong, Horal?" "This isn't like you." Hearing Heralia speak broke the thin line that barred Horal from doing what he wanted to do. He looked at Heralia for a short bit as he let out a long sigh of intense melancholy. A few seconds later, he then said to Heralia, "I'll be leaving the Alliance." While this was happening within the Alliance space, Horus, on the other hand, had finally crossed the barrier between the Tempest Cliff and the outside, letting him feel like an intense weight has been removed from his shoulders. Or his branch body anyway. With his speed already reaching a speed that surpassed 3 kilometers per hour, it only took Horus almost 2 hours to leave the Tempest Cliff, which is a drastic reduction in time used to traverse the same distance. He calculated that at his current speed, it would only take him at most another 6 hours or so to reach the Lesser Experience Haven so he can kill the boss of said Experience Haven. Now, with his current strength surpassing any normal Scrade at level 1, one could not help but ask a new word question. Why? This was because Horus wanted to use all of the Genesis points he could get his hands on to bolster the strength of his future Genesis tree. As for what the functions of the Genesis tree are, those shall be explained in the future. As he zoomed through his surroundings, Horus noticed that he had a lot of spare time he could use to experiment with his newfound abilities, as most inanimates that got close to him would try to escape from someone like him. Unscrade inanimate. What should I experiment with first? Horus muttered to himself as he looked at the blue line that was overlapping over the ground, letting Horus know the most efficient route towards his destination. After a while, a skill was brought up to the surface of his mind and decided that it was the one. If I don't upgrade it anyway, I wouldn't even be able to experiment with any of the other skills available to me. The skill that Horus was referring to was 9 Flux Transformation, which was a passive skill that tempered the flux that covered each and every anima making up his body. Although a few hours have passed since he checked the detail screen for the skill, he could still remember the requirements needed to upgrade the skill. 100 SP and 1000 wind energy particles. And so, while he was flying towards the Lesser Experience Haven, he used his heightened sense for wind energy particles to manipulate the wind energy particles in his current surroundings before manipulating them to cluster over his head as they accumulated towards a certain point. After seeing that the cluster was dense enough, he then willed the particles to enter his body. Ding! A notification? Horus did not expect a notification to come up at this time. Nonetheless, He commanded the system to bring up a screen regarding the latest notification. 1000 wind energy particles have been accumulated. Would you like to infuse your flux with 100 SP to upgrade it to rank 1? Is my affinity for wind energy really that perverse? Horus never realized that his affinity for wind had reached a great level after leveling both his elemental affinity and wind blessings skill to X grade. But Horus knew that he was still aiming to become a god-tier existence as fast as possible, so he chose to infuse 100 SP into his flux. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, the flux covering his body started to bubble up as they expanded to a size that made Horus' body seem larger by 2 times. A few seconds later, tinges of green could be seen on the flux, which rapidly expanded to cover each and every particle of flux on Horus' body. This process continued on for 5 minutes before coming to an end. After the upgrading process, the flux that covered Horus' body was now extremely faint green. It was not a type of green that would make a person's eyes strain, but rather a soothing and relaxing green to the eyes. Ding! With the upgrade done, another notification appeared on the screen Horus brought up a while ago, telling him about the current properties of his flux. Your flux is now rank 1. To upgrade it to rank 2, you need to infuse 300 SP and 3000 wind energy particles in order for it to happen. Please check the new properties of your flux in the 9 Flux Transformation skill tab. Without delay, Horus opened up the details regarding 9 Flux Transformation and was surprised that there was new information written regarding the current powers of his flux. After skimming over it, he was dumbfounded at its properties. Ding! Underscore. 9 Flux Transformation Level 210. Grade, Unknown. Flux, an energy manifested from the animas of a spiritus, is something that holds extreme power once one peers into its intricacies and tempers it to a great extent. This skill allows the user to temper the flux covering their bodies, baptizing them with the worldly energy of the environment and the spirit points from within, letting them evolve into a substance that becomes a myriad of colors and possibilities. Current flux rank, faint green rank 1. For every point of flux used in weapon creation, 10 points to attack stat and 0.5% increase in damage. For every point of flux used in armor creation, 20 points to HP and 0.5% increase in damage reduction. Requirement to upgrade flux rank, 300 SP and 3000 wind energy particles. Flux has reached the minimum requirements needed in order to be used for weapon and armor creation. Underscore. Holy shit! Horus could not help but curse at the effects of the newly upgraded flux. After reading the contents regarding flux, he now had an idea as to how he would go about crafting his weapons. He knew that the more flux he used in creating equipment, the better and more solid the equipment would come out. But if he had a flux and it was of an extremely high rank, how strong would he become? Although his non-existent hands itched to craft a weapon to increase his damage right now, he knew that he only had limited amounts of flux. Which he did not know the upper limit. So, he called up his status screen. Ding! I can only hold 10 flux at most. Taking only a short glance at his status screen let Horus know how much he could allocate to equipment creation at most. Of course, he knew that this limit could be increased since he could still remember the flux vessel skill that came about from him obtaining flux. But with him being incredibly excited at the possibilities, Horus could not hold himself back any further. Flux Weapon Creation. Chapter 90 Staff Number 1. Ding! Not long after shouting out the name of the skill, a screen appeared in front of him wherein a question was given to him. What type of weapon would you like to craft? Horus, being incredibly unfamiliar with the early game equipment system, did not know how to answer this as he was clueless as to how he was going to proceed. He tried saying the word staff as an answer since he was a mage and he needed a staff to bolster his prowess, but the system did not accept it as an answer. With that being invalid, Horus questioned the system as to what his choices were. A few seconds later, a screen appeared in front of the screen where the question was. answering Horus' worries. In creating a weapon, there are only two main choices which branch out into more larger choices later on. These choices are physical and magical weapons. Physical weapons have a special property wherein other than the material used boosts the user's attack, it also boosts it by a certain amount after that, giving it a higher than normal attack compared to other weapons. Magical weapons on the other hand rely on the material used in order for the weapon's attack, but since they are magical weapons, they can absorb more energy from the environment to supplement the user's spells. Hence they have a special property of reducing cast time by 10%. Note that the reduction in cast time is not fixed. To think that I have to start at something incredibly broad. Horus could not help but think that the system was some sort of basic intelligence that needed every opinion in order to proceed. Of course, he knew that that was not the case, as he knew how flexible the system was. After mulling over it a bit more, he realized that the degree of freedom for weapon creation must be greater than what he thought, stemming from the fact that he would start from an extremely broad category before getting more specific. With him reading up on the special properties of both choices, Horus chose to craft a magical weapon as he knew that a faster cast time would let him have an edge over other beings. Although he could already cast spells in a short time, he knew that once he became inanimate, even a millisecond would be the thread dividing life and death. With the first question answered, the question on the screen changed into another one, slightly more specific than the previous one. What type of magical weapon do you want to craft? Although a single word was added to the question now leaned towards a single category rather than all categories. Horus had a hunch that it was now the time to designate the shape of the magical weapon he wanted. So he answered with a single word, staff. Whoosh. With the question on the screen being changed once more, Horus' suspicions were proved correct. He then looked at the next question on the screen, asking him how much flux was going to be used in creating the weapon. On the far right of the question, there was a parenthesis that told him he could only use 3 flux at most. So he chose to use 3. Ding. 3 flux has been deducted from your body. In an instant, the faint green energy covering each and every anima on his body slightly dimmed down, showing that part of his flux was removed. Not long after, multiple threads of worldly energy, as well threads of SP within his body, started to envelop the flux on his body and make it as vibrant as it previously was. From this, Horus now knew how flux regenerated, which actually regenerated at a pretty fast rate. He also now had a hunch as to what leveling the creation skills would give him, which could possibly be a higher limit on the amount of flux he could use. With Horus confirming that he was going to use 3 flux on his magical weapon, a screen appeared not long after beside the screen that held the question, revealing an extremely rough blueprint of a blunt stick, which could be manipulated with Horus' thoughts. Isn't this a little too crude? Horus could not help but ask as he manipulated the blueprint bit by bit as he continued to zoom towards the lesser experience haven. He willed the top end of the stick to curve downwards in an upside-down U shape as he willed almost of the flux to be in the middle of this upside-down U, only leaving the minimum amount necessary to create the stick. With a few more touches here and there, Horus was satisfied with the look of his soon-to-be-made weapon. Whoosh! As Horus confirmed his choices on the design aspects of the blueprint, the question on the screen beside the blueprint changed, asking Horus, "Are you sure you want to craft this weapon?" Without any shred of doubt whatsoever, Horus answered with a firm and determined yes. Ding! Whoosh! Whoosh! A few seconds later, both screens disappeared in front of Horus' field of vision as a slightly large ball of faint green flux appeared in front of his vision, gradually morphing into a shape that he could not be unfamiliar with. It was his new magical weapon. Bit by bit, the flux making up the weapon started to solidify as the colors making up the weapon diversified into green, and brown, and other dazzling colors that would catch a person's eye. Surprisingly, even though Horus was still moving towards the lesser experience haven, the currently morphing weapon maintained a fixed distance in front of Horus. Although it seemed to only be a small tidbit that would reduce his burdens, it was nonetheless appreciated by him. A few minutes passed by and a notification sound was heard as rays of light radiated from the weapon in front of Horus, which was now complete from top to bottom. What would you like to name the weapon? Looking at the question that popped up within his mind through the system, Horus looked at the staff for a bit before replying with, "Staff number 1. Whoosh." As if his words carried weight, an intangible yet visible stream of energy gradually enveloped the staff in front of him before disappearing altogether not long after. Simultaneously, the staff gradually got closer to Horus before dissipating into thin air as it became strands of energy that entered Horus' body. Ding! Staff number 1 has been created. To use the weapon, please say the phrase "summon weapon." To dismantle the weapon, please say the phrase "dismantle weapon." To examine the weapon's properties, please say the phrase "examine weapon." Hearing these words from the system resound throughout his mind, Horus decided to check out the properties of the weapon he just made. Examine weapon. Ding! Underscore. Staff number 1 magical. Grade, inanimate, normal. Attack plus 30. Damage plus 1.5%. Cast time minus 10%. A staff made out of the flux from a spiritus. Although it is made out of extremely basic and crude material, it can still get the job done, bolstering the user's magical properties by a small extent. It is also minimalistic yet elegant in design, which is due to the taste of the crafter. Underscore. Looking at the properties of the weapon he just made, he knew that he had 3 things to prioritize while heading towards the lesser experience haven, and even after that. What are those 3 things? Raise flux vessel, raise flux weapon creation, and upgrade flux. Being somewhat discontent with the properties of his newly made weapon, Horus decided to do one of the 3 things that could be done in the shortest amount of time, which was to upgrade his flux to a higher rank. Whoosh, whoosh. While following the blue line that would lead to the lesser experience haven, he used his affinity for wind to the fullest, manipulating all of the wind energy particles within his surroundings to clump up into a ball that hovered over his body. Within seconds, the size of the ball increased to the length of half of Horus' body, extremely dense and filled to the brim with wind energy particles at every nook and cranny within the ball. He then willed a part of the wind energy particles making up the ball to enter his body, prompting a notification screen to appear in front of his field of vision not long after. Ding! 3,000 wind energy particles have been accumulated. Would you like to infuse your flux with 300 SP in order to upgrade it to rank 2? Yes. How could he say no to this question? With his goal being to increase the rank of his flux, it would be extremely ironic if he said number. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just like before, the flux covering his body expanded to a size greater than Horus' body as the green aspect of the flux slightly became more vibrant than before, consuming around the same amount of time needed for Horus to upgrade his flux from rank 0 to rank 1. Ding! Your flux is now rank 2. To upgrade it to rank 3, you need 500 SP and 5,000 wind energy particles in order for it to happen. Whoosh! He then willed another part of the wind energy particles making up the ball to enter his body, easily fulfilling the wind energy particle requirement needed to upgrade his flux to rank 3. With him infusing his flux with 500 SP, it was not weird for it to reach rank 3 a few minutes later. He then repeated this process a couple more times, making the flux covering his body taking on a shade of vibrant green which from afar made him look like a big branch that was covered with a lot of moss. Ding! Your flux is now rank 5. To upgrade it to rank 6, you need 2,500 SP and 25,000 wind energy particles in order for it to happen. I guess I'll stop here for now, Horus said as he looked at the SP requirement needed to upgrade his flux. With that much SP, he could already cast the spirit clone skill given to him by Kevin, which would allow him to somewhat escape the danger that would befall his body. It would only need him to raise his anima creation skill to its max level in order for that to happen, to be honest. But with him focusing on flux in the meantime, it would probably be delayed for a while. Identify 9 flux transformation. With his non-existent eyes gleaming with excitement, Horus looked at the screen that detailed the specific effects of the skill. Ding! Underscore. 9 flux transformation level 610. Grade, Unknown. Flux, an energy manifested from the animas of a spiritus, is something that holds extreme power once one peers into its intricacies and tempers it to a great extent. This skill allows the user to temper the flux governing their bodies, baptizing them with the worldly energy of the environment and the spirit points from within, letting them evolve into a substance that becomes a myriad of colors and possibilities. Current flux rank. Nature Green rank 5. For every point of flux used in weapon creation, 30 points to attack stat and 1.5% increase in damage. For every point of flux used in armor creation, 60 points to HP and 1.5% increase in damage reduction. Requirement to upgrade flux rank, 2,500 SP and 25,000 wind energy particles. Flux has long exceeded the minimum requirements for equipment creation. When used in creating or enhancing equipment, there is a small chance for special properties to appear. Chapter 91 Getting Over It. While Horus was savoring the stronger effects of his flux after upgrading it to rank 5. Within the Tempest Cliff, there existed a place that boasted such dense and pure wind energy that one would definitely be minced to shreds once one stepped a single foot into it. This place is also known by multiple animates as the core of the Tempest Cliff. Currently, this wind energy scattered throughout this core was being absorbed by a wolf that seemed to be made out of rock yet wasn't. Its fur was a shade of grey that could let it blend with other rocks in the surroundings, while its structure gave others a sense of sturdiness that would never falter in any situation. This wolf was Chonk, who was currently absorbing the power of the core of the Tempest Cliff in order to master his tempering skill and ascend to a rank 1 class. His lifelong dream. Whoosh, whoosh. Bit by bit, the torrential and powerful wind energy particles that made up the core was gradually being broken down into smaller and less powerful wind energy particles that could be easily absorbed by Chonk's body. Nonetheless, the purity of the wind energy was still preserved all throughout this process, allowing Chonk to glean upon the intricacies making up the wind energy particles. Wind is something that exists all throughout our surroundings, even within the depths of water. Chonk muttered to himself as a frown appeared on his face. I understand this statement to the point where I can say that if I claimed second over the mastery of the essence of wind, no one would claim first. But why is it that my Tempest Genesis rebirth has not been mastered to completion yet? Why does it seem that I am still lacking that certain thing? After discovering the core of the Tempest Cliff over a week ago, he had cultivated near this core, absorbing the pure wind energy particles coming out of it and allowing his body to be tempered by the same particles he was trying to understand. Up till now, he was still trying to find what he was missing in the completion of his tempering skill, only to be blocked at the last step. He had a vague feeling of what it is, but his body seemed to be subconsciously avoiding it. Wind. Still racking his brain over the matter, Chonk decided to focus on the word that his tempering skill was based on. Wind. Does it really exist everywhere? Aren't the times where one cannot feel the wind but one still knows it exists? Bang! Following that train of thought, Chonk finally knew what he was missing. At that instant of enlightenment, his tempering skill was mastered to 100% as a ray of light from up above started to shine down upon his body, gradually changing his structure into a stronger and sleeker form of a wolf. Indeed, he was now ascending to a rank 1 class. On the other hand, Horus was still engrossed in the details of his newly upgraded flux. After a while, he closed the screen and let out a long yet contented sigh as he muttered to himself, Man. Flux is definitely a good thing. As he muttered this, he could not help but look at the flux that covered his body, radiating a green light that was more vibrant than before. Not only that, it also gave Horus a feeling of comfortability under the cover of this flux. After thinking about how comfortable his flux was after being upgraded to rank 5, he could not help but be disappointed that he could not reach the maximum rank available for his flux. How I'll just upgrade my flux once I max Transcendent Vitality Anima Creation. I hope I have enough SP to max it to rank 9. Ding! All of a sudden, Horus heard a notification sound resound throughout his mind. confusing him greatly as he did not know what he did in order to gain such a sound. Deciding that it was too tiring to read words on a screen for now, he commanded the system to read the latest notification that popped up. Flux Vessel and Flux Weapon Creation have leveled up. Hearing the skills that he wanted to level up be leveled up made Horus speechless for a bit, as he did not know what he did to gain experience in order for those skills to level up. He thought about it for a bit and hypothesized that having a fully crafted weapon on him allowed his weapon creation skill to passively gain experience, while using Flux allowed his Flux storage skill to gain experience. Though its level up was delayed for some reason, since all he had was time at this moment, when his weapon creation skill would level up later along his journey, that alone was enough to prove his hypothesis greatly. You know what? I've already wasted enough time already experimenting with Flux. Realizing that he has wasted quite a considerable amount of time while traveling towards the lesser experience haven, Horus could not help but say, "Time to speed my journey up a bit." Supreme Tempest Burst. Whoosh. At that instant, his movement speed, which was already fast for someone at grade, was boosted by twofold, allowing him to move at an incredibly fast 9 km per hour. Unfortunately, this buff would only last for a minute before disappearing. Supreme Tempest Burst was the better version of Tempest Burst, which Horus was extremely fond of using. Since Horus evolved his movement skill to grade, it was natural that the supplementary skill that came with it evolved into a better version as well. Void Gale Spirit Shift. Whoosh. After muttering another skill's name out loud, Horus disappeared in an instant from where he was, only appearing at a place 6 kilometers away from where he previously was a few seconds later. Due to the skill being X-grade, Horus was able to teleport at most 2 kilometers away from his original place in an instant. But with Supreme Tempest Burst still being in effect, this distance was boosted twofold as well, allowing the distance between Horus and the lesser experience haven to be only around 7 kilometers left. Fuck, I forgot to activate Gale Hover. And so, after around 3 more hours or so, with him activating Gale Hover and other movement speed boosting skills along the way, Horus was now at the outskirts of the lesser experience haven. As he entered the place, he could not help but look around and feel that he had come a long way from being a measly grade inanimate. How long has it been since I left this place? Oh wait, inanimates don't have a sense of time. So around 3 months, I guess. Continuing to traverse towards the center of the lesser experience haven, with him not suppressing his aura, he unconsciously made the grade and B-grade inanimates that he hovered above through along the way shudder in fear under the power of his aura. If one knew how such beings that had weak souls shudder anyway. Who dares to trespass my domain? Fortunately, with Horus not suppressing his aura, he was able to find the being that he was going to hunt as that being roared out loud, its voice being heard throughout the boundaries of the experience haven. Summon weapon. Whoosh. While hovering in place, listening to the words of the being that he wanted to hunt, his magical weapon named Staff Number 1 appeared in front of his body, radiating an energy that resonated with the aura he radiated out. Not long after that, he increased the altitude of his flight to a height of a few kilometers, allowing him to look at the entirety of the lesser experience haven. A few seconds later, he was able to see the being that roared out a while ago. "Ah, there you are," Horus softly said. He looked at the being that was a mix between a sapling and branch formosus, yet it was not a spiritus like him. It seemed like a being that was conflicted at what path it was going to choose after evolving to a grade, hence it chose to traverse both, only to fail midway. Identify. Then again, Horus was not in a position to think about other beings' evolution paths, as the only goal he had in his second life was to become a god-tier existence again. Ding. _ Alithos, Lord of the Lesser Experience Haven. Level 1010. Species, Branch Form Vitalis Naturally I. Existence Level, Inanimate A. HP, 300,300. SP, 7,575. Stats, Tenacity, 55. Nature, 43. Spirit, 62. _ Looking at the health of the being that he was about to kill, he could not help but have second thoughts as to what skill he was going to use to kill such a weak being like that. At first, he decided that the first form of the spirit sword of seven hells would be enough to honor its presence, but now that he got a closer look at its stats, it seemed that it would be honoring the being too much. Whoosh, whoosh. Infusing a small part of his SP into his spell core, a crude magic circle was formed at a fast speed thanks to the special effect of staff number 1. I guess Spirit Wind Bolt is enough. Whoosh. Haphazardly aiming it at the being named Arlithos, the energy bolt made out of wind energy particles charged towards the being at a speed that could be said to be an instant for an inanimate due to it traveling at a speed 60 times faster than Aura's movement speed. Bang! The being did not even notice an energy bolt aiming for its body due to its sheer speed, only realizing it once the bolt pierced through its body. With its vitality hastily being sapped away at every second, it tried to find the being that shot the energy bolt that would inevitably cease it from evolving any further. It only took a second for the being to look up as the aura it sensed came from above it, looking at Horus, who nonchalantly looked at it with slight disdain. Letting a soft laugh inwardly, it muttered, "I guess my journey ends here." Not much later, the vitality circulating throughout the being was finally gone, letting the being's body dissipate off into thin air, only leaving life and will points as a remnant of its presence. Ding! Horus looked at the place where the being dissipated for a short bit, only to have his attention be placed onto the notification screen that appeared in front of his field of vision not long after. He then skimmed through the notifications, only to exclaim in surprise, "You can actually get that from killing bosses." 3 Genesis points have been obtained from killing Arlithos, the Lord of the Lesser Experience Haven. 1 OS point has been obtained from killing Arlithos, the Lord of the Lesser Experience Haven. Chapter 92. Just within the celestial plane, inside a white cube that was perpetually hovering on the vast void of space. At the moment, Kurohana was paying close attention to the happenings after her little idea, wherein a few minutes for her was already around half a day for the being within the orb, in this case Ores. It only took around 30 seconds for the expression on Kurohana's face to turn into a smile as her idea was a great success. Although she could not help but feel disappointed that Ores did not touch the new feature he could access and experiment, she knew that with what she did, Ores would eventually touch it, allowing him to become a catalyst at an even faster rate. Although this idea was done on a whim, I'm surprised that the first part actually worked. Kurohana muttered to herself, satisfied with the effects of her idea. Now, what was her idea, you might ask? Well, that idea was made up of 2 parts. The first part was that she would manipulate a certain law that was stronger than hers to coerce Horus to use his OS point to unseal another part of his memory, which she sealed, as a backdrop to the second part of her idea, so Horus would not have any fishy thoughts on the emergence of said second part. As for the second part, it was something Horus has touched already, the soul enchantment system. Indeed, this feature added to Horus' already existing existence evolution system was made out of a whim in order to increase the chances of Horus being used as a weapon material. If I remember the purpose of the system correctly, once Horus uses the system, his soul will become developed until it reaches an extent where it exudes an unconsciously strong aura that would entice multiple humans to grab him and use him as the core material of a weapon. Remembering the true purpose of the system, Kurohana could not help but chuckle and expect the day where Horus is used as material. Manipulating a small portion of that law is definitely worth it, no matter what. Her chuckle intensified to the extent where her chuckle was now a cackle that resonated throughout the insides of the white cube. Fortunately, only she could hear that loud cackle. The law that she manipulated was not just any law that was on par with the law that she was trying to master, but rather, it was a law far stronger than hers, an immortal verdict one. As for which immortal verdict it was, only the immortal verdict of fate could manipulate the choices of a being that much. An immortal verdict is a law that has been mastered to the point where their wielder of said law can even control other laws without breaking a sweat. As for the number of immortal verdicts that existed within the celestial plane, Only 8 existed from its birth up till now. Ring, ring, ring. Hearing a ringing sound coming from the orb, Kurohana's chuckle was stopped to an abrupt halt, replaced with her eyebrow being raised as she accepted a call. The only reason why the orb she made would ring. Whoosh. In an instant, the image of auras traversing the lesser experience haven was replaced with the view of a peaceful shore, a cheerful and innocent-looking girl around the ages of 13 to 15 with her hair the color of the sea being in the middle. Instantly recognizing the girl that called her, Kurohana composed her inwardly and lightly smiled as she took the initiative to start the conversation. Nerai, how are you? What made you call your big sister? Rather than answer with a smile on her face, Nerai, who was the girl on the orb, slightly frowned as her cheeks puffed up while replying, Big sis Kurohana, why didn't you ask for my permission first if you were going to manipulate the flow of events for a being? Not only that, you not only manipulated my law, but you skipped my law altogether and messed with Big Sis Facia's law. Kurohana was stunned for a bit after hearing the incessant amount of words coming out of Nera's mouth. She also realized that what she did was on a whim, not even obtaining the permission of the gods who wielded the laws she used on Ores. It was Nera's full right to get angry at her since Nerai was the goddess of the law of natural flow. As for Big Sis Facia that Nerai mentioned, she was the wielder of the greater law that Kurohana manipulated, the wielder of the immortal verdict of fate. Finally realizing the amount of trouble she was going to end up with, Kurohana could not help but have a sad expression on her face as she replied, Nerai, I truly apologize for not asking for your permission. It was just that I was almost close to procuring a great material for a new weapon I was going to make, and I only needed a little bit of fate to make it happen. Nerai, knowing fully well that her big sis Kurohana was one of the most renowned craftspeople within the celestial plane, hastily understood the reason why Kurohana did not bother asking for her permission due to its suddenness, plus adding the fact that Kurohana's words were sincere to her made her expression become more comforting as she replied, if that's the case, then Big Sis Kurohana is forgiven. I just hope that next time you manipulate fate, you should at least notify us that going to do that so we won't mind it. Don't worry, I'll explain the situation to Big Sis Facia as well. Hearing that Nerai was going to help remove some of the complaints she was going to get after what she has done, Kurohana could not help but let out a sigh of relief as she smiled once more. Thank you Nerai. Your big sis is definitely going to make you an incredibly cute weapon for free. Really? Nerai could not help but exclaim due to her love for cute stuff. Thank you so much big sis. After which, Nerai said her goodbyes to Kurohana before hanging the call up. Kurohana could not help but let out a sigh from Nera's steel. Why? She knew that Nerai was not the only god that had their law manipulated with. Ring, ring, ring. A few seconds after Nera's call ended, another god called Kurohana up, to which she had no choice but to answer the call. Whoosh. At the next instant after accepting the call, an extremely skinny old man with its skin color being a pale gray, appeared within the orb, giving Kurohana the shivers for a short bit. Of course, with her relationship with the god in front of her not being that close, and with the fact that this god had greater control over their own law, Kurohana could not help but be respectful as she greeted, How do you do, God Animus? Animus replied with a gentle yet purposeful grunt. You know why I called you, right? Yes. And I apologize for that. Kurohana could only let out a sigh. Animus was known as the god governing over the law of the soul, and he was pretty damn good at governing over this law. Of course, the reason why Animus called Kurohana was due to her using the law of the soul on the soul enchantment system she made. As long as you admit your mistakes, it's fine. In an instant, Animus' voice became gentler to the ears. He then waved his right hand for a bit before clicking his tongue. Then again, your control over the law of the soul needs some work. As the goddess of reincarnation, shouldn't you at least have some basic control over souls? Kurohana could only stay silent as Animus continued to ramble on the call. As for the soul enchantment system you made, soul sigils, definitely an interesting way to bolster the strength of a soul. You don't mind if I use this in the future, right? Don't mind at all. With Anima's strength being greater than her, Kurohana could only comply. Well, that's all I have to say. Next time you try to manipulate another god's law, you should notify them, okay? With this as his last statement, Animus finally ended the call with Kurohana. After the call with Animus ended, another god showed up at the instant the orb was not on call, revealing an extremely buff man that could be said to have the perfect body any woman would die to look for. As for Kurohana, she was indifferent to the man's body, but his strength was not something to laugh at due to the man's control over the law of improvement. "How do you do, Godsup?" Kurohana respectfully greeted. "You know what you did, right?" Sup did not greet her back, instead initiating the conversation with a question. "Yes." This was the only answer Kurohana could say. "Although I respect you as a great craftswoman, you created a system that was not approved by me. I can accept the first system you made since you asked for permission at the instant you thought it up, but for this one, you did not even bother to ask me." Kurohana tried to refute Sup's statement, only to be interrupted by him. "No buts. As compensation for not asking for my permission on creating another system, you shall make me a great sword of the false archaic grade at the very least. Understand?" I understand." Seeing that the compensation was only for her to make a weapon of the false archaic grade which she could craft within 10 minutes, she decided it was better for her to accept his terms. "Good. I'll be waiting for it then." After hearing Kurohana's confirmation, Sup's strict tone loosened up a bit before ending the call with her. It was only after Sup's call did Kurohana obtain her peace. One was understanding, one wanted to teach me, and one wanted to extort me. The first two gods were fine, but I should really get stronger. Kurohana let out a sigh as she slumped down on her chair, reminding herself to ask for the other god's permission next time she was going to do something like this. Whoosh! All of a sudden, the sound of wind breezing could be heard from Kurohana's behind, making Kurohana stiffen up as she gradually turned her head around. Once her head was fully turned to look behind her, she could see a body that could be said to be adequately beautiful at most, but the face connected to the body was a face that could make whole continents fight for. Not only that, the aura radiating out of the body was an extremely mysterious aura, but with Kurohana's senses, she was incredibly familiar with this aura. Big Sis Fascia. What are you doing here? One first mentioned in Chapter 57. Chapter 93 Blessings from a God. Big Sis Fascia. What are you doing here? With her head frozen in place, Kurohana stammered at the utter disbelief she felt when she saw the goddess she didn't want to see the most right now. As one of the 8 Zenith immortals of the celestial plane that could wield an immortal verdict, Fascia was known as one of the greatest immortal verdict wielders that have shown great mastery over their immortal verdict throughout these trillions of years, only losing out to Gaia, the current wielder of the immortal verdict of life, gaining complete mastery over it. Normally, one would think that being an immortal verdict wielder, one would be incredibly busy due to the amount of laws under said immortal verdict, but in fact, that was completely false. It was because they have control over an immortal verdict that they could create better artifixes that have greater intelligence that completely stump over the artifixes created by the greater gods, with Kurohana being one, that they could just give their artifixes the work they need to do and they could wholeheartedly focus on whatever they want. Fascia, who continued to stand where she stood while radiating that ever-mysterious aura, finally opened her mouth the minute after Kurohana's question. "You have wasted my time." "You know what you did." "I admit to manipulating a small part of your immortal verdict, but isn't this a bit too harsh?" Kurohana, knowing fully well that she could not escape what would happen next, decided to ask her way out towards a more lenient punishment. "It's quite a miracle that the part you manipulated was able to merge back with the immortal verdict I wielded. If it were not for your higher success rate when manipulating my immortal verdict due to our same alignment, the part you have manipulated would definitely have become a verdict being that would definitely bring a big problem to many greater and lesser gods." Fascia replied in an indifferent and impartial tone, having the belief that her words are law, and law it was. with Kurohana's law being under the immortal verdict of fate. As long as it was a being that controlled a law under an immortal verdict, the wielder of the immortal verdict would act as the boss of said being, their words being backed up by the two divine transcendent canons and the one true primordial decree. Kurohana could not help but look down at the white floor and bite her lips as she knew that the possibilities of what Facia said were not slim. Not only that, she was also a victim of the chaos that a verdict being had brought in her youth. To her, a verdict being was a level of power beyond her, even if it was just a small part of an immortal verdict that had gained sentience. When faced in front of one, she knew that she could only break down and shed tears due to the fear she had accumulated. Accepting her fate, which is definitely not a pun, Kurohana stood up from the chair she made and disassembled it, only leaving the orb holding the image of Horus currently fighting another boss of another place. She let out a sigh and looked at the orb for a while before saying, "Big sis Facia, what is my punishment?" Facia looked at the orb that Kurohana looked at for a short bit before looking back at Kurohana. Since Kurohana did not try to resist from her punishment, Facia decided to lessen it a bit, replying with, "You must head to the Hall of Greater Divinity and accept 3 primordial level missions that could net out 20 God sparks at the very least." Hearing the words that came out of Facia's mouth, Kurohana could not help but say in disbelief, "At the very least, you'd have to complete 3 7-star primordial level missions." Within the celestial plane, there were 3 halls that presided over the gods. The Hall of Lesser Divinity that governed over the lesser gods, the Hall of Greater Divinity that governed over the greater gods, and the Hall of the Zenith Monarchs where the 8 Zenith Immortals and the 2 Supreme Overseers were governed. These halls acted as a way of atoning for the sins that a god has committed, or as a way of obtaining resources that a god really needed due to the currency that could be used to exchange for resources, God Sparks. The only way to obtain God Sparks were through the missions, with Archaic level being the lowest, and Transcendent Deity level being the highest. These levels were even further divided into 9 sub-levels, from 1 star to 9 stars. Although a primordial level mission seemed extremely easy, with Kurohana needing to finish 3 7-star missions of this level, she would definitely take a bit of time finishing it. With Facia not saying anything else after the verdict of her punishment, Kurohana could only sigh and say, "Let's go then." Whoosh, whoosh, and just like that, in an instant, the 2 divine beings disappeared from the confines of the white cube, heading towards a certain direction in the vast expanse of space, towards the Hall of Greater Divinity. XXXX continent, Seraph Kingdom. Dang, dang, dang. As the flames from the furnace reach a horrifying height, the steel that was persistently being hammered by a great blacksmith was gradually taking the shape of a blade as a mage not far away from the blacksmith was casting magic on a piece of aura that exuded an incredibly pure aura of wind. Indeed, these 2 people were Kelsey and Dane, who after one night, were still not even halfway in making progress on the completion of Magnus Tempestria, which could be said as their masterwork. FSH, FSH, FSH. As bolts of energy that radiated multiple colors hit the Gale Dragonwood that Dane affixed on the table quite securely, the resistance that the incomplete soul was giving out gradually gave way, finally submitting to Dane after being hit for over 1,000 times. This process took Dane around 14 hours, with most of it being used in replenishing his mana. Haha. Finally, I can now use the soul in this piece of wood to add the ignition quality to Magnus Tempestria. Late in the night, with the glee he felt over finally letting the soul be controlled, Dane laughed quite loudly within the confines of Kelsey's smithy. Fortunately, it was quite soundproof from the outside. Dane, why do you have to be so noisy at this time? I was almost finished with engraving the grooves on the blade. Kelsey, who was extremely focused on delicately engraving the grooves where elemental energy would be infused into, could not help but stop halfway and berate Dane for breaking her concentration. Whoosh! With the rift opening up over the table, a sharp knife fell from the rift, landing quite accurately on Dane's hands as he started to carve the Gale Dragonwood into the shape of a hilt where it would fit perfectly within the grip of the 9th Prince's hand. I'm sorry for shouting, but I can finally make this masterwork reach another level. Fine, now we have a source of energy that we can use to ignite the weapon, Dane said to Kelsey as an apology as he started to cut off bits and pieces off the Gale Dragon wood. Clink. With her hands frozen in place, Kelsey gradually turned her head to look at Dane with eyes filled with disbelief as she stammered, Did I just hear that correctly? Crafting an ignition weapon? For Kelsey, it was definitely enough for her masterwork to be an ignition weapon, as only the extremely rich or the extremely strong could hold such a weapon. With a weapon like that only being eclipsed by an evolving weapon, she could die without regrets after successfully creating an ignition weapon. Yeah. I hope you can hurry up with the groove engraving, since I need to give this blade to the 9th prince hopefully in the morning. Taking into consideration the time they spent, Dane decided to limit their time frame to later morning, which was not too little for a master blacksmith like Kelsey. Whoosh. With her aura intensifying to a greater degree thanks to the knowledge of being able to craft an ignition weapon, Kelsey continued engraving the grooves on the blade she tempered under the furnace at a faster rate, without reducing the quality of the engraving whatsoever. With her motivation at an all-time high, she replied with fervor, Don't worry, it'd probably be waiting for the hilt making at the rate I'm going at. Laughing at the answer Kelsey said, Dane replied as his motivation was also kindled, Let's compete on who can finish first then. As seconds turned to minutes, and minutes turned to hours, the night where the moon hung extremely high on the sky was replaced with the sight of the vast blue sky where the sun showed a small part of its luminosity to the world. In other words, it was early morning. At this moment in time, the flames in the furnace had died out, and the table where the Gale Dragon wood was worked on was filled with the shavings from said wood. As for the two, they were in front of the anvil not far away from the furnace, finally connecting the hilt and the blade together to form Magnus Tempestoria. Tock, tock, tock. Kelsey was hammering the hilt on the blade quite delicately, afraid of scuffing the exquisite carvings on the hilt Dane carved. As for Dane, he was chanting an incantation that summoned the wind energy particles around their surroundings and willed it to cluster into a ball that hovered overhead. Glang! With the final hit on the hilt finally affixing the hilt on the blade quite securely, Kelsey then hammered on a cap made from spirit star steel, the same material used in the blade, as Dane pointed his fingers towards the grooves on the blade. Let the wind bless this weapon with great sharpness and swiftness. Hellos Maximus. Whoosh. While Kelsey was still holding the blade upright, the cluster of wind energy particles headed towards the grooves on the blade, hastily expanding outwards to cover every nook and cranny on the blade grooves, even going so far as to cover the hilt with wind energy particles as well, allowing the weapon to radiate an aura of intense wind. Lightly placing the completed sword on the anvil, Kelsey could not help but look at the sword with extreme glee as she said, Finally, a weapon that can be said to be my masterwork, Magnus Tempestoria. Dane then placed a hand on Kelsey's shoulder as he said, It's been hard on why. Before Dane could finish what he was about to say, a faint silver light from the ceiling of the smithy seemed to concentrate into a beam as it shot towards Magnus Tempestoria, intensifying the aura that the blade radiated in an instant. With the humans creating an exquisite blade exuding great affinity for wind, this blade has been blessed by the lesser god of wind. A faint voice could only be heard near the two's ears as the silver light gradually enveloped Magnus Tempestoria. Chapter 94 The Power of OS Points. While Kurohane was brought to the Hall of Greater Divinity by Facia, one of the immortal verdict wielders, to accomplish 3 7-star primordial level missions as her punishment, and in the midst of Aurus fighting against another boss of another experience haven. Even before all of that, just after Aurus told Horal to tell Herelia about him hunting outside the Alliance, I will be leaving the Alliance, Horal could finally say these words filled with intense pain to Herelia, who could only stand there dumbfounded at the words spoken by him. It took a while for Herelia to digest the statement, hastily thinking of it as a joke as she stifled chuckled. I knew you were serious kind of person, but to think that you can joke like that. Come on, Horal, don't scare me like that out of the blue. Of course, Herelia had a nagging feeling that something bad was going to happen. Since you know me very well, Herelia, that I do not joke around, Why would I joke about me leaving? Seeing that Heraclea just brushed his words off, Horrell could only radiate a serious expression as he replied, his body slightly trembling. This time, Heraclea could only become silent as she stared at Horrell's body for a bit, noticing the slight trembling of his body as he tried to maintain a calm facade in front of her. It seems that there's reasons to him leaving. Letting out a soft sigh, Heraclea then asked, what could possibly be the reason for your leave? Hearing from Heraclea's words that she was somewhat accepting his leave, Horrell pondered over his words for a bit before replying with, I can feel that my time to evolving into an animate is coming close. Of course, we all know how dangerous it is, seeing that the trial Zelifer went through wreaked havoc onto our base. With these words coming out from Horrell's mouth, Heraclea could only shudder at the memory of the first and last animate to ever come out of the Tempest Branch Alliance, Zelifer. A genius of his time, Zelifer was regarded as one of the sturdiest pillar-level members of the Alliance, as he chose the path of becoming a Magnus Fortress C, an extremely rare variant that excelled in defending something until the very end. And of course, as long as an inanimate was genius enough to know how to transition into an animate, they would eventually become one. But for Zelifer, due to his variant being extremely rare, the ordeal that he had to go through to transition into an animate was multiple times harder than a normal inanimate transitioning into an animate. It was so hard that almost 90% of the base of the Tempest Branch Alliance became ruins. In the end, due to the damage caused by Zelifer's damage, Heraclea had no choice but to kick Zelifer out of the Alliance, with Zelifer understanding Heraclea's train of thought fortunately at that time. Following that train of thought, Heraclea knew that Horrell wanted to leave the Alliance in order to keep it away from the trial he was going to go through. And with that, she gave a few words of encouragement, telling Horrell, I wish you the very best of luck in becoming an animate. Radiating a slightly happy expression, Horrell thanked Heraclea with a few words before leaving her alone in the secluded area she usually stayed in. She maintained a cheerful and encouraging expression for a few moments before changing it into a serious one after making sure that Horrell had finally left. It seems that any of our members cannot be trusted fully after all. To think that you harbored those motives, even going so far as to ally with the enemy we've sworn to kill. All for the sake of greater knowledge. Let us now go back to the present time, not focusing on Kurohana's missions, but rather, on Aura's current situation. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. Sword of gluttony, sword of pride, sword of greed. Combine as one. Sword of infinite sin. At the moment, Horus floated in midair as he was currently fighting against the boss of a place he wanted to go to, but was changed with the Tempest Cliff, the greater experience haven. As the three swords made out of his anima fused into one, the energy radiated by the fused sword was increased by a significant amount after being blessed by the energy radiated by staff number 1. With that boost, Horus did not hesitate to fire it towards the boss, making a downward slash on the body of the boss. Swish. Just like a sharpened knife cutting through tomatoes, the body of the boss was cut in half in an instant, easily dealing devastating damage to the boss wherein it could not even comprehend and perceive the danger the sword brought, or even the fact that it had died under Horus' blade. Whoosh. Of course, with every death of an inanimate, the body of the boss gradually dissipated into thin air, transforming into a bunch of green and red particles that hastily darted towards Horus' body, only to be absorbed not long after. Ding. Looking at the notification screen that appeared in front of Horus' field of vision, Horus could not help but radiate a cheerful aura as he muttered to himself, alright. Another OS point. It was definitely worth investing into the artificial intelligence option of the existence evolution system. Wait. Artificial intelligence? That's right. Let us go back to a time before Horus killed the unnamed boss of the Greater Experience Haven, to the time a few seconds after Horus killed Alithos, the Lord of the Lesser Experience Haven. You can get those from bosses? Horus could not help but exclaim after seeing that he received an OS point from just killing Alithos, the Lord of the Lesser Experience Haven. After realizing that one could get OS points from killing bosses of certain grinding places, Horus started rummaging through his unsealed memories, trying to remember the easy-to-kill bosses at his current level, which could allow him to improve his system's OS to its greatest limit. As he was trying to remember the levels of the bosses, as well as their existence levels, Horus thought to himself as he had an OS point to use, you know what? I should use it on upgrading a part of the system that I haven't upgraded yet. Allocating most of his consciousness towards the screen regarding the existence evolution system's OS, he noticed that only artificial intelligence was the only part of the system that he hadn't upgraded yet. With it only needing 1 point, Horus did not hesitate to upgrade the part to its maximum level, since its maximum level was 1 anyway. Whoosh! At the instant Horus confirmed his decision, the screen in front of him disappeared not long after as he could hear rumbling sounds occur within the depths of his soul. Thankfully, it was not harming his soul at all, but rather, it could be said that the rumbling sounds made his soul feel like it was undergoing a comfortable massage. This sensation lasted for a few minutes, with the rumbling sounds stopping midway as a monotonous voice resounded in his mind. Artificial intelligence has been unlocked. With this part unlocked, the user can now do more things with the system. With this being unlocked, the user now has access to the system's feature of artificial intelligence, which can be split into 2 parts: artificial intelligence, learning module, and artificial intelligence, battle module. The learning portion of the feature allows the user to let the system nurture and enhance whatever the user wants to, but only limited to how much the module is upgraded. As for the battle portion of the feature, it allows the user to check the power level of the enemy, as well as the least amount of skills needed in order to effectively kill the enemy in front. By upgrading this module, more things related to battling could be done. Horus could only stay speechless after hearing those words come from the system. Who knew that artificial intelligence would be the most important part of the system? It took him around 10 minutes to digest this information, his non-existent eyes gleaming at the end of it as he muttered to himself, the learning module seems to be a way to enhance my skills even without needing to use it. It did say that it would nurture and enhance anything I want, so there's a chance it might work. But for now, let's focus on the battle module. Whoosh! With that, he then roamed through the Lesser Experience Haven for a bit, finding a being he could use the module on to get a feel for its features. It did not take him long though, as a great inanimate appeared below where he hovered around 30 seconds after his flight. Looking at the great inanimate below him, Horus could not help but ask himself, now how do you use the module? Weeing. As if it was an answer to his question, a translucent screen appeared in front of his field of vision, showing him information, which after Horus looked at twice, seemed to be information regarding the battle power of the being, as well as the most ideal method on killing the being. Ding. Twig. Grade inanimate. Power level. Nil. Ideal killing method. Rolling over it. What's power level? Horus asked himself about it for a bit before thinking otherwise. On second thought, never mind. I'll find it out once I look at it when I fight the bosses. It seems that nil is the lowest power level. Also, the information I can see is quite little compared to just identifying the being. I should probably upgrade the system once I get more OS points. After testing the battle module of the system once, Horus was now satisfied, activating Gale Hover to move towards the Greater Experience Haven, which housed the first easy-to-kill boss on his finally finished list of bosses that were easy to kill in his current level. Chapter 95 An Unexpected Punishment. Returning back to the present where Horus had just recently killed the unnamed boss of the Greater Experience Haven, obtaining another OS point for his use. Feeling satisfied with the effects of the newly obtained battle module from the artificial intelligence option he unlocked from the existence evolution system's OS, he decided that it would not be a waste for him to allocate another OS point to the battle module. Heck, even if he decided to allocate all of the points he would obtain from killing bosses to the battle module, allowing it to max out, he would not even have a tinge of regret. That's how reliant the battle module is. Upgrade artificial intelligence. Battle module. Horus commanded to the system, without even a shred of hesitation. Ding. Are you sure you would like to upgrade artificial intelligence? Battle module to level 210. This will cost you 1 OS point. Although the system alerted him that he could not go back on his choices, he ignored it and confirmed his decision. Whoosh. Rather than upgrading in an instant just like the other things he could upgrade, it seemed that there was a delay in the upgrades for artificial intelligence, which did somewhat make sense due to it being an upgrade to the performance capabilities to the system's OS if one looked at a different perspective. Thankfully, the system told him that it would only take a few minutes at most, and that it would not affect the other aspects of the system while the battle module was being upgraded. Since he had nothing else to do within the greater experience haven, he decided to fly away, heading towards the Inferno grounds, one of the places in Aura's list that housed a boss he could kill with his current power. System, open my status screen. Out of sheer impulse, Aurus decided to open up his status screen, randomly wondering about his current stats. Ding. Just like what the system said before, any other aspects of the system were not affected at all, evident in the holographic screen that appeared in front of Aurus' field of vision. Aurus level 920, experience, 9,005,120. Species, Tempest Walnut Spiritus Flux Rare Plus. Existence level, inanimate. Grade, S. HP, 51,765,176. SP, 20,402,040. Flux, 1,515. Life, 125,125. Will, 125,125. Stats, tenacity, 200. Vitality, 280. Spirit, 367. Synchronization rate, 60%. Unused experience points, 214,855. Unused Genesis points, 41. TSK. Aurus could not help but click his tongue. Just by evolving into an S-grade inanimate, my measly HP from when I was in a grade is now comparable to a normal X-grade. Even my SP was increased by a bit. It seems that the class seed obtained from evolving to S-grade is quite more powerful than on a grade 1. Hey. I still have over 200,000 experience points that I haven't used. After looking at his status screen for a bit, he noticed that he has not touched it even after evolving into S-grade. He did decide that it might be useful to use it to max his level out, but since he was going to kill bosses that would give him a lot of experience along the process, he finally decided otherwise. Wait. The maximum flux I can hold now is 15. Aurus was somewhat dumbfounded at this number, although it was only a 50% increase. He knew that he originally had a maximum flux amount of 10 at all times, so he asked himself, when did it increase to that number? Closing his status screen, he opened up his notification log, instantly alerting him of 2 skills that could already be evolved whenever he wanted. Ding. Flux Vessel and Flux Weapon Creation have reached the max level. Flux Vessel and Flux Weapon Creation have met the necessary requirements and are ready to be evolved. At first, he was quite shocked to see that these 2 techniques could already be evolved. But after a bit of mulling over, he could not help but laugh loudly. To think that my hypothesis was correct. Since he did not dismantle staff number 1 after creating it, it seemed that his hypothesis, where the weapon passively increased the experience for Flux Vessel and Flux Weapon Creation, was correct. Evolve all of the evolvable skills, Aurus commanded. Ding. A few seconds later, an notification screen appeared in front of his field of vision, letting him know the new names of the skills. Flux Vessel has been evolved to Expanded Flux Vessel. Flux Weapon Creation has been evolved to Better Flux Weapon Creation. While reading the new names of the skills, the upgrade of the battle module coincidentally finished as he closed the notification screen, increasing the happiness Aurus felt by a margin. Although he was eager to check out the new effects brought by the battle module's upgrade, he knew that he could always try it out on the boss of the Inferno grounds he was heading towards. Now that I think about it, I should change my current weapon for something better, seeing that I can use more flux in creating a weapon, as well as having a higher ranked flux as material. Would it speed up the experience gain of both skills? Would creating armor speed it up as well? With these thoughts in mind, he flew towards the Inferno grounds with great speed. While Horus was flying towards the Inferno grounds, wondering about the effects of the upgraded battle module and other things within the vast and seemingly boundless celestial plane. Whoosh! Two beautiful silhouettes appeared near the entrance of an extremely extravagant hall, exuding a radiance that it could not be sullied or destroyed by any external entity. This extravagant hall was the Hall of Greater Divinity, while the two beautiful silhouettes were Phaecia, who came with Kurohana to punish her for her wrong deeds. As the two of them entered the large hall, the aura Phaecia subconsciously radiated instantly attracted the attention of the greater gods within the hall, who were previously minding their own business. Damn. That's some extremely terrifying aura. SHHH. Don't say that out loud. One of the Immortal Verdict wielders just entered the hall. Ah? Why would an Immortal Verdict wielder enter our hall if they have their own hall? Probably for a reason we'll never know. As the greater gods that noticed Phaecia and Kurohana started to animatedly discuss the reasons why an Immortal Verdict wielder entered the hall, Phaecia and Kurohana's journey was cut short as a goddess that radiated an intense aura of darkness instantly appeared in front of the two of them. Whoosh! I apologize for not personally seeing you into this hall of mine, Phaecia. With a slightly respectful on her face, the woman that appeared in front of the two said as she slightly bowed towards Phaecia. You don't need to think about it that much, Nyx. I know you're a busy woman, especially with the fact that you're close to wielding an Immortal Verdict. Phaecia responded to the woman's words, whose name was Nyx, with grace. She also took this time to say, let me also congratulate you in advance in becoming the 9th Immortal Verdict wielder of the Celestial Plane. Nyx, who did not expect Phaecia to congratulate her, slightly shuddered before hastily composing herself as she lightly smiled. Her smile acting as light amidst the darkness she radiated. Just like her name, Nyx was the goddess that governed over the law of the void. Thanks to her supreme mastery over the law, many greater gods have given her the title of the goddess of the void, sometimes even being called the Empress of Nihility. Add in the fact that her mastery allowed to peer beyond her law and take grasp of an even greater law. This allowed her to wield a small part of an Immortal Verdict which melded quite well with her own law, making her a pseudo-Immortal Verdict wielder. I shall treat you to some tea after this. As she said this to Phaecia, she finally noticed Kurohana beside Phaecia, who was silent all this time. Looking at how Kurohana was with Phaecia as they arrived, Nyx instantly understood the reason for Phaecia's visit. It seems punishing a greater god under your Immortal Verdict. Nyx raised her eyebrow, having great confidence at her speculation. This girl right here did not ask for my permission before wielding my Immortal Verdict. Thankfully the part she controlled fused back with my Immortal Verdict, or else I won't be standing here talking with you. Although Phaecia remained a calm and composed expression on the outside, she still could not help but become angry whenever she looked at Kurohana. How many missions are you planning to give her? What difficulty as well? As the overseer of the Hall of Greater Divinity, Nyx immediately went into the crux of the matter, asking for the level of punishment Kurohana would have to go through. 3 missions, each one netting at the very least 20 god sparks. Phaecia recalled the punishment she gave Kurohana and repeated it to Nyx. Quite a lenient punishment. Nyx lightly chuckled before looking at Kurohana, asking, do you have any objections to this? If you try to avoid your punishment, you'll be banned from the hall, lest you accept a punishment of a greater level than this. Kurohana sighed lightly as she softly replied, I have no objections. Then that makes things somewhat easier. Nyx lightly smiled. She then waved her hands in the air for a bit, before 3 motes of light appeared in front of her. I have handpicked these 3 missions for you. Since you're so cooperative, I've decided to choose missions that netted out 20 god sparks, not even 21. Nyx said as she looked at Kurohana. "The first mission you shall undertake is to satiate the built-up lust accumulated by the greater god of pleasure, as well as find the crux of why it has accumulated." Chapter 96 Inferno Grounds. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With his speed higher than before, Horus was able to reach the Inferno Grounds within 3 hours, taking in the fact that the Greater Experience Haven was only 10 kilometers away from this place. The first sensation Horus felt from entering the Inferno Grounds was intense heat, which was definitely a given since from the name of the place alone, it would definitely have something to do with fire or magma or anything that radiated heat. As he hovered towards the place where the boss of the Inferno Grounds was, he could not help but notice the lack of inanimate beings within this area, especially wood-based inanimates just like him. After thinking about it for a bit, he could not help but have the urge to slap his non-existent face as he muttered, "Fire counteracts wood," which means that the chances of a wood-based inanimate adapting to this environment is extremely low. Thankfully, the flux covering my body is protecting me right now. The reason why Horus knew that the flux protected his body was because, while traversing the Greater Experience Haven, an inanimate that was weaker than him shot an attack towards him all of a sudden, with him only hearing the sound of metal bending as the attack collided with his body. No notification appeared in front of his field of vision, which he finally deduced to the flux passively protecting him. He also did a few more tests before fighting against the boss of the Greater Experience Haven, allowing him to learn the fact that he could adapt to any environment thanks to the sheer density of wind element particles in his flux. Minutes passed by as he avoided any place within the Inferno Grounds that radiated an intense bout of heat that could suppress his flux's protection, gradually making his way towards the south end of the Inferno Grounds, where the strongest inanimate aura was radiated. Only the boss of the Inferno Grounds could radiate such a strong aura. As he made his way closer to the boss of the Inferno Grounds, he stopped around a kilometer away from the boss, deciding to make some preparations beforehand. "Summon Staff Number 1, Horus softly commanded. Whoosh! In an instant, Staff Number 1, the first ever flux weapon he created, appeared in front of his field of vision. He then looked at it for a bit before muttering, "Although the first weapon I've created and you have been with me for like a day, I'm afraid I can't stick with you any further. I have to branch out and turn over a new leaf. You know, if I want to get stronger, I need to craft a new weapon. Don't worry, you will be rooted into my memory." Even though it was true that Staff Number 1 lasted for a day, it was still the first weapon he crafted, which did hold a bit of sentimental value. Sighing with slight melancholy, he then commanded, "Dismantle Staff Number 1. Crack, crack, crack." At the instant Horus was finished with his command, a hairline crack appeared on the staff, which gradually expanded to cover the whole staff before breaking the staff into extremely minuscule fragments which could not be even detected by the naked eye. He went silent for a bit before saying, "Better flux weapon creation." Whoosh! Not a moment later, a screen appeared in front of his field of vision, asking him the same questions as before. But with some things changed, like the special effects of choosing between a physical or a magical weapon being enhanced, and the amount of flux he could allocate to creating a weapon, which has been increased to 6, double of what it was previously. A few minutes later, a staff that looked slightly more extravagant than Staff Number 1 appeared in front of Horus' field of vision, radiating an aura that resonated with his own, allowing him to feel the power within the weapon he created. "Examine weapon," Horus muttered. Ding, underscore. Staff Number 2 Magical. Grade, Inanimate, Magic. Attack plus 180. Damage plus 9%. Cast time minus 15%. SP cost minus 15%. A staff created out of a highly ranked flux from a spiritus. If not for the fact that the spiritus crafting capabilities were inferior, this could perhaps become a weapon that could become a legacy for many generations of inanimates to come. Nonetheless, thanks to the superior material used to create the weapon, it boasts a power unlike others, allowing the user to dish out high amounts of damage at a fast rate while using less SP. Underscore. Satisfied with the properties of his new weapon, Horus flew closer and closer to the boss of the Inferno grounds, only leaving around a 100-meter gap between the two of them. Whoosh! In an instant, the boss of the Inferno grounds could not help but feel an aura that seemed to suppress its own. It searched all throughout its surroundings, before looking upwards at a branch that hovered in midair. A wood-based inanimate like you actually has the guts to enter a place filled with fire element particles. The boss of the area could not help but cackle as its mouth stifle opened and closed as it spoke. From Horus' perspective, the boss of the Inferno grounds looked like a rough carving of a dragon from stone. Nonetheless, the aura radiated by this rough stone dragon did not lose out to his in any way, prompting Horus to identify the boss. Ding _ Fushkar, Lord of the Inferno grounds. Level 3240. Species Boulder Dragonica Inferna. Existence level Inanimate X. HP 2,360,023,600. SP 45,504,550. Stats: Solidity 1,436. Vitality 1823. Rage 1,134. Skills: Information does not need to be known due to the user's overwhelming advantage. Horus could not help but click his tongue after seeing the boss health. Although that's nothing compared to the pillar-level members of the Alliance, that's still impressive. Not long after, another screen appeared in front of the previous screen, seemingly coming from the system's battle module. Ding! Fushkar's grade inanimate. Power level, Novice 12 degrees. Ideal killing method. Usage of Zenith Spirit Transcendence. Attacking with Sword of Sloth. Inflicting a debuff. Attacking with Sword of Insatiable Lust. A fusion of Sword of Lust and Sword of Gluttony. Attacking with Spirit Gale Blade. It seems that my choice is correct. Horus could not help but chuckle inwardly. With just the simple allocation of a single S point to upgrade the battle module to a higher level, the capabilities of the battle module have risen to greater heights, not only letting Horus know of a single killing method, but instead, a formulated plan that would allow to triumph over his enemies without consideration. Not only did the killing method become a battle plan, the power level of the enemy has become more detailed as well. Horus muttered. 12 degrees. Where have I seen that before? Of course, Horus could not put a finger as to where he read it since he was close to engaging with the Lord of the Inferno grounds in a fight to the death. Hey. Scared to the point you can't move. Taking Horus' immobility as a sign of fear, Fushkar could not help but snigger as a ball of fire was gradually formed as its stone jaws opened. Then, let me make the first move. Whoosh! With the innately high movement speed brought by the skills of an X-grade inanimate, Fushkar's fireball flew at a considerably fast speed towards where Horus was, not even needing a minute to reach him. Then again, Horus was faster. Supreme Tempest Burst. Whoosh! In an instant, the aura Horus radiated was intensified by twofold as Horus easily dodged the fireball with his currently insurmountably superior speed. Using this heightened speed to his advantage, he activated Zenith Spirit Transcendence as he reduced the gap between the two of them. Swish! Only hearing the sound of the wind blowing, Fushkar could not even sense that Horus was already behind it, conjuring a sword of a green color out of his anima, which its power was intensified thanks to the aura radiated by Horus' new weapon, Staff Number 2. Yeah, I won't let you take me down that easily, Horus said behind Fushkar as the green blade slashed down on Fushkar. Sword of Sloth. Swoosh! Crack! Grah! Although Fushkar was an inanimate of the Stone type, the sheer power held by the Sword of Sloth conjured by Horus made Fushkar's skin seem like tofu that could be cut easily. You dare attack me? Fushkar, who had never been at a disadvantage once in its life, could not believe that someone was able to land a hit on itself before it could. Suppressing the pain it felt as it felt extreme rage. Just you wait, I won't let you die that easy. Just as it was planning to retaliate, Fushkar noticed that it could not move any part of its body at all. Ironically, Fushka could be said to be like a stone statue at this moment, awaiting its final verdict. With Fushka immobile, Horus took this time to mock it. "Oh, you won't let me die that easily? Then I'll say the opposite to you. We two swords, one of orange color and one of yellow color, fused together above Horus' body into one, exuding an aura that it could not be stopped by anything in its way, as it was almost fully orange color, save for the splotches of yellow on its hilt. Goodbye, sword of insatiable lust. Swish. This time, Horus slashed horizontally on Fushka's body, creating a deep gash that severely wounded its vitality. Not only that, the scream of pain Fushka released was on an extremely higher level, with the earth shaking and trees and plants falling down due to the boundless might of Horus' sword. Hearing the loud scream come out of Fushka's mouth, Horus then turned around and started to hover as he said to himself, "If it were not for its thick skin, then it would have died at the first sword." He knew that Fushka was already dead at this point, but just as he was waiting for the notification screen to pop up, a black fireball collided with the back of his body. Bang! From the power of the fireball alone, Horus was flung tens of meters away from where he was originally placed. Thankfully, the flux covering him mitigated a great portion of the damage he could have received. Using Formosus exuberance to heal his HP back to full, he could not help but click his tongue afterwards as he said, "This is going to be a bit more annoying than I thought." Chapter 97 Ups and Downs. Thanks to the black fireball thrown at him, Horus knew that Fushka was not dead from the last strike he slashed out, but instead, barely living just so it could retaliate. Turning his field of vision around to look at Fushka, Horus could easily see that the vitality remaining within Fushka's body just barely let it send out a single attack that could possibly turn the tides. Sadly, the attack Fushka sent out could not even injure Horus that much, only reducing his HP by a few hundred at most. Then again, Horus could not help but ask himself, shouldn't the battle module's plan allow me to kill my enemy with certainty? Why did it leave the enemy with a small amount of HP to retaliate? He then looked at the battle module screen that popped up after looking at Fushka once more, finally seeing his mistake after a quick skim. It seemed that Horus forgot the final move on the battle module's plan. Intensifying the aura, his new staff number 2, radiated. He conjured a magic circle within his spell core that was filled with abstruse and mysterious runes. Not long after, a blade made out of extremely dense wind energy particles was formed on top of Horus' body, to which Horus hastily maneuvered to slash towards Fushka's body. Swish! Argh! With another shrill cry coming out of Fushka's mouth that gradually quieted as time passed, Horus was finally certain that Fushka was dead for sure this time. Ding! With a notification sound resounding throughout his mind, Horus was now extremely sure that Fushka was dead. He even saw the particles that remained from Fushka's body get absorbed by his body, with the life and will particles being automatically emitted by the system's notifications due to his life and will being maxed out. He could still see that he gained Genesis and OS points, to which he gained 5 and 1 respectively. Experience plus 10,000. 50% of the user's gained experience shall be shared to the user's pet. Congratulations. Fenrir has leveled up to level 43. Congratulations. Horus has leveled up to level 10. 5 Genesis points have been obtained. 1 OS point has been obtained. Oh, Fenrir has already reached level 43? Then that means it won't take long for him to evolve to Scrate. Although Horus noticed that with every boss he killed, Fenrir would level up, it was only at this moment did Horus truly take notice of it, since allowing Fenrir to evolve to Scrate would let him kill bosses faster, with Fenrir flanking attacks and him dishing out attacks. He hovered over the ground of the Inferno grounds for a bit as he tried to recall the list of bosses he could kill at his current level. I've already killed 2 bosses out of the list I made, which has 10 bosses in total. I shouldn't waste more, lest Herelia gets mad at me. Although he was quite sure that Horl told Herelia about him going away to hunt and strengthen himself, he could not help but have this nagging feeling at the back of his head, gnawing away at his worries. Gale Hover, Child of the Wind. Using 2 movement boosting spells consecutively, with the latter being learned when his spell core reached middle grade. Horus bolted out of the Inferno grounds, heading for the next area in his list to kill its boss and earn OS points at a faster time. Within the core of the Tempest Cliff, a few days have passed since Chonk was finally enlightened on the lacking part of his tempering skill, Tempest Genesis Rebirth. Due to the sheer difficulty of the tempering skill he created, the process of his transition to a rank 1 class was extremely lengthy when compared to other transition process, with the quickest only needing half an hour. But with its lengthy transition process came its benefits. Due to the nature of Chonk's skill, the structure of his body, which was previously thick and sturdy, now becomes slimmer and sleeker, allowing one to feel the nature of wind radiating around his body without sacrificing the original qualities of his body, which was being sturdy in its defense. Not only that, his body grew in size as well, around twice his original size. And finally, the ray of light that shone upon him at the instant he fully mastered his tempering skill. This ray of light imbued a bit of the natural laws of wind on his forehead, creating a small mark of a blade on it. A few minutes later, the ray of light, which shone upon him all this time throughout the transition process, gradually dissipated as Chonk's consciousness finally awakened to the newfound feeling of a transitioned body. It took a while for Chonk to adjust to his new sleek body, doing some basic movements at first to get accustomed to his surely heightened stats, before doing more and more complex movements with fluidity and grace. Finally knowing the limits of his newly transitioned body, Chonk could not help but feel elated at the improvement the transition gave to his body, laughing to himself. Although it took me a few years to finally master my tempering skill, the reward I got from it was definitely worth it. Not only has my strength and vitality grown many times stronger, my speed has shown the greatest improvement, not even comparable to my previous speed. Basking in the joy of transitioning, Chonk then felt a splitting pain in his head for a moment before dissipating the next instant after, as if it did not occur at all. He tried to look into the insides of his mind for a bit, before discovering with great joy that the benefits of transitioning did not stop with increasing his stats, it also gave him innate skills that he could use. I should check the skills that I obtained after I create an ascension skill. While walking out of the core of the Tempest Cliff, a ringing sound resounded throughout his mind, stopping him in his tracks. Oh, who could be calling at this time? Since Chonk was finally finished transitioning to a rank 1 class, his method of communication, which was previously sealed due to his wish of not being disturbed, was now unlocked, which consisted of calling through the mind. Accepting the call, Chonk then asked, "Who is it?" Not long after Chonk was finished asking, a voice Chonk was familiar with, replied, "Master, I feel like I'm about to break through to the animate level." "Do not worry, for I still have the Master's ambitions in mind. The class he'll evolve into will definitely not let you down." At first, Chonk was shocked as he did not expect that the one who would call him was a spy he sent out long ago, the most secret spy he had placed in one of the 3 alliances that governed the Tempest Cliff. Dumbfounded for a bit, it took Chonk a while to compose himself before saying, "As long as you have my ambitions in mind, then I don't mind what class you choose." "All right, Master. I won't disturb you any longer." From the aura I can feel through our call alone, it seems that you have successfully transitioned into a rank 1 class, Master. "Congratulations." Lightly chuckling, Chonk then replied, "Thanks. I'll also congratulate you in your advance to the animate level in advance." Oral. After about a week of traversing multiple regions in order to hunt down their bosses, Horus was finally done clearing the list of bosses that he could kill at his current level, with many of his skills obtaining a decent upgrade. Although he wanted to evolve most of them at this point, he could not wait but evolve another thing first, as the thing he wanted to evolve first was more important than his skills. Using all of the movement boosting spells he had in his arsenal, he darted towards the insides of the Tempest Cliff, not even making a stop on the base of the Tempest Branch Alliance, but instead, heading towards the soul building he owned. The Tempest Cliff Inheritance. Whoosh. Since the distance between the outskirts of the Tempest Cliff and the Tempest Ruin could be easily traversed within an hour with Aura's current capabilities, it did not take long for Aurus to enter the Tempest Cliff Inheritance and hover at the center of a jade green hall, a place he felt somewhat nostalgic to. Thankfully, all of the extra experience that could not be used did not go to waste. Aurus could not help but say with excitement. Yet not long after, this excitement was turned into a sour feeling as he added, "But I wonder, why did I have such incredibly bad luck in killing those bosses?" Throughout the 8 remaining bosses that he had to kill, almost all of them were only hanging by a thread near their death, rather than being surely killed by the plans formulated by the module. Almost every time, he had to suffer against the last-minute retaliation from the bosses, which did not hurt at all, but felt annoying. Not only that, even the last boss I wanted to kill was alerted of my presence before I could attack. What's wrong with my luck these past few days? Putting his problem of bad luck at the back of his head for now, he calmed his emotions down as he commanded the system, "Summon Fenrir." Whoosh. Not long after, a large wooden wolf appeared in front of Aurus, to which this wooden wolf hastily screamed out, "Master." Since it was a long time after Fenrir was last released into the world, Fenrir felt a sense of longing for his master, wanting to snuggle up to him at the instant he was summoned. "I'm sorry for not needing your help earlier, Fenrir." Knowing the emotions his pet felt, Aurus could not help but sincerely apologize. But this time, that's going to change. "Are you ready?" Aurus looked at Fenrir straight in the eyes. As if they both had eyes in the first place. Having a hunch as to what his master was about to do, Fenrir wagged his tail back and forth in a quick manner as he shouted, "Yes, Master. I am always all ready." "All right then. From now on, you will never leave my side." Evolve Fenrir. Chapter 98. A new companion. Evolve Fenrir. Whoosh. At the very next instant Aurus was finished commanding the system to evolve his one and only pet. Fenrir's body was hastily shrouded with an overbearingly bright light as Fenrir's body structure gradually changed to morph into a blob that was made up of an unknown substance. Although Aurus was interested as to what Fenrir was going to evolve into as he watched his evolution process, Aurus decided to do other things while waiting for Fenrir to evolve, since in the end, he would still find out how Fenrir evolved. After commanding the system to position Fenrir's body at the center of the Green Jade Hall, Aurus then used his authority over the whole Tempest Cliff Inheritance to open up a pathway towards one of the special rooms within the inheritance, the Skill Room. Swish. Not long after, an entrance was formed at one side of the hall that led towards the Skill Room. After Aurus saw this entrance, he hovered towards the entrance as he looked at Fenrir's currently evolving body. With a potential grade like his evolution will definitely not disappoint me. His grade form alone gave me a great boost in speed already. Aurus reassured his doubts as he traversed through the whole entirety of the pathway, arriving at the skill room a few minutes later. Being greeted by the sight of multiple rows of bookshelves that housed techniques and skills that ranged from being so simple that a baby could understand it, to being quite complex that even an animate would be hard-pressed to understand, Aurus could not help but take a breath in through his body as he said, "Time to find a defensive technique." Indeed, Aurus entered the inheritance to find a defensive technique. After fighting against the bosses, he realized that he had no way to defend himself whatsoever. He could dish out high amounts of damage and heal his HP back to full when time allowed it, but what would happen to him if the enemy could kill him in one shot? Just accept his fate that he was not able to dodge the attack or retaliate in any way? Definitely not. Although he had the flux covering his body lately as a sort of passive defense, it was utterly lacking when compared to active defense. Sure, with his spell core being of the middle-high grade, he obtained access to an extremely great spell that boasted active defense, Spirit Gale Barrier. But with the long cast times needed to unleash such spells, he might already be dead before he could even defend. This was his true purpose for coming back to the inheritance. Evolving Fenrir was just out of whim. Aurus gradually browsed through the bookshelves as he slowly hovered along the way. Some of the techniques he found would make his non-existent eyes glisten for a bit, but then after a bit, it would dim down, thinking of the disadvantages it held. Oh, a defensive technique that allows me to conjure shields to protect my body? Yeah. No. Although I can conjure a lot of shields, it would probably take me a lot of SP to sustain that. A defensive technique that casts a reflective mirror in front of me. It'd just get hit from behind if that's the case. Using swords made out of SP to actively deflect attacks. Quite nice but incredibly flashy. Hard to sustain as well by the looks of it. After a while, Horus finally stopped in front of a bookshelf, staring quite well at a certain technique as he scanned it through the help of his system. A few seconds later, rather than his non-existent eyes dimming down just like what happened with other techniques, it instead brightened, showing his great motivation to learn it. This is the one. Without hesitation, he commanded the system to learn the technique. Ding! Hearing the notification sound resound through his mind, Horus could not help but think of the multiple possibilities and situations he could use the technique in. Adding in Fenrir, who would probably be tanking all of the attacks, the possibilities became even wider. He opened up his notification log and read the name of the technique, making sure that it was the technique he chose to learn. You have learned Barrier. Due to the incompatibility of the skill with the user's body, the skill has been adapted to Barrier of the Spiritus. Yep, this is definitely the one I chose. With a cheerful aura radiating around his body, Horus then hovered back towards the green jade hall, thinking about the new defensive skill he obtained and the learning module of the artificial intelligence portion of his system. Wait, Barrier. The most basic defensive skill anyone could learn. Ever. Now why did Horus learn that? Think about it. Would have Kevin, allow such a simple technique to enter the bookshelves of an inheritance's skill room? With his standing in the animate world, highly improbable. Let me just make sure of my choice one more time. While traveling back to the Green Jade Hall, Horus thought of using the system's learning module to level Barrier of the Spiritus to its max level before leveling it up. Identify Barrier of the Spiritus. Ding, _ Barrier of the Spiritus level 13. Grade, Mortal C. The most basic defensive skill optimized by the great sage Kevin, which has been adapted to the user's body through the system, allows the defensive skill to become an extremely strong defensive skill that can be comparable to defensive skills that allow the user to withstand attacks from tens to hundreds of people at once. Through the sage's optimization, the defensive ability of the conjured barrier is proportional to the combined power of the user's defense and vitality stat. This proportion can grow bigger whenever the user infuses more SP into said barrier. Minimum SP cost per second, 2 SP. Cooldown, 10 seconds. After skimming through the text twice, Horus then commanded the system to nurture this skill whenever he was not using it, to which the system promptly replied with a notification. Ding! Barrier of the Spiritus is now being passively nurtured by the system. If the user wishes to hasten the rate of improvement, the user must upgrade the module to higher levels. Although Horus was quite tempted to upgrade the learning module, he knew that he should focus on the battle module more, rather than on the former. Arriving at the edge of the Green Jade Hall a couple of minutes later, Horus was greeted by the sight of a new and improved Fenrir. At first glance, one could notice that Fenrir's body became more detailed when compared to his grade body. If one could compare it to something, then Fenrir's body was comparable to a novice sculptor creating their first wooden wolf sculpture. Though it did not capture much of the ferocity of the wolf, many details that could be seen on a wolf that were not seen on Fenrir's body before, was now visible. Claws, a sleek body, some tufts of wooden fur. These are some details that were now added on Fenrir's body. Not only that, Fenrir grew in size once more, now being thrice the size of Horus' body, and that's taking into consideration that Horus' body grew a bit after evolving to Great Master. Thanks to the flexibility given by evolving to grade, Fenrir's jaw, that did not move at all at a grade, now moved somewhat as it screamed towards Horus, wagging its tail back and forth from excitement. Why? It was because his master said that he would not be unsummoned anymore, allowing him to be by Horus' side always. You've grown, Fenrir. As Horus got closer to Fenrir, Horus' cheerful aura intensified by a bit, Seeing that Fenrir has grown stronger, far stronger compared to his previous expectations. Could you sit for a bit? I'm going to identify you. Go ahead, master. Be my guest. Following Horus' command, Fenrir sat on his behind, eagerly waiting for Horus' next command. Identify Fenrir. Ding. _ Fenrir level 170. Potential grade S. Experience 035 can be filled with unused experience points. Species Gale Wolf King Formanosus Rare ++. Existence level inanimate. Grade S. HP 17,001,700. SP 550,550. Stats: toughness 200, thickness 210, density 325. Skills: Gale King Burst LV 12, Wolf King's Dignity LV 8, Supreme Danger Instinct LV 21, Gale Wolf King Spirit Core LV 7, Supreme Wind Affinity LV 11, Grand Tempest Claw LV 29, Gale Wolf Clone LV 2, Gale Wolf King's Fortress LV 12, Gale Wolf Seed LV. Max, Gale Wolf King Seed LV 1. Ally Skill, Blessing of the Gale Wolf King _ Although his HP is lower than mine by 3 times, that's just a given due to him not having the blessing of the Alliance. Horus was extremely satisfied with the improvement Fenrir had after evolving to Skrit. Alright Fenrir, I'm done. We're going back to the Alliance now. Closing the screen that housed Fenrir's status, Horus said as he started to hover off the ground. Okay, master. Without a hint of resistance, Fenrir stood up and followed Horus' command. But surprisingly, Fenrir then said, anyways, master, I wanted to ask you something. What is it? Horus could not help but have a bit of shock as he did not expect Fenrir to ask him a question. Why haven't you summoned another companion? Wouldn't that make you stronger, master? Since Fenrir was connected through the system, and he was looking out for his master, he could not help but bring this up. Ah, right. After thinking about it for a bit, Fenrir was indeed correct. He had not touched the ally system for a long time now. Or rather, he had not touched it at all. Although he wanted to follow Fenrir's suggestion, he still had to take into consideration Fenrir's feelings. Are you okay with me having another companion? I only serve to protect and help the master, Fenrir replied. With more companions, master's safety would be more assured. Extremely surprised with Fenrir's reply, Horus could not help but say, man, a single grade gave this much difference to a being's intelligence. Anyways, system, open the Gaka. Ding. In an instant, a screen appeared in front of him, revealing 2 columns that separated the 2 types of summoning. The normal Gaka that needs 500 SP to summon once, or the premium Gaka that needs 50 life and will points to summon once. Horus could not help but say, recalling that the requirements to summon had not changed at all. What's better? Horus mulled over his choices for a bit before summoning without hesitation. Of course, with the word premium on it, how could you not choose it? Swoosh. In an instant, a magic circle was formed in midair, just a few decimeters away from Horus and Fenrir's face. Bit by bit, the magic circle grew larger as it gradually took on the shade of red. A minute later, the magic circle reached the maximum amount of energy it could hold, exploding into bits as a few particles remained from the magic circle, heading towards Horus' body to be absorbed. Ding. I wonder what ally I got. Since he had not summoned an ally yet, he had high expectations for the Gaka system for his allies. With his excitement at an all-time high, he opened up his notification log. You have obtained an ally with grade potential, burnt twig. Are you fucking serious? Chapter 99 More Than Meets the Eye. Ding. You have obtained an ally with grade potential, burnt twig. At first, Horus was extremely excited with the new ally he received from the system, seeing that the potential it held was grade, a grade higher than Fenrir's. But when he read the name of the ally he received, He could only become speechless at the utter disbelief one could feel when associating such a name to a grade. Although Fenrir could not see the name of the new companion he would be with to protect his master, after feeling the aura that radiated from Horus after he looked at his notifications, Fenrir could only stay silent, feeling that he might have wronged his master. Finally, around a minute later, Horus barely mustered out the words to ask a single question. "Are you fucking serious?" After asking this question, Horus could not help but sigh. While he was sighing, Fenrir could only move closer towards Horus in a swaying manner, stammering in a soft yet somber voice, "Did I make the wrong choice, master?" It's not your fault in this one, Fenrir. Horus tried to appease Fenrir's emotions, knowing very well that it was the system who gave him such an ally. "But man, my luck definitely sucks these past few days." Although Horus felt that it was weird for his luck to be this bad, he did not have even a smidget of a clue as to why this was the case, leaving him to shrug his non-existent shoulders towards this problem and bear with it. If he knew that Kurohana's presence equated to his luck in Eridinia, then everything that felt off for him during these past few days would make sense, since Kurohana was the goddess that governed over the law of reincarnation, allowing her to control a bit of the immortal verdict of fate. "You know what? I won't touch this system when I have incredibly bad luck," Horus promised himself inwardly while deciding to check Burnt Twig's appearance while they were still here. "Hey Fenrir, do you want to see your new companion?" With a slightly somber voice, Horus looked at Fenrir and asked. Still feeling the aura radiated around Horus, Fenrir let out a soft sigh, replying with, "If you want to, master." "Well, we're bound to see the guy sooner or later, so why not?" "Summon Burnt Twig." Whoosh! With a small flash of light appearing in front of Horus and Fenrir's field of vision not long after the command, Burnt Twig's full body appeared in front of the two in its whole entirety. "Master." Looking at Burnt Twig's body for a bit, Fenrir looked at Horus and asked, "Are you sure that's my companion? It looks a bit burnt." "Yes." Horus could only answer Fenrir's question with a serious tone. Not long after, Horus could not maintain his serious facade, sighing instead. "Before we go back to the Alliance, do you think we should check its stats?" "Go ahead master, I don't mind." Fenrir voiced out his opinion towards Horus' question. "I hope it doesn't disappoint," Horus muttered to himself. "Identify Burnt Twig." Ding. Not long after, a status screen appeared in front of Horus' field of vision. Alongside it was the information on Burnt Twig's ally skill, allowing Horus to skim over Burnt Twig's information. At first, Horus could not help but have low expectations towards Burnt Twig's power, although knowing fully well that it was of great potential. But as he continued to read on, especially on Burnt Twig's ally skill, his non-existent eyes lit up as he could not help but scream, "What the heck? You can actually obtain that from an ally." Burnt Twig level 110. Potential grade, SS. Experience, 010 can be filled with unused experience points. Species, Twig Chardaspernae rare plus. Existence level, inanimate. Grade, C. HP, 55. SP, 33. Stats, flame body, 3. Fuel, 5. Flame power, 15. Skills, charred movement LV.2, lowest charred energy vessel LV.3, charred flame shot LV.1. Ally skill, tempered heart of charred flames, tempered heart of charred flames. Grade, C. Mortal. Through unforeseen circumstances, a twig that has been in close proximity with flames will undoubtedly burn. But this twig's willpower allowed it to slowly obtain a tolerance toward flames and even the power to wield flames. At the cost of its body being extremely frail. Nonetheless, with this twig's willpower being extremely strong, its power in turn is also strong. Attack stat plus 20%. Obtain the skill Flame Infusion grows in level as the ally grows. Obtain the skill Charred Field grows in level as the ally grows. What's wrong, master? Fenrir looked at Aura's expression. Well, Aura, feeling that the aura of severe disappointment was now replaced with shock, but more importantly, excitement. Nothing's wrong at all. Your companion will definitely help you out in the near future. Thinking of possible team plays with Fenrir at the flank and with this burnt twig beside him as they attack from afar, Horus could not help but have his non-existent blood boil. Is this companion of mine really that good? Fenrir could not help but still have doubts towards this burnt twig, since he could not see burnt twig's status screen. Just you wait, Fenrir. Horus decided to use his unused experience points to hastily boost up burnt twig's level and grade, a choice he did not do for Fenrir since it would definitely cost him a lot of experience to raise to being of his grade. System, use my unused experience points to max out burnt twig's level. Ding. 500 unused experience points have been deducted. Burnt twig has reached the max level. Burnt twig has reached the necessary requirements and is ready to evolve. Evolve burnt twig. Seeing that burnt twig used up an extremely small part of his pool of experience, Horus decided to evolve burnt twig to a grade, and if possible, Sgrit. Whoosh. Due to burnt twig being a grade inanimate, its evolution did not take long at all, only lasting a few minutes before having a change in its body structure and aura that it radiated. At the instant its evolution was finished, burnt twig gradually turned its body around to look at Horus before saying, "Master, firewood here, serve you, PFFT." After hearing burnt twig, no, firewood, introduce itself to him, he could not help but stifle his laughter, knowing fully well that his ally was a wood-based inanimate just like him, where it could not be helped that the names could be related to wood. Horus looked at firewood for a bit, seemingly satisfied with the change. Its body grew bigger to become half of Horus' body size, but it now hovered off the ground in a slanted position as a small yet powerful black flame flickered on top of the side that was most off the ground. "Do you want to protect me, Firewood?" Though Horus was serious in asking the question, his ally's name could not help but make him snigger a bit. "Yes, until Firewood die." Thankfully, Firewood did not differentiate between emotions at his current grade, only answering Horus' question with sincerity. Sincere. System, use unused experience points to max out Firewood's level. Ding. 12000 unused experience points have been deducted. Firewood has reached the max level. Firewood has met the necessary requirements and is ready to evolve. Evolve Firewood. Not even an instant has passed after the notification of Firewood reaching the maximum level. Horus commanded the system to evolve Firewood once again, this time to a grade. Whoosh. This time, Firewood took around 10 minutes to evolve, with Horus eagerly waiting for its change, while Fenrir was sitting on the sides, slight disbelief written on his face. It seems that Master's words would turn out to be correct. Although Horus could not feel it, Fenrir felt it extremely well as he examined Firewood's full body, sensing the existence of an extremely dangerous power that would not harm him nor Horus, but definitely harm the enemies that stood along their way. What Fenrir did not know was that this power he felt was the potential grade of Firewood. 10 minutes later, Firewood's new body revealed itself to both Horus and Fenrir, shocking Horus a bit since its new body looked extremely familiar to him. Compared to its previous body, Firewood now stood upright in exchange for its height shortened by a bit, though that did not mean that Firewood was now short. It reached Fenrir's chin quite easily. Not only that, it also had 4 rough limbs on its body, which could be said as the reason for its reduced height. The number of black flames on its body increased from 1 to 9, 1 on its head, 1 on each limb, 2 on where its chest lied, and 1 on the gap between the 2 lower limbs. After seeing it for a short bit, Horus could not help but say, "Ah, Firewood's a female." "Greetings, Master." At the instant Horus was finished talking, a cheerful and somewhat high-pitched voice could be heard coming from Firewood. It's well, her head flamed slightly, intensifying a bit to show her excitement. "Firewood is my previous form's name. You can call me Charissa Flamerai, Charissa for short." "Well, nice to meet you, Charissa." Horus could only go along with the girl's words, since not long after, Charissa's head flame intensified by several times, growing in excitement. I have a lot of things to say to you, Master. After evolving into this form, I want to ask you a lot of things as well. I also want to do a lot of things with you as well. And then, with her heightened excitement, Teresa started to blurt out a lot of words she would never have said in her B-grade form. And that's not taking into consideration the level of intelligence she had. Then again, Horus hurriedly evolved him from B-grade, so he did have the feeling that Teresa was going to be subservient. But this was way out of his expectations. Slightly coughing at Teresa's words, Horus could only radiate a slightly cheerful aura as he said, "If you don't mind, Teresa, can I see your stats?" While she was rambling on about what she wanted to do with Horus asked her a question, prompting Teresa to stop before nodding with her head flame, replying with, "Go ahead, Master." Teresa then went silent for a bit as she kneeled down on the ground, her flames slightly dimming down in order for Horus to get closer. Seeing this, Horus could not help but mutter a soft thanks from the side before commanding the system, "Identify Teresa." Ding! Just like before in Teresa's grade form, 2 screens appeared in front of Horus, revealing her stats, as well the details of her ally skill, to which Horus could not help but exude an extremely cheerful aura, dreaming of the multiple possibilities and choices he now had in battling. "My small investment was definitely worth it." Teresa Flamerai level 150. Potential grade, SS. Experience, 025 can be filled with unused experience points. Species, Lesotariantis formosus. Sentient Chiricity epic. Existence level, inanimate. Grade, A. HP, 110,110. SP, 200,200. Stats, flame body, 40. Fuel, 45. Flame power, 105. Skills, Dark Flame Flight LV. 15. Boundless Dark Flame Energy Vessel LV. Max, Charred Flame Symphony LV. 8. Dark Flame Spirit Core LV. 8. Middle Low Dark Flame Spell Core LV. 4. Charred Sacrifice LV. 7. Unyielding Flame LV. 3. Flaming Escape LV. 4. Flame Immunity LV. 8. Sentient Chiricity Seed LV.1. Ally Skill, Unyielding Soul of True Dark Flame, __. Unyielding Soul of True Dark Flame. Grade, Immortal. With the Twig's Tempered Heart being evolved to greater degrees, this allows formation of a Lesotariant with the sentience of a being higher than 1 grade. Not only that, this Lesotariant has extremely strong willpower, as well as great control and immunity over flames that hold a greater power over normal flames. Who knows how high the Lesotariant's ambitions will be. Attack stat plus 100%. Obtain the skill Dark Flame Manipulation grows in level as the ally grows. Obtain the skill Supreme Field of Dark Flame grows in level as the ally grows, _. Chapter 100. Let's go hunt. While Horus and Fenrir, including their new companion Teresa, was inside the Tempest Cliff Inheritance, checking out Teresa's ally skill. Within XXXX continent, Seraph Kingdom, Kelsey's smithy, a few days ago, with the humans creating an exquisite blade exuding great affinity for wind, this blade has been blessed by the lesser god of wind. A faint voice could be heard resounding throughout the entirety of Kelsey's smithy as a ray of light shone down upon Magnus Tempestria, the masterwork Kelsey and Dane have created. Due to the lesser god's superiority in terms of power, his faint voice, which was intentionally soft, became intensified in the ears of the two, signaling an announcement that was loud and clear, enough to shock the two. A few seconds later, the ray of light shining upon the blade gradually dissipated, yet the mark left by the lesser god of wind that blessed the blade was left behind, with the blade's wind aura being greatly intensified afterwards as the sign of its blessing. The two of them could only stand where they were, utterly speechless at the thing that happened just now. After a moment, Dane Stifley turned his head around to look at Kelsey, who coincidentally saw Kelsey turn her head around to look at him. They looked at each other with a deafening silence, only for this silence to be broken from Kelsey's stammering. Did I just witness? Although Kelsey was the one who broke the silence, she could not finish her sentence, letting Dane stammer as well. Blessing of a GG God. After that, the two of them stayed silent for a bit more, in utter disbelief at the thing that happened. After all, they were only people that have reached their respective rank 4 classes, not even close to warranting the attention of gods that govern their world. They would understand such an occurrence if they were of a rank 6 class or higher, since one would have slight control of the laws of the world. But this was just unbelievable for the both of them. Thud. Since she could not tolerate the feeling anymore, Kelsey's knees that shivered at the utter disbelief of the situation, could only kneel down on the floor with a thud, looking down at the floor for a bit before looking at the ceiling, tears welling up in her eyes. I can die without regrets now. With the feelings in her heart reaching their zenith, these feelings finally burst out of her mouth, screaming in a way that mixed disbelief with intense happiness. As for Dane, due to his class being part of those who need to have a calm and collected mind at all times, he controlled his urge to kneel down on the ground, instead laughing loudly as he said, "Ha ha ha. To think that we would elicit the attention of a god. This is unbelievable." After this, they continued to laugh as their emotions started to die down, returning to a normal state a few minutes later. With their emotions back to normal, Dane looked at Kelsey for a bit before grabbing Magnus Tempestria from the anvil where it lied. "Do you mind if I identify its properties?" Kelsey, with a smile on her face, shook her head as she replied, "I don't mind at all. Go ahead." "Thanks to you, I was able to obtain the attention of a god." With a smile on his face, Dane picked Magnus Tempestria up from the hilt and held it up, facing the sunlight radiating from the window. As the sunlight radiated the grooves filled with wind energy particles, he could not help but say, "What a good blade." Third circle. Weapon appraisal. Dane muttered as he raised his other hand to face the weapon, creating a complex magic circle in a matter of seconds. Due to him using the spell multiple times, he was able to reduce the amount of time and syllables needed to cast the spell, into what seemed to be an instant for others, as he only needed to utter the name of the spell. Whoosh! Not long after, magic runes started to float out of the weapon, arranging themselves in midair according to Dane's wishes, as he did not have any parchment with him. Nonetheless, that did not affect Dane's reading, as he was quite satisfied, even exhilarated at the properties of the weapon. Magnus Tempestria. Grade, Grand, Blessed. Durability, 15,001,500. A masterwork weapon created by an extremely competent blacksmith and an extremely erudite mage using Spirit Star Steel and Gale Dragonwood. This weapon allows a normal person to wield the might of an ascended being, even having the hopes of fighting against them evenly. Attack plus 200,325. Movement speed plus 10%. Attack speed plus 25%. Evasion plus 25%. Obtain access to Wind Dragon's 4 forms. Obtain Lesser Wind God's Blessing. Kelsey, thank you very much for helping me craft this weapon. Removing the runes that floated in midair after reading, Dane turned to look at Kelsey before bowing down with respect. Kelsey, on the other hand, hurriedly stood up from where he was and waved her hands profusely, saying, "Don't mention it, don't mention it. It's just what I do best." Although we did not expect that a god would bless such a weapon, I now have greater hopes in the 9th Prince's chances of obtaining the throne. Dane smiled as he opened up a rift, placing Magnus Tempestria inside said rift before closing it. "Tell the 9th Prince that I'm rooting for him." Kelsey smiled back as she grabbed a piece of metal from a nearby crate before putting it inside the furnace. She then waved her hands, saying, "Go on then." The more proficient the 9th Prince is with the sword, the better. Hee. Dane chuckled. "I won't disturb any further then." And with that, Dane left the smithy, heading towards the 9th Prince's palace. A few hours later, within the Seraph Kingdom's castle, Dane arrived outside the walls of the castle and was about to head inside, before he was stopped by a group of guards. "Esteemed sir, might I ask about your purpose in entering the castle?" Sensing the powerful aura Dane radiated, the guard that asked Dane maintained a polite tone. "I'm here on orders of the ninth prince, His Highness Vanadir." Dane did not mind the guards blocking him at all, since it assured the royal family's safety. "I am here to bring a weapon that His Highness had requested to be crafted by the master blacksmith, Kelsey." Seeing that Dane was collected and felt that there were no lies in his words, the guard who asked Dane gestured the other guards to make his way as he bowed respectfully, saying, "I see, esteemed sir. We have just received a message from the ninth prince himself about your permission to enter his room, so we shan't bar you from going in further. Do note though that you are not allowed to head to other areas, save for the ninth prince's room," the guard added as he looked at Dane with a polite expression. "Thank you for the reminder," Dane replied back with a smile and a nod, before walking towards the inside of the castle, hastily heading towards the ninth prince's room. Seraph Kingdom, ninth prince's room. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing someone knocking on the door of his room, Vanadir stood up from his chair near the room's bay window, walking towards the door as he asked, "Who is it?" "It's me, Your Highness." On the other side of the door, an extremely familiar voice to him replied, causing him to unconsciously hasten his steps as he opened the door to reveal Dane with his robes from the Arcana Tower on. With a smile on his face, Vanadir gestured Dane to enter his room as he said, "Come in, come in." A few minutes later, Dane and Vanadir sat on chairs that faced each other, with the teapot filled to the brim with the most fragrant tea, alongside teacups, on a table that parted each of them. Vanadir took a sip from his teacup before asking Dane, "So, what brings you here?" "I'm sure you've heard it already from the guards, Your Highness, going so far as to sense my presence." Dane smiled as he grabbed his teacup, sipping a bit before saying, "Good tea." Hee. Vanadir chuckled before extending his arm as he said, "Let me see the weapon you crafted." Snap! With a snap of his fingers, a rift in space appeared just a few centimeters above Vanadir's extended arm, Magnus Tempestria falling from the rift not long after. With the prince's heightened reflexes, he was able to grab Magnus Tempestria from the hilt, instantly feeling the sense of being one with the blade as his class resonated with the sword. His eyes could not help but light up as he said, "Good sword." "The name of the sword is Magnus Tempestria, imbued with an original spell I created that was tailored just for you," Dane said as he looked at Vanadir's excited expression. "As for the materials used, I'm afraid I was not able to capture that wind walnut branch, instead using gale dragonwood as an alternative." Of course, that wind walnut branch referred to Horus in his grade form. Although Dane knew that Horus became a spiritus, he was still unable to catch him and use him as a weapon material, leaving him no choice but to use an alternative instead. "Nonetheless, this is still a great sword. I feel like it was like the gods gave it to me." Vanadir did not mind Dane's failure in obtaining the wind walnut branch since the sword was still of excellent quality. "What grade is this sword if you don't mind me asking?" "Grand grade." Dane did not beat around the bush as he answered, which elicited a shocked expression from Vanadir. "GG Grand grade? Only eldest brother has ownership of a grand grade weapon, and it's not even comparable to the quality of this one." Seeing the shocked expression on Vanadir's face, Dane decided to tell him one more thing about the weapon. "Not only that, Your Highness, this weapon was also blessed by a god." Bang! As if a firework had exploded in his mind, Vanadir was unable to process Dane's words for a bit, left in an utter loss for words as he looked at the blade he held with his hand, slightly trembling at the utter disbelief he felt. A few seconds later, Vanadir's eyes regained its clarity as he gripped on the hilt of the sword tighter than before. He then stood up from his seat and took a few steps back before saying to Dane, "Let's go hunt beasts." Dane, who was sipping on his tea, could not help but stop midway as he slowly placed his teacup down, asking, "I beg your pardon." Clearing his throat, Vanadir repeated his words one more time, with each word slightly louder than the last. "Let's go hunt."